Good morning, everyone. If you'll take your seats. Oh, good morning. And how are you doing, Councilman Coffin? Are you repaired?
Oh, yeah.
You're repairing. We love to hear that. Well, welcome, everybody. And I am going to call the July 15, 2015 meeting of the City Council to order. The meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law, and the proceedings are being recorded, as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note customers of CenturyLink may view this program in high definition on channel 1002, and some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using exits at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner of the street across from City Hall at Lewis and First. Employees wearing safety vests will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to our city clerk up front. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone is present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward and see our city clerk staff. And if you parked in the parking garage and did not receive a validation for your ticket, please see the security officers when you exit. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Chaplain Victoria Campe, Messages of Faith Ministry, and remain standing for our pledge. And good morning.
Good morning. For those who wish to bow their head and join in prayer, I pray. Almighty God, I come before you this day and ask for blessings upon the office of the mayor, the offices of the City of Las Vegas Council, and the citizens of this great state. I pray for wisdom and humbled hearts for those in leadership, thoughts of others, and a betterment for all those they serve. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain, and we will now come on down, join you, and we're going to have the ceremonial portion of our agenda.
What kept you so long?
Chad's mine. You're on the wrong side. You will absolutely distress me if I don't know what side you're on.
There's a program to you.
Right. No. I'm a creature of continuing. Too much socialization going on up here. We welcome you all. We're just delighted you're here. Everybody from SEMA's here, and our warriors. Wonderful. Just wonderful. Okay. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda. And front and center, first of all, Councilwoman Tarkanian, it's yours.
Thank you. First, I'd like to, we're talking about Citizen of the Month. I should say that first. I'd like to have Pat and his family come up here, please. Oh. You see, I know him so well, I just called him Pat Melroy. Yes. And this is Pat and his wife Sharon and his son Glenn. Pat is a very special citizen in Ward 1. Right here. Okay. Yeah, we're fine. Well, Pat was born in a log cabin in Kentucky. Not the same year as Lincoln, but a log cabin as well. He moved to Las Vegas from New Mexico after finishing college and was employed by EG&G at the Nevada test site. During such an exciting time there, Pat settled into the community of Artesian Heights on Mountain View Avenue, where he has continued to reside to this day, and that's in the heart of Ward 1. He and his wife Sharon have 2 sons, a stepson, and a daughter they raised that place, the heart of Ward 1. Soon after he took up residency, a family friend of his lost a child in a tragic accident while participating in a city youth recreation baseball game. And Pat worked very hard to have a park named after him that was going to open nearby. So he worked very hard, and his efforts were great because the park was then named Gary Dexter Park, which we have today and which is one of our most used parks within the city. Now, there was no plaque or fitting memorial in the park for many years, so once again, Pat went to work to make a difference, and in January of 2007, on what would have been Gary's 59th birthday, a memorial plaque and pedestal was placed and dedicated at Dexter Park for him. Somebody liked it very much that wasn't a very nice person because they stole it. So after they stole it, we are replacing it. But we want you to know it will always be there in recognition of the efforts you made for Gary Dexter. As a leader and someone who wanted to make a difference, Pat helped to form the neighborhood association and became president of it. It's called Artesian Heights Neighborhood Association, and he's been president for about 20 years. That's as far back as our records go, so it may be more than 20 years, we don't know, but that's as far as we can find. And you know what? To have an active association, to work hard with the neighbors, you know, we're all busy, and sometimes it's hard to get everybody together and do things. It takes a lot of work. So this has truly been a lifetime of commitment to his neighborhood and to his community. During this time, he led residents to actively take part in the development of the revitalization of the nearby 38-year-old shopping center that was to become known as the Walmart Center on West Charleston. There were drainage issues, there were needed road improvements, many other things, and he rallied the neighborhood to fight for that which was needed. And of course, they succeeded, and we have an absolutely still vigorous center over there. He organized within the community painting groups and scouts to cover graffiti in the neighborhood. And as more development came to encroach, he held the neighborhood together for a 2-year-long negotiation where we had some problems with the private school coming in and who would have the public right-of-way and how would everything be addressed. And when I say hold together, I want to tell you that's what he did, because I was there and I saw both sides of the issue. And he was magnificent. And today a beautiful private school is a neighbor in that area. And again, his love of community and wanting to make a difference for all, he guided his board and neighbors to apply for a neighborhood partnership fund for a monument sign to identify the neighborhood. And every time I go down Mountain View, I see that sign, and then I see all of the flowers and the landscaping around it. And I know he and his neighbors worked on that, and I feel very proud, Pat, of what you did. And Pat will tell you he didn't do anything at all. He will tell you it was all the neighbors. But everyone knows that the pace of the group is the pace of the leader. With a leader who has vision and a will to make a difference and keep their neighborhood strong and vibrant, you're going to be able to accomplish much. And Pat has accomplished much, and we all love him. We all respect him. He has passion and persistence. That's what personifies you, Pat. That's alliteration with your name, passion, persistence, Pat. That goes well together. And so, Pat, for those and many other commitments you've made to this community and Ward 1, it is my honor to name you Citizen of the Month for the City of Las Vegas. I want to give you this plaque. And Pat, would you say a few words for us, please?
It was a lot of fun doing things that we did in the neighborhood, in being with the neighbors and seeing what we can achieve was a real pleasure.
You know, I wanted to say one more thing, Pat. I just wanted to say that, you know, we have leaders in the community that you read about, hear about all the time, and we have those who are more silent that are there, and they're the glue that holds our neighborhoods together, and you're the best of that. You're the best of that, Pat. Thank you very much. And oh my goodness, Pat, I forgot to tell you, there's a sign over there that has your name on it. They're going to place it on the corner right by the City Hall. Could you turn it that way? Or else we can go over there and have a picture taken, okay? Okay. Let's have a nice picture taken.
Did you know he can't hear or see? All right.
Oh, he couldn't hear when. And now I'd like to ask somebody here up to the podium that is named Aubrey Workington. And I know her from the day she was born. So I could tell you all kinds of things about her, but I'll be kind and not get into our personal histories here. Aubrey is here today to represent the NBA, the Samson NBA Summer League. And I didn't know she was working for the Summer League until I went over and met with them and learned some of the things that they were doing that were so beneficial to our community here. And she's representing the people who organize that and work with that. They can't be here because they're already into games. They're already into the setting up for the games and the playing of the games. So the gentleman couldn't be here, but they sent the best they could, and that's the woman, and that's Aubrey. So let's go. Okay. I'd like to say that it's seldom that an outside group can quickly become strongly intertwined with our Las Vegas community, but that's what the Samson NBA Summer League has been able to do. Their services to families within our community has been extensive, and today we honor the Summer League for the work they've done for our community and for their contributions to Las Vegas's economic growth. Since its inauguration, the NBA Summer League has been constantly expanding. Last year, there was record-breaking attendance, and that record is being broken again this year. In addition, over 75,000 Las Vegas youth have been hosted at daytime games by the league. And from within the community, the league has drawn anthem singers, halftime entertainers, ball boys, and team assistants, all of whom are proud of the honor to be associated with the NBA League, and of course, being able to hang around with all those NBA players, most of whom are some of the top new players coming in. So it's been an exciting thing for them, and the NBA, the league has made it so that they can adapt well, and they get a lot out of it. On July 13th, the Samson NBA, I'm thinking of a basketball player. I think it was one my husband recruited and couldn't get. Samson, yes, it was. On July 13th, the Samson NBA Summer League held a Noche Latina celebration recognizing local talent, including mariachi bands, outstanding students, and coaches from within the Latino community. And on this coming Saturday, the Samson NBA Summer League will honor and hold a military appreciation night, honoring all members of the armed forces and holding a special ceremony for all of our Valley's World War II veterans, which will mark the 70th anniversary of the end of World War II. In addition to all of these humanitarian efforts, the League has brought in millions of dollars to stimulate our economic community. So in recognition of these contributions, the Mayor and the City Council of Las Vegas are proud to proclaim tomorrow, Thursday, July 16th, Samson NBA Summer League Day throughout the city of Las Vegas, and we urge all the cities and employees to join us in celebrating and participating in the day-long activities that they will have at Thomas and Mack and the adjoining basketball court. Okay, here you are. I've read most of what is in this proclamation for you, but basically we wanted to claim this day and that everybody know about this day, because a lot of what they do in the Summer League is not noticed. It's not, I mean, unless you read the sports pages a lot, and many people don't. So it's something that's, I wanted people to know it's not just an effort to help the NBA. It's not just an effort to help the players. And can you imagine how excited they are, the players, when the NBA League holds, goes to their league games or helps them practice? And you can tell us a little bit about how they're doing that. But how excited they are to be with these young men that they see on television and in the newspapers. It's not easy when you're doing an event to have people come and work them in. And that's what they've been able to do with the NBA Summer League. So we're very proud of them and very pleased they cared enough about our community to become such a close part of it. And I'm going to turn this over to Aubrey now. She's talking a lot more than the first day I met her.
I would just like to thank you, Lois, and the City Council for honoring us here today. I've been working with NBA Summer League the last 7 years, and to see how much it's grown and how many, more and more every year. This is our 11th year here in Las Vegas, and we couldn't really put on an NBA Summer League here without the help of, without everything that Lois and Coach Tarkanian have done for the city of Las Vegas. We wouldn't be able to bring this out here and have the NBA come out if it wasn't for them and what they've done for basketball in the city of Las Vegas. So we would just like to thank you guys. I honestly wasn't expecting to be speaking, so I'm a little nervous now.
Could you tell us a little bit about the kids you have in there? You have the young children, and the players go meet with them as they have a league. They have their own little league, the children.
Yeah, so we like to bring out like the Boys and Girls Club all the different Boys and Girls Club, we like to invite the youth of Las Vegas to come out and enjoy the games, get to interact with different NBA players and future stars of the league. We host different autograph sessions. We try and just get out in the community and help as much as we can and get involved. So we feel honored to be able to host Summer League here in Las Vegas. It's a great city, and it's just a great honor to be here. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, going back about, you all know I've been married for a century and a half. And going back to the days when Oscar was first in office, he immediately struck up a friendship with David Stern, Commissioner of Basketball, NBA. And as you know, he now has been succeeded by Adam Silver, who's been out here, and bringing this summer league to our community. One of the things that we're known for in Las Vegas is how we really are a draw, obviously for tourism and conventions, but most specifically for these special events, how that whole area has been growing. And to see what's happened with the NBA, it's my hope, and I know it's the hope of so many others, that the NBA will look to Las Vegas. Maybe not so much for a team right away, but maybe down the road a little bit, maybe to do their draft here. They certainly can do that anywhere. So we look at the economic impact. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All of these special events, they keep us going here in Las Vegas. So to have this wonderful, wonderful summer league take place here, and now I didn't realize it was in its 11th year, but knew these past 7 years have been really strong. So any connection anybody has to anything, let your councilman or me know, because it's all person to person. That's the way it all starts. And Adam Silver is a fine young man. He's going to have a wonderful, long, long service with the NBA. And it's all about those conversations. That's how these things happen. And the economic impact to our city and our southern Nevada area, and probably all of Nevada, is huge. So congratulations, and it's great, and hopefully you've all gotten to the out to the games. And if not, you're fired. Okay. For our next item, I'd like to, oh my goodness, this is always such fun for me because the most eloquent human being that I have ever met, our Director of Communications, David Riggleman, because I know he had such great training in the media. Were you born to be someone who spoke out? No. We don't have time to hear about his life, but when did you realize, were you in theater?
Way back 1,000,000 years ago, yes.
So you were. See, that's what it is. So any young person who, Shakespeare, oh, no wonder. Oh, my gosh, we got a spot for you up in Utah, you know? All right, but anyway, let's get back to what we're doing here. Join us at the podium. I did that. Okay. Our employees strive to be, I should have this memorized by now, going into my 5th year. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stands for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. They build our community to make life better, and I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Sherman Sheftal. Sherman, where are you? Come on up here. Sherman's everywhere all the time. Oh, how nice. Okay. Okay, hi Pam, this is wife Pam, and this is wonderful Sherman. How great. Congratulations. All right. Don't let Sherman's Clark Kent demeanor fool you. He is Superman for our city. Sherman, senior graphic artist, really talented, and he is part of our great communications team under David. Sherman's been with us since 1997. Right out of high school, and is among our most creative employees. Sherman lives in a world of deadlines, obviously. Often he's able to turn a request around the very same day it's been asked for. The outcome is not a slapped-together product that I might do or you might do, but as you expect. But rather, his work always results in beautiful works of art, and that's something of which we are so proud here at the city. posters, flyers, books, reports, business cards, television sets, banners, and web pages are just a few of the types of the media in which he works, and the other, along with our other wonderful city, other graphic artists. Sherman shines in creativity. Requests from all over our organization come to him on a daily basis. Oftentimes, these clients don't know exactly what they want, and that's probably most of the time, but Sherman's able to create a design that fits their needs specifically and is up to the city's highest standards. Over the years, he's designed for many of our major city initiatives, from El Dorado to employee recognition programs, and more recently, the announcement of our wonderful Las Vegas Medical District, for which he has created the logo and all of its collateral effects. This key district now has a slick and very professional look, and all the work was completed here in-house, saving the city more than $20,000 had we jobbed it out or gone to a consultant. Currently, Sherman is working with communications on a new city website and a citywide marketing campaign. So Sherman, thank you for all that you do, and we want to present you, all of us here, the council, and all of your colleagues, do want to present to you this wonderful, wherever it is, award, which says Employee of the Month. Sherman Sheftal has exhibited outstanding performance through achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, ownership, and is engaged now and has exhibited assistance to his fellow employees, department, and the citizens of Las Vegas. For that, so first, and we congratulate you, and my little warm hand, Debbie, Pam, and Pam, beautiful Pam, a nice smile too. So we're just so excited, and we will have your names starting as soon as we can get it up by the end of the day as our Employee of the Month, and I would love to hear from loquacious, beautiful diction. Here he comes, David Riggleman, please.
Well, quite a build up there, right? Mayor, thank you very much. I couldn't be any more proud of Sherm. He truly deserves this honor. We say that for every city employee that comes up and gets this honor. But Sherm really, really deserves this. He's truly one of our superstars here at the city. You talked about the $20,000 he saved us working on the medical district project. But truth be known, Sherm and our other 3 graphic artists save the city that kind of money every day, because they are all top quality, and there's no way that we could hire people of their caliber on a regular basis and afford it. So we're so fortunate to have that kind of talent in-house, and we know it. Everyone at the city knows it, and that's why people like Esther Renke nominated Sherman in the first place. Esther, I know you're watching on TV. Thank you for your nomination. I think you were spot on. Mayor, you talked about Sherm living the city values. No question about it. He's the embodiment of that. Of course, we all know he's creative. No surprise there. But Sherm sets a very high bar for himself. His standard is excellence. That's what he tries to shoot for every day. He's a team player. He breathes integrity. And you talk about ownership. This is the kind of person you want on your team. If Sherm's doing the project, you know that it's going to be beautiful when it's finished, and it's going to be done on time. You can't ask for anything better than that. And Pam will tell you he's a good guy not only at work but away from work too. So he does. He does do a little baking. Yeah, he does. So, Sherm, I couldn't be any happier for you. This award long overdue for you. So congratulations. And we want to hear from you now too.
First, thank you, David. I'll keep it short. As my wife likes to say, I only have like 12 words and I have to use them judiciously through the day. First, thanks, Esther, wherever you may be, for nominating me. Thank you for seeing the value in what I and the rest of the art team, and that's what it is, an art team, Mike, Margaret, and Rita, wherever you are. We are a team, and this award is as much theirs as mine. Once again, thank you for for this recognition.
We're just so proud. Thank you. We are so proud because it is. We have asked for work to come out of the department and with literally no design, nothing. And here something comes back that you could hang in a museum. It's so fabulous. So we're proud of you all that work in the department. And David, I know you have just done the best in selecting them. So let's go get another picture over here. I've known her so long, I pick on her. Right now. I said you were small. I am.
Don't worry about it. I'm cutting it. On three. 1, 2, 3.
He didn't smile? No. Could we do one more? Was that a smile? There it is. Thank you for catching that. Congratulations. They all love you. Everybody does. Thanks. Thank you. Now, I always get nervous about North Las Vegas. You know, they're our partners, but I worry as they look at our wonderful staff here that they're going to steal somebody. And the reason I'm speaking about that is we have Mayor Pro Tem Anita Woods here and Councilwoman Pamela Goins-Brown. Where are you? And so I just know, there you are. Don't take these people. They're off limits, okay? Okay, for our next item, I'm pleased to invite Councilman Coffin to recognize someone or some group.
Oh, a someone who is as big as a group, all of himself. Yeah, right. Did I say that, John? Come on up. John and Nancy Hambrick. Come on, Nancy. Ladies and gentlemen, the Speaker of the Nevada Assembly, John Hambrick. Ladies and gentlemen, normally in his world, stay right there, John, and face the camera. You don't have to look at me in adoration. We serve together, so we can do that. I think it's time to pay tribute to a legislator. You know, we frequently don't do that because birds of a feather flock together, and his feathers are different. And ours are a little fluffier after having spent so much time here in local government. Look, I'm going to read this proclamation because I normally don't do that. I'd like to ad-lib it and mess it up, but I'm going to read it for a reason. Normally, the Speaker here would have his gavel, and he'd order the Chief Clerk of the Assembly to read a resolution, and then he'd fill in afterwards, or somebody else would. That is usually read at lightning speed. Brad Durbik could not possibly match the speed of the Clerk of the Assembly or the Secretary of the Senate. I'm going to read it with reverence here for John because he deserves this, for one episode in his life, really. Whereas Assemblyman John Hambrick, Assembly District 2, Las Vegas, serves as Speaker of the Assembly for the current legislative session, whereas the theory of state preeminence over local governments was first expressed by Justice John Dillon in an 1868 Iowa Supreme Court case, and whereas there have been many, make it countless, interim committee studies, presentations and discussions, and the Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities, the City of Las Vegas, and cities from across the state of Nevada have worked for decades to pass meaningful legislation to help improve the functionality of cities on behalf of our shared constituencies. And whereas cities and municipalities are asked by their constituents to address local issues and problems, such as roads and sewers, in a timely and sustainable manner, and whereas Speaker Hambrick and members of his caucus spent hours discussing and negotiating on multiple functional home rule bills, and whereas Speaker Hambrick introduced AB 14 and 413 and AB 493 to address functional home rule for cities. And whereas Assembly Bill 493 grants powers to the governing body of an incorporated city to address matters of local concern within certain parameters, and whereas Governor Brian Sandoval signed Assembly Bill 493 into law on June 9th with an effective date of July 1st, and whereas the City of Las Vegas would like to honor Speaker John Hambrick for his commitment and successful attempt to provide functional home rule for incorporated cities across the state of Nevada, therefore let it be resolved that the Mayor and the Las Vegas City Council do hereby honor, recognize, and proclaim July 15th, 2015 as Speaker John Hambrick Day. Congratulations. Now it really is an honor. This is not some sort of a thing we do every session. And in fact, I can't recall a legislator being honored by the council. Maybe somebody else can. But the point is here that we received an incredible amount of help from Speaker John in the midst of probably the most tumultuous session in a couple of decades. And that's a flurry of anxiety, arguments, tension, all kinds of stress, any synonyms you want to use for the words pressure amount. And John tried early, he committed early before the legislative session to give a chance to the local governments to try to help govern themselves, something that for 150 years has really been beyond the prerogatives of the local governments to a great extent. The Dillon Rule is overused as a phrase, and the man's been dead for 150 years. And wouldn't you know that that kind of thinking, where the state has preeminence over local government, prevails in half of the United States? Or I should say, not quite that many now. We're one of the few that still is under it. He didn't repeal it. But what he did in his caucus was to give us a huge help, to help you, to help all of you with your daily problems, with fixing that thing out there or whatever. Many, many things you don't know are engraved in statutes that require a legislative action. Every 2 years they go up and they debate and they discuss. And sometimes they give us a little relief, but never anything as wide sweeping as this one. John, I served with you my last legislative session of 09 and then a special of 10 were your first legislative sessions. And you were always a guy that I knew that you could go have a beer with and discuss something. You know, the thing is, we're not in the same party. Okay, I'm a Democrat at heart. I have been all my life. I can't help it. My mom voted for Harry Truman, if that tells you about the first occasion. And John's been a lifelong Republican. We've both been active in our respective parties. And after this last election in 14, when my party, the Democrats, were wiped out everywhere, I'm always looking for a silver lining, and I thought there was one here. Republicans have been talking about devolution of power for decades, from federal to state, from state to local, kinda. But really, nobody had done anything about that. And so I thought there is a possibility. And John took the ball and ran with it, and it immediately ran into problems in the legislative politics. It was just too bad. But that's what happens under pressure. People don't understand sometimes how difficult it is to serve in the legislature. It's intensely partisan. You may not want to be that way when you go up there, but you're going to be when it's over. Because you just can't help it. And that's the way things actually run fairly efficiently, despite what you read in the press. And John survived the first battles because, honestly, in his own caucus, there were people that would rather not have John as their speaker. It all had to do with ideologies. It had to do with far-reaching issues that have absolutely nothing to do with everyday life of Nevadans, but it has everything to do with politics in Carson City. So I felt John really deserved this, and all of our members on this council, and I know all in the League of Cities, chaired by Wes here, Wes Henderson, who will be up here in a moment, and our representatives, such as our legislative advocate, Brian McAnallen. They recognize that we need to do something for Speaker Hambrick. And for these reasons, because of the difficulties and your stick-to-itiveness in the last 18 hours of the legislative session, the first bill had died, and it looked like it was never going to pass, and by golly, you got your troops together, and unanimously in the Assembly, and with only three of my party supporting in the Senate, it came through. And that's not a slam on my party. That's just how upside down, topsy-turvy things get, where common sense leaves the building and anger and rage take over. But you kept your head, John, under tremendous pressure. we owe you a lot, and I want to make sure that everybody in your constituency and others know how good you are, and I hope that when your time is unfortunately up in the Assembly, when term limits take over, that you will be able to serve in the Senate. And we need a lot of gray heads up there, and you've got one. See, it's already an endorsement. I've crossed party lines again. I took a lot of hell for beers. Okay. Thank you, John. Now the microphone is yours. I've given it a good senatorial shove your way, over-talked it to death. So there it is yours. And of course, I want you to introduce Nancy to all of us because she's very quietly been keeping you alive for a long time.
Thank you, Councilman. Well, my better 2/3 of 49 years. So, yeah. Well, she was 19 and I was 12 when we got married. But Councilman, Your Honor, the Mayor, council members, thank you for this honor. And we call ourselves the electives. None of us seek to get awards like this. If we do this before we get elected, we're not going to get elected. We do it because we care about our communities and the people we represent. I love this town. I'm an adopted citizen of this town. My wife and I came in March of 2000, and I got involved right away with the community. Summerlin Little League and a few other groups, and Citizens Council, the Police Review Board, and a few others. And if you live in a community, you have to participate. And I firmly believe, and hopefully all of us that seek elective office understand, we have a responsibility. If we're fortunate enough to get elected, well, then you better pick up and keep on going with your promises. We see too many politicians that don't live up to with their promises, and I try not to do that. But as I said before, I love this town. It's been very good to me, the community, and I just, this is speechless. I did not realize this was coming, and I'm honored and humbled, and I'm going to grab onto it and not let go for a few hours, and we'll find a place, in our home. We'll probably have the big art light shining on it tonight, and so if you see the lights in the skies, it's over near our home, shining on the proclamation. But again, I'm humbled and honored, and I thank all of you. I truly, truly do. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
John, thank you very, very much. I would be remiss if I didn't hand this microphone over to a colleague of mine, a former colleague, whose residence you live in his ward, and that's Bob Beers. And I know Bob would have a couple of words to say, maybe a few, maybe more.
A few? Very few. Just wanted to brag that here we have another Ward 2 resident made good.
All right. He's still stunned. Come on.
Wait a minute. Here we have 2 Ward 2 residents made good.
Well, you better protect yourself, Buster. John, thank you again so much. Here is the proclamation, and I really mean this with all my heart. You've done such good for us that I hope to be able to support you in the future. I'm sure that you'll do good work for all of the citizens of Las Vegas.
Well, those with white hair have to stick together.
That's right, we do.
Thank goodness you have hair.
That's right. All right. Mayor? Okay, Mayor.
Thank you for all you've done. We're just grateful. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge, and I do thank Mayor Pro Tem for reminding me, of course, here is our Nevada League of Cities president right there, and Mayor Pro Tem from North Las Vegas, Anita Woods, and we just know you're doing a grand job. And Steve Ross, 2-term as Nevada League of Cities president, but we also have on our National League of Cities councilman who doesn't have the hair. It works anyway, the great Councilman Barlow. So we're just so proud of the representation in our cities of everything that's going on. We are really covered. So hold on, I can't do anything if I can't see. Okay, for our next item, I'm pleased to invite Senior Citizen Advisory Board Chair Mary Ellen Heist to join us at the podium to recognize our Senior of the Quarter. Come on, Mary Ellen. A couple of weeks. Yes.
Beautiful.
How's everybody doing?
How are you? Good.
They're not behaving. Well, that's always good to know. First of all, I'd like to say good morning to the mayor, to the city council, our city staff, and our many visitors. And before we get started, I think it was ironic that Sherman was honored today as Citizen of the, Employee of the Month, because he is the one that gave our new Senior of the Quarter a facelift. And so I'm very, very grateful to he and his team, because they do very, very good work. And the Senior of the Quarter plaque now has a beautiful new facelift, which we'll be displaying here. The Las Vegas Senior Citizen Advisory Board each quarter recognizes a senior who is making a difference in our community. It is my pleasure today to introduce Laurie Stone as today's recipient. Will Laurie come up, please, with Senior Citizen Staff Irene, who nominated her. All right, Laurie, we're going to talk about you. Laurie has spent many years as a social worker assisting those with mental disabilities before retiring. She has been a park ambassador. She's watched over her assigned park to make sure it is cared for and treated well. She works with the homeless count that is done each year. As a volunteer for the homeless count, Laurie has assisted the Community Services Department in their quest to determine the number of homeless living in Las Vegas. Laurie continues to work diligently with a special young man by working with him since he was 14 years old, giving him opportunities to get out in the world. So as a mother of 3, she has also adopted another one, so she's a mother of 4. Laurie continues to work with the City of Las Vegas Parks and Recreation Department and the Community Services Department, and we're very grateful for all the work she does. She volunteers and works very, very diligently with the staff at the Lieber Senior Center, always lending a helping hand. Our board is honored to recognize Laurie as Senior of the Quarter, who is a team player and serving where needed to make a life better for others. So, Laurie, congratulations. Thank you. And this is it. This is our new design, which is absolutely gorgeous, and we're so proud to have you. So, there you
go. Thank you so much. I think there are many people in the community many seniors in the community, as well as others who lend a helping hand to folks who need it at that time. And I think it adds richness, certainly, to my life, and I hope to the lives of the people with whom I work. I'd just like to thank very much the mayor and the council for encouraging us to do that work and recognize us, and certainly providing this lovely plaque. So thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Very welcome. And with that said, I'd like to state that on behalf of the Senior Citizen Advisory Board, very appreciative to the City Council, we're going to be hosting our first expo for the seniors. It's Inspired Not Retired on Thursday, September 24th from 9 to 4 here at City Hall. So please tell everyone, we're going to be giving giveaways, refreshments, lots of information, and we have a lot of guest speakers. So we are very appreciative, because without the City Council and the mayor and the staff at Las Vegas, this would not be possible. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for your work. Thanks. Great. You always come up with great ideas. It's wonderful. And I'll tell you, being a senior, it's pretty good. Life gets better, and especially the older you get, the more you know, the more you can open your mouth and tell those who are younger. They don't know as much as you know. So this is a very special time, because we have 2 gentlemen that are going to be honored in 1 second who have helped to guide this city and how it's been built and developed over the past at least 15 years, if not for a lifetime. The proof of their work is all around us, everything in this city. You can see the well-planned communities in the outer wards and all the changes that are here downtown. Both of them have held a hand in all of the accomplishments that we've enjoyed, not only before the recession, but now coming out of the recession. They've been willing to meet with the public, go to meetings, talk with developers to get the best solutions for our city. And I can't count how many times that these two individuals have created a venue and an opportunity for communication with the people that we love to call our residents. They're part of the Planning Commission, and we're able to handle projects before they come to the City Council. And so I want to invite up to the podium today, and at this time, Planning Commissioners Rick W. Truesdale and Byron Goines. Byron A? Where are you, Byron? Where are you, Byron? Byron A? Are you an A, Byron? Yes, okay. To come up here, who've done such a fabulous job. Don't kiss. Don't kiss the guys, for God's sake.
Thank you.
You can hug. Where's Commissioner Truesdale? Where? Oh, my God.
Stand up, Rick. Stand up, Rick. Stand up, Rick.
Who said that? Okay. Anyway, both of them obviously have done the most magnificent job, and their seats are sort of like impressed. The seats are really, for sitting there for so many years, they're worn out. I wasn't going to say that. But you really have been such a tremendous positive influence and have vetted so many issues that we then take on or don't have to take on because we know what you have done. So, we have, okay. All right, so we'll start over here on my right. From the Office of the Mayor and our City Council proclamation, whereas the City of Las Vegas wishes to acknowledge the tireless and dedicated service of more than 15 years by Planning Commissioner Richard W. Truesdale to the City of Las Vegas and the Planning Commission. And whereas on behalf of the Department of Planning, the City wishes to acknowledge the service and volunteerism of Commissioner Truesdale to the citizens of our great city. And whereas the Department of Planning recognizes the many valuable contributions made by Planning Commissioner Truesdale to the overall professional planning community in Southern Nevada, I therefore, Mayor of the City of Las Vegas, County of Clark, State of Nevada, hereby proudly proclaim July 15th, 2015 as Richard W. Truesdale Day in the City of Las Vegas, asking all citizens to join me in sending heartfelt thanks for the commitment, service, dedication to our Planning Commissioner, Richard Truesdale. Congratulations. And these are things you've seen lots of, but we have something really special, at least I think it's special, for your desk and from the entire City Council and all your constituents, and I'm sure your colleagues on the Planning Commission. Rick Truesdale, and appreciation for your service and commitment as Planning Commissioner, January 2000, June 2015. And so, congratulations to you. And if I might, here we go. Now, you've all heard them for years. If you turn on these Planning Commission nights, they go on till 11 and 12 at night after a full day work. One this morning? Oh, right. You got out. Lucky. Hold on. Here you are.
Thank you. And thank you to all the council members, the mayor, former Mayor Oscar, and the staff and the residents of the City of Las Vegas. I've enjoyed serving as a planning commissioner. It's my hobby. It's fun. The meetings run long sometimes. But if, Esther, you're watching, get back to work. And I really thank all of you for the support you've given me over the years. When I got on the Planning Commission, everybody up here had more hair. Look at this. Come on. I mean, and Betsy was just in high school then. So the staff has been great. The City of Las Vegas is great. And if any of you out there get a chance to do something to serve your city, it is the greatest honor you have.
Well said. Good job. Well said. Congratulations, Rick, and thank you so much. Okay, come on up here. I know your folks, and boy, are they proud of you. I mean, my gosh, are they here? They are. Oh, we're going back to the Omelet House. We'll see you there. And your sister. What a great family the Goins have been all these years. And to know, and both Rick and Commissioner Goins, too, I mean, just the insight they have into what is needed in our community, what's redundant, or what is really something we need to focus on. You've just done a fabulous job, and I'm sure there'll be other areas you're going to continue to serve in. And who was the dummy that made term limits? I don't know. For both you and Rick. So, if I may, and of course, Planning Commissioner Goins is, and I'm going to ask you to say a few brief words. I mean, after listening to Councilman Coffin, Lord, but I know how much you appreciate everything Planning Commissioner Goins has done, so I'm going to let you, but I'm going to ask you brief, because I want to make sure that everybody does realize that again, a proclamation today from my office, proclamation, whereas the City of Las Vegas wishes to acknowledge the tireless and dedicated service of more than 15 years also by Planning Commissioner Byron A. Goins to the City of Las Vegas and the Planning Commission Board. And whereas on behalf of the Department of Planning, the city wishes to acknowledge this great service and volunteerism to the citizens of the City of Las Vegas. And whereas the Department of Planning recognizes the many valuable contributions made by Planning Commissioner Goins to the City of Las Vegas and to the overall professional planning community in Southern Nevada, now therefore I, the Mayor of the City of Las Vegas, County of Clark, State of Nevada, hereby also and sharing it with Commissioner Truesdale, proclaimed July 15, 2015 as Byron A. Goins Day in the City of Las Vegas, asking all citizens to join in sending heartfelt thanks for the commitment, service, and dedication of Planning Commissioner Byron A. Goins. We're just so grateful to you, and thank you, and we give you this. I know your seat also is worn out. Thank you, Rick, for that insight of the worn out. And also, and I just put my fingerprint on here to Commissioner Goins. Thank you so much, and in appreciation for your service and commitment to our great city on the Planning Commission. We appreciate all those hours. And Mom and Dad, that's what you want a child to grow up to be. God bless. Wonderful. But don't go away. All right, I am giving you this. Mom and Dad, come on down here. It's fine. You made this, so here we go.
Thank you, Mayor. And I will be brief, but I would like to not only call Councilman Theron Goins and his wife, Naomi, who also has a school named in their honor. I believe it's the Theron and Naomi Goins Elementary School. But I bring that forward to let you all know that the apple does not fall too far from the tree, because as these two lovely individuals spent their entire career in education, so has their children. Specifically in front of me immediately is Councilwoman Pamela Goins Brown, and I saw your sister somewhere. She's in education as well. Why don't Kim come forward, you and Pam both real quick, because come and stand with your brother. Come forward, Kim. And Mayor Pro Tem of North Las Vegas. When did that happen? July 1st, just a few weeks ago. And so I bring this forward on behalf of Ward 5, and I would also like to mention that Byron was appointed to the Planning Commissioner under the leadership at that time of Councilman Lawrence Weekly, who has now moved on to Clark County to serve as Commissioner for Commission District D, and he served so eloquently under the Weekly administration here at the City of Las Vegas, and he's done such a fabulous job that I couldn't see removing him from the great job that he was doing, and I wanted him to continue to serve in the capacity of Ward 5 Planning Commissioner. And so for that, I reappointed him a couple of times to serve in that capacity, because he truly is a leader and has been always a leader in this community because of the support system and the strong family structure that the Goins family has basically brought to this valley. So on behalf of the City of Las Vegas and the Ward 5 staff, I would like to thank you for providing 15 years of dedicated service to the Planning Commission. Your commitment to making recommendations on various land use plans, zone changes, and development designs was collaborated with the effort of your colleagues on the Planning Commission. to support the growth and viability of our great city. Your tireless works deserve great accolades, and I am proud that you have represented Ward 5 for over 15 years. And so, Byron, thank you so very much, and congratulations to you, man. All right? So at this time, I'll hold this for you. Your mom can help you hold all your awards, and Byron, you can come and stand here and share a few words with us, and just really thank you once again for your service to the community, and most notably to the city of Las Vegas and Ward 5. Thank you, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. And to the Honorable Mayor, distinguished City Council, it is truly a pleasure to stand here before the citizens of Las Vegas today. And it's always been about the citizens for me. And so my service has been to do what the residents want. Most decisions we make affect people's quality of life, but my mantra is, if you walk out your front door and you can see it, I'm going to listen to what you have to say, because no matter what I feel, it's your neighborhood and it's your quality of life. My mother, who began, and my father began their career in education, always want to make the record accurate. So just a couple of housekeeping items while I'm up here. My service began with the city actually 23 years. In 1992, I was appointed by then City Councilman Frank Hawkins to what is called the Board of Zoning Adjustment. I served 9 years on that board. So if you combine it with the 15 years of the Planning Commission, I've served a total of 23 years as a appointed servant to the city of Las Vegas. I've loved every minute of it. Some of the calculations noted that during my 15 years of the Planning Commission, I put over 7,000 hours into meetings. That doesn't even compare to what I did as a Boarding and Zoning Adjustment Commissioner. And when you add all of those up, there's no monetary pay for this. This comes from the heart. It comes from how you're raised in your community. And when you're raised by educators, you're constantly reminded and you constantly see every day of how you have to give back. You see your mother grading papers during dinner. You see her grading it. Everything's about the students and everything's about the community when you're reared by educators, and that just seems to be a natural as it comes over to the Goins family. I'm very proud. My work's not done yet. I believe in God the Father that guides me, and my work's not done yet in this city. This is only a break. I'm going to go back to my daily life of working with the Workforce Board, where I work with what folks term as underprivileged and underserved people, getting them jobs and working in the workforce. I love doing that. I love people. I love my community. And you haven't heard the last of me, but I did want to thank the city, and I want to thank Councilman Barlow, who has represented Ward 5 significantly. And let's just keep it real. Ward 5 is where a lot of black folks live. And we made a point to make sure that we keep somebody that represents us in the office. And that's not to say that we don't enjoy or like other races, but it is important for our young folks to be recognized. And I want to recognize my kids who are here, and I'm going to turn the microphone over because a wannabe politician will speak until the sun goes down. But let me have Joy and Joshua, my daughter and son, come down for a minute. Come on down, children. Usually when you call one Goins, about 14 of us show up. So, and also my niece, Malia Posey, should be on a camera somewhere up in the back. I just wanted to talk about these because this is the future. I'll start with my son, the youngest one, Joshua Goins. Joshua just completed the 6th grade at First Good Shepherd Lutheran School, where he has just finished. He's a scout. He just received his Arrow of Light in Boy Scouts and will be moving on. He's playing football at Faith Lutheran. This is his first year playing football, so he's just come from practice getting here. This is my daughter, Joy. Joy is a 2015 graduate of Vanguard University in Costa Mesa, California. She's also a 2011 graduate of Faith Lutheran High School. Joy went to college on an academic and athletic scholarship. She is the NIAI GSAC 200-meter champion this year. Just wanted to do that. She also is the 2011 state champion in high school in the 100, 200, 4x100, 4x200, and the all-academic team. At Vanguard University, not only was she the 200-meter champ, but she finished that race in the conference second in the 100, second in the 4x1, second in the 4x2, was all conference, and also was moved on to the national finals in Gulf Shores, Alabama, where she ran this summer. So she's represented Las Vegas well everywhere she goes. My niece Malia Posey up in the back, raise your hand. Malia's a graduate of Faith Lutheran as well, and also a 2014 graduate of Howard University in Washington, D.C., where she graduated magna cum laude. Malia has just accepted and is leaving next month for University of Cal in Berkeley. She's going on a full-ride scholarship in journalism and television, and so we hope to see her do great things as well. I have two more nephews. One is a graduate of Bishop Gorman High School, my alumni. Go Gales. There you go. And Bobby is working now with the Clark County School District. And I have a younger nephew, Michael, who is at AMDA in Los Angeles, California, studying movie and theater. So it all begins with education, and it all begins with that solid foundation that I felt that I received and was the reason I wanted to stay in this position and stay a lot, so that when I'm in the community, that kids that look like me understand that the stereotype you get because of news media is not necessarily what it is. You can't frame your life in 10 or 15 seconds of a sound bite that you see on the evening news. You have to get in your community. You have to work in your community. You have to really dig deep, and you have to start talking to the young folks at an early age. And if you can talk to them at an early age and you provide that foundation, you can guide kids to be what they want to be and aspire to be what they want to be. And I appreciate Councilman Barlow for allowing me to stay on. I'd like to thank, and I'll get out of here, I'd like to thank former Mayor Jan Jones, Oscar Goodman, now Mayor Carolyn Goodman. And I'd like to thank the administration for having me be a part of this wonderful city. Thank you.
Wow, congratulations, the two of you, but most importantly, your folks. It's all about their genes. They're holding that little rod over your hand or your head. We know that you will work, you will do your homework, and you will achieve. And I don't care what color or what your religion is, the formula's the same. You got to make sure we pull your fingernails out and beat you to death. You do your homework. Anyway, we're so proud of you. Congratulations. You'll see him more. He's running for political office. I know that. Right? It's in the genes. It's right there. Anyway, congratulations. We're so grateful to you and to Rick. I mean, both of you. Just family of this city and just been the best. This is, I can't tell you the history that's here and the knowledge that's shared so selflessly. It's just been fabulous. And you want a go-to guy, both of them, to find out what's going on, what's the heartbeat in the ground of what needs to be. Thanks, Rick. Byron, thank you. Okay. And for our next item, oh, of course, Councilman Beers, we're ready for you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I hope everybody got a chance to see the classic cars that we had lined up in front of City Hall today in honor of the SEMA conference that's in town. That's what we're honoring, but I'm reminded that although all the honorees this morning are very deserving, there's probably no more patient group than these classic car enthusiasts. One was telling me this morning, whose name will remain nameless, Mike, that he has just spent the last several years restoring his show car and took it out for its first spin this weekend and blew the transmission. So he had to bring in the second-tier car to park out front this morning. And these truly are very patient people that are in this classic car hobby. So with that, if you would all stand up who brought one of those vehicles down here so we can all recognize you. And if I could ask Art Karn. Who had the oldest car out there? Do you know? We had a couple of 1910 era, 20 era vehicles. If Mr. Karn would head down here, we're celebrating the collector car hobby because it has special meaning to the city of Las Vegas. Although this day is celebrated in every corner of the country, the United States Senate has resolved that this is a good thing. Las Vegas has many, many of these car enthusiasts, and we have SEMA, the Secondary Equipment Manufacturers Association, which is a very large convention in Las Vegas every fall. People from all over the country, 140,000 of them, converge on Las Vegas, create a larger than $184 million non-gaming impact each year, and actually some of them probably gamble a little bit too. It's the second largest trade show that we have annually in Las Vegas. That's why it's a big deal to all of us. This year it'll be the first week of November, I think the 3rd to the 6th, something like that. So today we are declaring it SEMA National Collector Car Appreciation Day in Las Vegas, Nevada. And with me to accept the proclamation on behalf of SEMA is Art Kam, who is the president of the Las Vegas Cruising Association. Art?
Thank you very much. And we'd like to first of all, invite everybody to come out and see the cars out there, and we appreciate the City of Las Vegas honoring us with this proclamation, and we appreciate the council. Thank you.
You know, the last time that that car from Back to the Future was parked in front of a city hall, it got pretty exciting. We actually have the vehicle that was in the film. Back to the Future, the DeLorean is out front. If you haven't gone out and see it, you should. Thank you, Your Honor.
I think I got to sit in that car. Sort of awesome. Thank you all. Please come on up to the 7th floor and tour the council offices, mayor's office, everything. We really appreciate your coming down. This is just exciting. And Heidi, you got the pictures. Okay, next. And not by any means least, but really important and very, very special. Councilman Anthony gets to do a wonderful, wonderful recognition.
Thank you, Mayor. I did see the cars this morning. Great-looking cars. I get to recognize the motorcycle riders now. The only thing is the cars are on one side of City Hall and the motorcycles are on the other side, so I wasn't sure if there was going to be a rumble between all you guys since you were parked differently, but it's absolutely my honor today to recognize what's called the Patriot Tour, and this organization supports our men and women in the military who have been hurt or received some type of injury with financial support. I would now like to invite the organizers of the Patriot Tour, two of our own Las Vegas firefighter inspectors, Larry Kussler. Larry, would you please come down here? Give him a nice round of applause. Larry. And Paul Smith. Paul, would you please come down? Give him a nice round of applause. So let me tell you a little bit about the Patriot Tour. Every year, the Nation of Patriots organizes a national effort to pay tribute and honor America's armed forces. This united effort is known as the Patriot Tour, and members of the Nations of Patriot ride for our military to show support, thanks, and pride by passing one American flag throughout the country. The Patriot Tour revolves around a simple concept: one nation, one military, one flag. Each year a flag leaves Milwaukee around Memorial Day, and the flag is escorted along the way by motorcycles as it moves throughout the United States. For the last 6 years, the flag has arrived in Las Vegas around mid-July, and the local Nation of Patriots chapter takes the flag into Southern California, where it continues its journey. Ultimately, the flag arrives back in Milwaukee, where it is ceremoniously retired for that year. At each of approximately 100 stops throughout the nation, a short ceremony takes place where the flag is turned over for the escort to the next one. Each of the locations along the route conduct fundraisers to contribute to a fund where at the conclusion of the Patriot Tour, the total money collected is given to wounded veterans who assist with their financial needs. The Nation of Patriots takes pride in the fact that, this is really important, 100% of the money that's raised is given to wounded veterans, and not one penny is spent on administrative costs. Last year, the Nation of Patriots raised over $110,000 nationally, and guess which city had the biggest donation? Las Vegas. Huh? Las Vegas. For each of the last 6 years, Las Vegas has led the way in fundraising, and last year they were able to give more than $2,000 to each of 14 wounded veterans at Nellis Air Force Base for a total, and Creech? Is it just
There was no recipient.
Okay, from Nellis Air Force Base for a total of $34,000. This year, the chapter wants to raise, with your help, $50,000 to give to recipients at Nellis Air Force Base Hospital. The flag will arrive in Las Vegas this Sunday on July 19th, and motorcycle officers from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department will escort the riders to the Red Rock Harley-Davidson for a short ceremonial before the local chapter begins their local activities with the flag. So on Monday, July 20th, the 2015 Patriot Tour will take the flag here to City Hall. It's going to be a motorcycle procession that will include, obviously, all of these folks over here, plus some more, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and myself on a Harley once a year. And Steve Ritchie, who is a traffic officer of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, will escort the procession and the flag from the Las Vegas Harley-Davidson Center on Las Vegas Boulevard here to City Hall. We're going to arrive at 9 a.m., and we're going to raise the flag here at City Hall. You're all invited. Everyone here is invited.
And how about we send you checks to present that morning? Bring them into your office.
Okay, yeah, if you want to bring checks to my office, made out to the Nation of Patriots, I will be glad to deliver those with my Harley here to City Hall. So if you want to do that, that would be great, Mayor. Thank you very much. Let me, you give everybody all the information when I turn over the microphone to you. No, don't put my address on there. I don't want. So with that, I would like to ask Larry to say a few words about the Nation of Patriots.
Good morning. First off, there has been a correction. Unfortunately, by the time we gave the information to Councilman Anthony, we changed our arrival destination. We are not going to Red Rock Harley on Sunday. We are going to the Fremont Street Experience.
All right. Okay.
We will, as a group, we will arrive at Fremont Street Experience at Slotzilla. For those of you that are watching, our arrival time is set for 5 p.m. I would encourage you all to be there. Come on down with cameras. It's going to be pretty special. And much like the mayor was saying, special events are key to the success of the city. People all over the nation have seen what Las Vegas has done for the Nation Patriots. As a result, there will be people joining with us that day on the ride from as far away as Phoenix. We will be riding that day to Laughlin to pick up the flag from a group bringing it to us from Arizona and coming back here. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department provides an escort. My fire chief is sitting over here. He has graciously agreed to allow fire apparatus to be on Fremont Street. So we will be easy to find. If you can't see the flashy red and blue lights off of the fire apparatus, you'll certainly hear the Harleys as they come in under Slotzilla. In terms of fundraising, this year we did establish a goal of $50,000. We are not there yet. We're getting close. In addition to the donations we take from anybody, the people that you see over here and many, many more just like them pay for the privilege of escorting the flag. In fact, I dipped into their pockets earlier this morning because we rode here. So we have started those donations locally. We will be giving every single penny raised in Las Vegas away in Las Vegas. Nobody takes any money for this at all. And we will do that out at the base hospital in October. Madam Mayor, council members,
Councilman Anthony. We have shirts for you for this morning in the fervent hope that on Monday when we come here with the flag that you'll relax your dress standards just a little bit and be out on the street to welcome Councilman Anthony as we ride in so that you'll be dressed much like we are.
For him last year that he wasn't going to make it.
We put people on either side of him just in case he should fall. Yes, and we were fine last year, so we're good this year. This year we'll be leaving on Monday from Las Vegas Harley out on the south end of the strip, but that's in the county, and so we're going to ride north up Las Vegas Boulevard and return to the city, and we'll do the function in front of City Hall this year once again. We will arrive on Monday morning here at City Hall at 9 that morning. Madam Mayor, as I understand it, you won't be able to be there this year. You'll be there.
It's more important. I already committed my money.
Yeah,
You don't care about me being there. It's just the money. So
that's not
Anthony's getting it.
not completely accurate. On Tuesday, there'll be a ceremony here in front of City Hall where the flag, as Councilman Anthony indicated, will go up on the flagpole. For those of you who would like to make donations, you can certainly be on Fremont Street Experience Sunday afternoon, 5 o'clock. We will happily take whatever it is you would like to give us. If you can't be there Sunday, be in front of City Hall Monday morning. We will arrive at 9 o'clock. Once again, the chief has given us some fire apparatus and a monumental American flag that we get to ride under, which is just so cool. If you would like to mail them in, you can mail them to City Hall. I honestly don't know what the address is for City Hall. 495 Main Street. South Main Street, 495 South Main Street. I'm sure the post office will get the checks here, and my 89101. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Care of Councilman Anthony. Tuesday, we'll be leaving far earlier than most of you are up because we have to ride to Lancaster, California. Well, we try to get across the desert before it gets too hot, and then come on home. Once a year occurrence, please, by all means, Fremont Street Experience Sunday afternoon, 5 o'clock, City Hall Monday morning, 9 o'clock, and you'll have an opportunity to see Councilman Anthony do his annual motorcycle ride.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job.
Good luck, Mayor. This is different than last year.
Could I have our Nation of Patriot Tour motorcycle riders please stand up? Give them a nice round of applause. Thank you very much. These guys, they volunteered their time to escort this flag. It's a great event, but remember the whole point of this exercise is to raise money for our wounded veterans and our folks in the military at Nellis Air Force Base. So please donate if you can. Mayor has said she's going to give me a check for $250. Don't put my name on the check, please. Nation of Tours, thank you very much. And Larry, I would like to present a proclamation to you and your group proclaiming July 20th, which will be Monday, the Nation of Patriots Tour. Congratulations, and God bless all of you for what you do.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Awesome.
Thanks so much. We'll see you on Monday.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'd like to invite you all up to the 7th floor as well to tour our offices, council office, mayor's office. We'd really enjoy showing it to you. While we have business to attend to down here, we just thank you so much. We do have staff up there, but it's a beautiful view to look over the city. And we're so proud of it and so proud of what you do. I know you're going to do a beautiful job raising money for those who've served us so well all these years. So, okay. So anyway, thank you, and we'll see you Sunday or Monday. Thank you again. And I have 10:22 in order to transfer over for the technology. People can transfer quickly, much more so quickly than technology, but we will take a brief recess to 10:30. So that gives us 8 minutes. Thank you.
Sunday, we'll ride the Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday.
If there's recipients for the Neighborhood Partners Fund here, you want to come down in the middle section, sit towards the front, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to resume, and I believe we're on agenda item 12, because I do get off cause. And we have a get, excuse me? You said we have?
But it's for her books.
Okay. Okay. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items, and if anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. At this time, since you'll have other opportunities, we will set the time for 1 minute. And I have cards from Beatrice Turner. Good morning.
Good morning.
And Marvin Coleman and Byron Patuso. And but that does not mean you have to submit a card to speak. So, good morning and thank you.
Good morning. I won't be able to be here this afternoon. And the agenda item 39 that's coming up, that's on 4 Master Lane, where they want to put in the porta pots and opening up this some kind of little office for them to be able to go to it at 9 o'clock at night to 9 o'clock in the morning. You open it up right next door to the mortuary to Thomas and Jones, the mortuary that I'm going to have to use when the good Lord called me on. And, you know, the city can tell you, every time I got to do a funeral down there, I calls them about how they got to come and bleach down the street and clean it up. And, you know, and I don't think that's fair that Arnie Stark would want to open that up right there when he on Charleston and Las Vegas Boulevard, he got that little motel, Victor Village, Veterans Village. Put that stuff down there. We have enough in West Las Vegas. You know, Palms, you got Palms right there, you got Woodlands right there, Desert Memorial around the corner. We don't need no more adding on to what we already got down there with them on the sidewalks and everything. He need to move that somewhere else and not.
Thank you.
Not right there.
Okay.
And the 2 people from the mortuary is here. We didn't get but 1 card, so they're here with me too, so they can speak on the behalf of it because they are the ones who's at Thomas and Jones mortuary, so they would
Okay.
like to speak on this
Thank you, Ms.
agenda
Turner.
item.
Appreciate it, and appreciate your coming down. And sir, please state your name for the record. We do not need an address.
All right.
Good morning.
Marvin Coleman, Southern Nevada Regional House Authority, Vice President at SEIU, Local 1107 for the Housing Authority. I just want to speak just briefly about the layoffs coming up at the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority. The SNRHA vision statement says, we strive to be recognized for leadership, quality of service, excellency, that achieves the highest level of performance, experience, and financial stability. There have been documented incidents of disrespect by the SNRHA management team and the board of commissioners. Instead of working with the employees to negotiate a fair and binding agreement, they have pushed nonsense ideas that the Housing Authority is not a public entity, which has drawn out of this ordeal for over 3 years. We represent 19 developments. 5 are designated senior developments. 5 are designated elderly and disabled developments, and 9 are designated family developments, and provide 2,800 public housing residents units for residents. We're asking the Las Vegas City Council and Mr. Goodman to urge the SNRHA Board of Commissioners to end this marathon of nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. We appreciate it.
Good morning. My name is Byron Peterson.
Oh, Peterson. Okay.
I know.
Sorry.
Sloppy handwriting, but I'm a 15-year employee of the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority. I just want to follow up on what Mr. Coleman was saying, that 70% of the Housing Authority's employees live in the city of Las Vegas, and as many as 18% of those hardworking Las Vegas residents may be laid off before the end of 2015 because of the stalling in finalizing a contract. This will undoubtedly clog the process for those Las Vegas residents who are in desperate need of housing, The employees are concerned that this drastic layoff will have a domino effect on the employees' current and future residents and the city's economy as a whole. Good jobs with fair compensation is imperative to economic growth, stability within the city of Las Vegas. The Housing Authority's mission statement states in part, "We will provide quality products and professional service and be good stewards of the public trust." They aren't living up to the public trust or being good stewards when way more than $1 million has been paid to the law firm fighting against the bargaining agreement between the Housing Authority and the SEIU Local 1107. We are asking that the Las Vegas City Council, specifically Mayor Goodman, urge the Housing Authority Board of Commissioners to end this marathon contract haggling so the employees can concentrate on providing services to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, and I do want you to know that I have been in touch with HUD, and we are in dialogue, but I know your meetings this morning. So
Mayor?
we have already been working on that and have had quite a few phone calls and certainly want everything to be as positive an outcome with an agreement and as soon as it can be reached. So we're not deaf or blind to this. We're really very, very concerned and hopeful it'll all resolve itself well. Thank
Mayor?
you. Yes.
If I may, just before he leaves the microphone, sir, you had mentioned a number in regards to a number of jobs that may be lost by the end of 2015. What number was that you mentioned?
45, which works out to about 18% of the workforce.
45?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's planned for right now. There could be more down the road.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I know that Mayor Pro Tem, you wanted to say something.
You know, Mayor, I just a comment to you. I appreciate you taking the leadership role in meeting with the Housing Authority executives, because I too am moving in that direction as well for the membership of SEIU and the status of what's going on at the Southern Nevada Housing Authority. I probably have most experience on this council, having served in that capacity for 4 years underneath Mayor Oscar Goodman. So with Betsy's help and direction, we will find out what's going on and see what we can do. Thank you, Mayor.
Hi, I'm James Jones.
Hi.
Work at Thomas & Jones Funeral Home. We don't need those parties. We have our business just picking back up now because of the homeless people's there. They was there this morning cleaning it up. We have a lot of people telling us that they are not going to come because of the homeless. And if you put those parties there for the people, we'll never get rid of them. We are losing business. That's our livelihood. But like Ms. Turner say, we're taking care of the dead. If your mother was there, you wouldn't want to come there to see your mother and all the homeless laying there. So please help us clean up down there.
And I would ask you, Mr. Jones, if you have the time, call my office. I'd like to meet with you and Ms. Turner if she has the time, because as you well know, it's been an ongoing issue on Fort Master, and what we're trying to do is make it so that those who need help will get the help, and then the streets will be clean and inviting. So it's more than a dialogue here, but if you'll call my office and ask for Cheryl in the mayor's office, we'll set up a point and I'll bring together some of our nonprofit Salvation Army, Catholic Charities, who are all servicing in that area to try and people to get back to a healthy quality of life. So just if you would call the mayor's office, make an appointment, I'd be happy to meet with you both.
Okay then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else wishing to be heard at this time, please come forward, state your name. All right, hearing and seeing no one, we will move on to agenda item 13. For possible action, any items the council staff and or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. On the AM consent agenda, item 28, agreements regarding Camp Malibu program participation, staff has requested that be stricken from the agenda. Agenda item 44, approval of a tavern license for a change of ownership from Huntridge Shopping Center LLC to Oasis Rainbow. The applicant has requested that be obeyed to the August 19th, 2015 meeting. Agenda item 45, approval of restricted gaming license for Oasis Rainbow LLC. Applicant has requested that be obeyed to the August 19th, 2015 meeting as well. That's my motion, Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion. And please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Agenda item 14, possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the June 3rd, 2015 regular city council meeting. Motion, please.
I have moved to approve the minutes from the previous meeting.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. Thank you. That motion carries. Agenda items 15 through 35. Which were the exceptions on those? I'm so sorry.
Mayor, the exceptions are 28, 44, and 45.
44, 45. Okay. Agenda items 15 through 35, minus 28, which has been stricken. And the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by their departments may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes to have brought forward? Yes, please.
Mayor, just point of clarification, was it 28, 44, and 45 that
Correct.
were?
But this is only 15 through 35, so the only omission here will be 28 in this consent agenda.
Okay, I'm with you. Thank you.
Okay, any other, anything to be pulled, Councilman?
My motion, then, Mayor.
I'm just making sure.
Okay.
No, okay, we're okay.
Would be to approve the consent agenda minus agenda item 28.
8. Okay, there's a motion. Please vote and please post.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Yes, there will be one, 35.
Okay, let's, do we recall that, or? Okay, let's,
Hasn't been posted.
okay, it has not been posted. So Councilman Barlow would like to pull agenda item 35. So let's go ahead and let me read that. All right, hold on. Okay, R 42-2015 for possible action to approve resolution relating to the general obligation limited tax bonds additional secured by pledged revenues for the purpose of refinancing, refundings of certain outstanding bonds of the City of Las Vegas City and authorizing the Chief Financial Officer of the city to arrange for the sale of such bonds in order to achieve interest savings, $12 million general fund, all wards. So,
Mayor, before we hear that item,
Yes.
could we go ahead and approve the consent agenda minus agenda items 28 and 35?
excellent.
That's my
Let's
motion.
go ahead and do that. There's a motion to approve agenda items 15 through 34, save for the 28, which has been stricken. Please vote. Please post. That motion carries. Now we're on that agenda item 35. Good morning.
Good morning, Vanetta Appleyard, Director of Finance, City of Las Vegas. This item is a refunding opportunity that we have. We originally issued these bonds in 2006 for an amount of $18 million. At that time, the interest rate was at 5.6 to 5.9, in that range. We have this refunding opportunity that we can reduce the interest rate to around a 2.5% to 3% level. So we'll achieve well over our 3% threshold in net present value savings on these bonds by refunding them.
Mayor, I would like to move for approval subject to all conditions of this item.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
There's a motion on agenda item 35. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. We are now pulling forward agenda item 40 and heard prior to agenda item 36. Discussion for possible action regarding the Neighborhood Partners Fund, NPF, board recommendations to allocate $55,000 general fund for 16 neighborhood projects, all wards. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. My name is Steve Harson. I'm the Director of Office of Community Services, and this is the annual allocation of the Neighborhood Partners Fund program. Get this going. Quickly, a quick overview. The Neighborhood Partners Fund is a program that encourages neighborhoods to take an active role in their neighborhood by addressing one or more of the following, whether it be physical improvements, public safety, cultural type activities, recreational and or educational programs, including tutoring. The Neighborhood Partners Fund program is it grants up to $5,000 to a registered neighborhood group, which they just need to register with the Neighborhood Partners program with the City of Las Vegas. The funds must be matched by neighborhoods through cash, volunteer labor, donated supplies and or equipment, or professional services. The Neighborhood Partners Fund program has been in existence for actually 17 years. More than $3.8 million has been invested into our neighborhoods through this program. The city's commitment over that period has been $1.1 million. Impressively, the community has matched it with over $2.7 million over the 17-year period. This year's NPF board is recommending 16 projects to be funded for a total of $55,000, but a total match of $145,682. I have with me today the chair of this year's board chair, Cherise Holmes, who is going to give you the rest of the presentation and go through the recommendations that the board is giving.
Good morning, I'm Cherise Holmes, and I am the chair of the 2015-2016 Neighborhood Partners Fund Board, commonly called the NPF Board. It has been my great pleasure to serve on the NPF Board and learn about the exciting projects being planned for city neighborhoods by some very creative community leaders and volunteers. Let's take a moment to introduce the NPF Board members to you and thank them for their participation. The NPF Board is comprised of 6 city staff members and 7 neighborhood volunteers appointed by the council offices. They reviewed and evaluated projects and made difficult decisions pertaining to funding recommendations for council approval. I ask board members who are here today to stand as I call their names. Greg Toussaint, who is actually celebrating his birthday today. Mayor Pro Tem Ross, Ward 6, Christy Kramer, and Larry Schultz, my vice chair.
Yay, Larry.
Councilwoman Tartanian, Ward 1, Kimberly Reed, and Billy Bastien. Councilman Barlow, Ward 5, Tanya Renter-Jackson, I think she left, and A.J. Powell. Councilman Anthony, Ward 4, Becky Skousen, and Beth Boyorsovich, and I hope I pronounced her name right. Councilman Coffin, Ward 3, Felipe Ortiz and Lance Kirk. And Councilman Beers, Ward 2, Vicky Skilbred, and of course myself, Cherise Holmes.
Wonderful job. Great committee.
The success of the NPF program requires strong outreach to the hundreds of neighborhoods within the City of Las Vegas limits. The outreach requires a well-coordinated effort among the 3 neighborhood outreach specialists, council staff, and Maria. We thank them for their promotion made via regular mail, emails, articles written for ward newsletters, and visit to potential applicants. The NPF board members recommend 16 NPF projects for fiscal year 2015-2016 in the following categories: 4 lighting and security improvement projects, 3 landscaping improvement and 3 community parties, 2 entryway signage projects, 1 wall improvement project, 1 park plants and equipment renovation project, 1 youth sports project, and 1 neighborhood mural project. Will the leaders please stand as I call your neighborhood or association's name? Ward 1, Equestrian Estates Neighborhood Association. Ward 2, La Mancha Summerlin. Ward 3, Casa de Luz. Ward 3, Crestwood Neighborhood Association. Ward 3, Crossroads 1 HOA. Ward 3, Crossroads 3 HOA. Ward 3, Huntridge Neighborhood Association. Ward 3, Stupak Neighborhood Success Team. Ward 4, Desert Shores Community Association. Ward 4, Quail Ridge Drive HOA. Ward 4, Summercrest Estates. Ward 5, Cultural Corridor Coalition. Ward 5, The Greens HOA. Ward 5, Westchester Manor HOA. Ward 5, Willowdale Estates HOA. And last but not least, Ward 6, Four Winds HOA. We are excited about how these enthusiastic neighborhood leaders want to creatively use the MPF grant program to address all types of neighborhood issues and make a positive impact on their communities. Our board members would also like to thank Dr. Maria Castillo-Couch from the Office of Community Services for her leadership and support in coordinating our meetings, scheduling applicant presentations, and for making it easier for all of us to do our job. We also appreciate the support provided by Alma Estrada from the Office of Community Services to the NPF board members. My fellow board members and I recommend these projects for council approval.
And just quickly, this gives a wrap-up of what the board's work is this year. This is an annual cycle, so once this is we hope to get your approval, the next cycle will begin in February of 2016. Anybody who's interested in getting involved with this, just contact my office at 229-2330. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you so much. Just a great result and report. And Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Mayor, before I make a motion on this, Councilman Mills wants to make the motion, I want to say this. Director Harsin, you know I say this every year when it comes to the NFP time in regards to the amount of volunteerism that this program creates in our community. So first, thank you to the board who went through all of those applications. Thank you to the neighborhoods throughout the city of Las Vegas that are participating. You know, for our investment, and how tough is it for you to go back to your slide, Director, about how many hours, you know, how much money we put into it, how much money the private sector's put into it. Those are significant numbers of reinvesting back into this community. And so I just want to make that clear to anyone who's watching this or who may want to participate in this. Next year, we've got golden opportunities for you to do things in your neighborhood and make a difference in the lives of your neighbors, and get your neighbors engaged in making great neighborhoods. So I've always enjoyed this program.
It's fabulous, and if I might ask you to go back a couple of slides.
I'm trying. It's not going as fast as I want.
Oh, all right. While we're waiting,
here's the one.
could you give us your phone number again, if anybody's interested?
702-229-2330.
2330.
Yes.
And you will be taking applications in January of 2016?
February
2016. Now, can we go back one more, please? What I'm looking for is the chart that shows match. Maybe I asked you to go too far. Just for those who are listening, and those who are here as well, the match column. When the application goes in that you have a project in your neighborhood, and whether it's homeowners or whatever, what specifically do you mean by the match? Does it have to equate exactly? Is it the cost of whatever that's happening? Could you just tell us?
Basically, for the amount that they're requesting, we ask for a one-on-one match. The match can come through cash, volunteer hours, so we assigned a dollar amount. See, it's moving on me.
There it is.
It assigns a dollar amount to the hours, to volunteer hours. It can be in-kind donations. There's a value to that, or pro bono type work. Our staff will work with them. There's processes and pre-application meetings to help them work through that process.
Okay, because I'm looking at the differential, just either of them, but you see the amount that Casa de Luz has, which I know exactly where that is. Is that largely the volunteer hours?
Yes. A significant part is yes.
Okay.
And that is a requirement, that it's not just bringing a match of dollars, but there's an investment by the people and the community to do the project.
Right. And so I know the council's been very positive about that whole area. And so just to see the difference of that you've got $3,754 of match for La Mancha in Summerlin as opposed to the 19. So that was the clarity for anybody that's here that's looking to enter into this next year. Would you prefer the phone call or an email?
Phone call.
Phone call.
We like to talk to people. So
Okay, therefore this man does not like to use technology.
And I just want to point out, the match is always typically twice as much as what they request. It's very impressive. For example, I'm going to pick on Casa de Luz. For a $5,000 award, it is 3 times the amount of what they're matching in the money. So it's a great program. It's very much embraced by the community, and we look forward to working with more and more neighbor groups.
And it's a testimony, Mayor and council members, to the willingness of our folks who live in the city of Las Vegas to go the extra mile and do great things for their neighborhoods. I just love this program. So I'm going to make a motion, Your Honor, to approve as recommended by staff.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
Before we move forward for approval, and I most definitely support this, I just really want to thank all of the participants who participate each and every year on the NPF board. It just goes to show you that we really have some great, wonderful constituents that are willing to participate and make our community better. And I understand, Ms. Sheree, you've been serving as the chair, is it 2 years?
This is my first year as chair.
Your first year?
Yes,
Your
but
first
I've been
year's-
on the board for 4 years.
I'm sorry?
I've been on the board for 4 years.
Oh, but you've been on the board for 4 years?
Yes.
Okay. And I just want to really thank you and your entire team for your efforts. And just what is your background, if you will? As far as, are you a native here?
No, I'm not a native. I'm a native of California. I have lived in Las Vegas for 19 years, and I have lived in Ward 2 for 11 of those 19 years, and I am a teacher in Ward 2 also.
Wonderful.
Great. And it just goes to show you that we have a lot of wonderful people from around the valley that are, really take this very seriously, but most importantly, feel the need to continue to improve the quality of life of all residents. And I really want to thank you and the entire NPF board for the wonderful job that you all continue to do each and every year. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments aside? Yeah, you can't help it. You just can't
Well,
help
it does seem like Ward 2 Day here at the City Council, I have to admit. I do want to explain to anyone watching that the short number of awards in Wards 1 and 2 is not because Wards 1 and 2 are being slighted in any way. It's because we don't get that many applications. And so I bring this up to encourage people to think about ways that they can apply with their friends and neighbors, or perhaps their fellow parents at a school, because in past years we've seen some excellent applications come from PTAs, at least up in Ward 2, for projects that improve pedestrian control of kids walking to and from school and things like that. So I just wanted to encourage people to think about community projects that they could get going up in Wards 2 and 1, because we need to get more applicants from those wards if we're to keep up with the Wards 3,
I was
4,
just
5, and
asking
6.
Councilwoman Tarkanian, because I know in Ward 1, where I've been living for almost 40 years now, I mean, there are definite areas that would love to participate. So it's great. You've done a great job. We're so delighted you chose to move to Las Vegas, and I'm sure Councilman Beer is thrilled that you have given him another chance for applause today in Ward 2.
She's really cool,
I
Your
just-
Honor. Your Honor, she's really cool because she lets me come read to her kids on Reading Week at her school, so.
Yes. Great. Councilwoman?
I just wanted to say in behalf of Ward 1 that every year I've been here except 2, we have by far had more requests in. And then one year we came in second with the number of requests, and this year we're way down on the number of requests. And what I've found out is as you change officers in neighborhood associations, that sometimes the new group coming in is not as aware. And I just say that for other councilmen too, that I've learned that I have to go back now and go over this, because we've had some wonderful donations. The gentleman we honored this morning, he had applied, and they had a monument stone and landscaping around it, same as the one we have this time from Equestrian. So anyway, I just want to say,
Was the Wesley Stone on, what is that, Valley View, just before you get to Charleston driving north? Was that a Neighborhood Partners Fund monument?
I believe that was. I do know that the one on Mesquite was too. If you know Mesquite, as you're going towards the freeway on
Yep.
Rancho, that also was one of these. So these, we've had lots of good help, and we are very much in favor of what you do. I'm very glad to make use of it. It's nice. They're very proud when they have their monument stone
Yeah,
and
it
all
really
that.
makes a difference. What school do you teach at?
Jacobson Elementary, I'm fourth grade teacher.
Oh, you're lucky. Aren't they lucky to have you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful summer break. And thank you, Mr. Arson. This is great. Did we move and approve?
I made the motion, Mayor. We have not voted.
Oh, we made the motion, we voted, and we haven't voted. We have voted and we haven't posted, or did I miss it all? We're voting, okay. You know, when you have fun, you lose the silly stuff. It's obviously accepted unanimously, and thank you for your service. And please, thank your board. We appreciate the board, everything that they've done. Aren't you lucky? Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 36, report from Wes Henderson, Executive Director of the Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities regarding the 2/15/78 session of the Nevada Legislature. This is in reference to all wards. And here's our president now, former Mayor Pro Tem of the North Las Vegas City Council. We welcome you back, and it's good to see you. Now I know why you're here. I thought you were here because of Commissioner Goins.
No, actually, I'm here for this one.
Well, we appreciate what you're doing, both of you. Please. Oh, and a timeout for 1 second, please. Council, Mayor Pro Tem.
Actually, I was going to wait till after this item because I think it's an item of interest. But, you know, Ms. Fretwell has always done a great job being a cheerleader for our city as she continues to do that. We appreciate that. But whenever she gets someone special in town, we'd like to recognize them as well. So if I can introduce to the City Council of the City of Las Vegas, Neil and his wife Sandy, Neil Sandberg and his wife Sandy, would you please stand up? Come on. We love doing this. They're from Chicago. And their daughters, Rain, Reese, and Riley. Stand up, girls, and yeah. Yeah, the mayor and the city council, and you can blame Betsy on this. These are Betsy's friends visiting from Chicago. You can blame her. We're going to put you on TV today in the city of Las Vegas in Southern Nevada. So congratulations for being here. Hope you had you're having fun, and come back often.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so please proceed.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, members of the council, for the record, my name is Wes Henderson, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Director of the Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities. I'm honored to have our president this year with us, Councilwoman Anita Wood from North Las Vegas, and with your indulgence, I'd like to let her say a few words before I make my presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We're honored to be here today, and we always love when we have an opportunity to come and speak about the league. It's something we're very passionate about and something that we're very proud of. It is an organization that gives voice for cities. It helps unite Nevada cities and allows us to work together. Sometimes that means sharing ideas. Sometimes that means banding together to fight for causes that we believe are important for our cities. And sometimes it's just to get together and get to know one another, both north and south, and find ways to work together. We do this in three particular ways. The first of which is we play a vital role during the legislative session. And I really do want to recognize our Executive Director, Wes Henderson, and his Executive Assistant, Joe Walker, for the great job that they did during this past legislative session, which all of us know was one of the most interesting and challenging sessions in quite some time. And Wes will make a presentation and talk about some of the bills that the League worked on. The other way that we do this is through education and training through various conferences, both at the Nevada level and at the national level. We have our Nevada annual conference this October 13th through 15th in West Wendover, Nevada. We encourage all of you to come. We are going to be talking about some very key topics that are very important, I think, to all of Nevada, particularly to Southern Nevada. We will be having sessions that include adapting to drought conditions, getting along with businesses, how to participate in public lands management planning, keeping City Hall safe, the business of marijuana, and eliminating veterans homelessness. And as you can tell by those titles, there's quite a few of those that Southern Nevada is playing a key role in. And the third thing that we do, and I should say also that we have our national conference coming up in November in Nashville, Tennessee. And though we encourage you to do the national stuff, we certainly hope each and every one of you can make an effort to be at West Wendover in October, because we really look forward to seeing you there. The third thing that Wes has done to really, I think, beef up the league and really improve the work that it does, he has really shown that the Nevada League of Cities needs to take a stand and voice its opinions when important, and that is being shown in the fact that the courts are now recognizing the Nevada League of Cities as a voice for the cities. They are seeking our opinions on various items that are going before the courts, and they are recognizing our ability to file amicus briefs and other actions on behalf of cities in support of various litigation that is going on in Nevada. So I think that's a particular coup for Wes and a coup for the league. So we thank you for your support. You guys have always been wonderful.
We thank you for what you're doing. Isn't West Wendover way north on the border?
It is, but we are looking at having a great time. Our former president, Emily Carter, is from West Wendover. She has been talking to us about her wonderful city for a very, very long time, and we finally decided that we really should go see what she's been bragging about. And Wes, you'll have to help me. I know that they have...
What's the kind of transportation besides your own car? Are you doing things out of Reno, hiring Greyhound?
We certainly are.
Horseback? What are we doing?
Actually, Mayor Goodman, what we're looking at, there's actually a flight out of Reno to Salt Lake City that makes a stop in Las Vegas. So if we can get enough people from Reno to get on that flight, and then have people from Las Vegas get on the connecting flight here, so they all get to Salt Lake City at the same time, we can arrange for bus transportation from Salt Lake City to West Wendover.
And the time from Salt Lake to West Wendover is how many hours?
Well, it's only 120 miles, so it's less than 2.
Excuse me, how many miles?
120.
120,
so it's less than 2.
And the speed limit up there is 80 or none?
It's currently still 70. They haven't raised it yet.
Sorry, it's great that we're all going to go up there and have a grand time, but thank you for what you've both been doing, and I know you just love working on this as well. So please, if you would, tell us what you're about, Mr. Anderson.
Okay, well, I know that you have already received a brief on the legislative session from your staff, and I want to personally thank your staff, Mr. McAnallen, Ms. Martinez, and Mr. Ostrowski. Not only do they represent you, the city of Las Vegas, very well, but they were a huge asset to the League of Cities. And so if you haven't thanked them already, please do so. So I'm just going to very briefly touch on the 3 bills that the League got passed. We're allowed to submit 5 bills each session. We had a bill passed that will allow you to hold the annual hearing on your budget during a regularly scheduled council meeting and not have to hold a special meeting to do that. Mm-hmm. We also had a bill passed that clarifies that revenue that's derived from the residential construction tax can be used for improvements to existing parks and park facilities as long as those improvements are attributable to the new construction. And then the final bill that we got passed eliminates a step in getting businesses up and going, certain types of businesses such as wholesale beer, wine, and liquor distributors and brew pubs and that type. The bill that we passed, the existing statute says even if they're located entirely within the city limits, they still had to go to the county commission to get their approval before the Department of Taxation would give them a license. As of October 1st, that requirement is eliminated. And if the city council approves it, taxation can give them a license. President Wood already talked about our conference, and we are working on the transportation issues because it is difficult to get there. But we encourage you all to come if you can, and we're going to try to make it as easy as possible for you. I would like to touch on one piece of federal legislation that has been introduced that is very important, and that's the Remote Transactions Parity Act. It's H.R. 2775. That bill seeks to close the loophole on remote purchases. If you go online and buy something and you don't get charged sales tax, you're supposed to pay the use tax on it. Nobody does that. The University of Tennessee has estimated that almost $345 million a year in Nevada of owed sales taxes go uncollected. and nationally that's a staggering $23.2 billion. So we encourage you to write your members of the House of Representatives. The bill was sponsored by Representative Chavis of Utah, and Representatives Amodei and Hardy have signed on as co-sponsors. And then finally, Madam Mayor, I would like to thank you personally and Ms. Fretwell for your hard work in getting the AB 493 passed. Councilman Coffin did an excellent job, and I want to personally thank Speaker Hambrick. I met with him before the session, and he said he was going to do something for the cities on this. And he kept his word, even when it meant he had to use one of his 5 emergency measures at the end of the session to introduce that bill and help us get it through. So, thanks very much to him. Thanks very much to you. And I would be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. He's still with us here, so thank you. We're very grateful. Thank you very much. Any
Mayor.
comments, questions from council? Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Well, Wes, thank you. The first 3 bills that you mentioned as being league bills that were passed are good examples, and I'm glad the speaker was here to hear them. 3 little things that the constituents out there probably did not realize. You have to go to the state legislature for permission. And it's just ridiculous why a state that only meets, its legislature only meets once every 2 years, biennial. The cities had to go up and ask for permission to, pee. Really, it gets down to that. And so we've made some great strides with AB 493, and hopefully the speaker and others will carry the ball for additional measures to help us help them and their constituents. So thanks very much for that help. And I'll put in a plug for West Wendover because it's real close to Bonneville Salt Flats. It's the area where the Enola Gay bomber crew trained before it delivered the final blow to Japan. And there's much to see up in that area. It's kind of a hidden treasure, and I know that people would benefit from it, but it's a long drive. And so we hope that you'll go through all kinds of gymnastics to get us up there cheap.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Coffin, and thank you for mentioning the Enola Gay. To me, the meat and potatoes of the conference are the general sessions and the educational sessions, but the social events that we have are also as important because that gives you all and your senior staff a chance to meet with your peers from across the state. And one of the social events that we're going to have is going to be actually at the Wendover Air Base. It's going to be a 1940-style USO show complete with an 18-piece band. So that's going to be a lot of fun.
I was just asking Councilman Ross, there's a great horseback ride in Arizona that I almost got to go on, but that's what I'm thinking from Salt Lake. We'll just get all these horses and make it a trail ride. It could be great. Hopefully there's a great turnout. Anybody who's watching, come on up. So we thank you both and appreciate everything you're doing, and certainly this legislature has really done some really good things.
Well,
so
and we'd like to thank you for your continued membership in the league.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, before they walk away.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If I may.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your leadership. I just want to say a comment about Councilwoman Wood. It has been an absolute privilege to serve with you on the Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities. You know how dear it is to my heart that what we do for the people of our state, and I say state, not just our cities and our municipalities and our GIDs, but everyone we serve. And you've been a great example to me. You've demonstrated wonderful leadership as the current president of the Nevada League of Cities, and I'm looking forward to serving with you in the years to come. And Mr. Henderson, you do a pretty good job, too. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you.
I feel the same, Mayor Pro Tem Ross.
Thank you. And thank you, I think.
And watching this morning that the last of the snow in Boston, the big mound has melted. I know there's no snow up in West Wendover.
That's right.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. One trivial point is that little known fact is that West Wendover is the only part of our state that is in the mountain time zone. Has
Say
been
that
for,
again, please.
It's the only part of our state that is in the mountain time zone.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But while I have Mayor Pro Tem Wood, or former Mayor Pro Tem Wood, Councilwoman Wood up here, I want to mention that she and I serve together representing our respective cities on the Workforce Connections Board. You all received at your desk this morning, courtesy of me, a piece of literature that describes what we do. I just wanted to note where that comes from. And note that folks at home can learn about Workforce Connections by going to nvworkforceconnections.org.
Wonderful.
And she very ably chaired our board yesterday.
That's why she's
Well,
doing this.
thank you. We hope you look at that card because I think the statistics on that card really speak for themselves.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What are they, Mountain Time, an hour ahead? Just 1 hour or two?
One.
They actually have their time with Utah as opposed to Nevada. And I mean, that's one of the things that we've learned about West Wendover that's so interesting is the fact that their television comes from Utah. Everything for them comes from Utah, and yet they're part of the state of Nevada. And it really is a challenge for them to maintain ties with Nevada because so much of everything, their services, their support, comes from Utah.
And what sporting act just was held recently that was blocked out around the country, but it went off at, I guess, 5 o'clock back east? We could have gotten it an hour earlier by running up to Wendover.
Yep, that's right.
Wow. Interesting. Thank you both.
Your Honor?
Yes.
A few people, particularly back east, realize that the width of Nevada, I think, is greater than the distance from Boston to Ohio. And
That
so
is an interesting fact.
they don't understand that we're a pretty wide state, and those guys out there on the east edge don't see the Pacific Ocean very often.
Fountain of information. Now that you've got your handheld, you can look up anything in a second for the most trivial of information. It makes me very nervous. I don't know about the rest of the council. All right, 37, report by Michael Jansen, Transportation Manager, to provide an overview and update on the efforts that are underway for developing citywide strategic plan, transportation priority focus. This is in reference to all wards. And good morning. It is, yes.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman, members of City Council. For the record, Mike Jansen, Public Works. I'm here today to give you an update on our transportation strategic priority. As you all know, the transportation system is so important to our quality of life. It truly is. Many of the issues that we work with your staff to address are always coming back to transportation. They're also a huge part of our economy. Our economy can thrive if we have the right transportation system. And with that, I want to give you an update on what we've been working on for our transportation priority. We're taking a three-pronged approach to addressing our transportation needs for the next 20 years. It's a 20-year plan. And it's a combination of three very important projects that we're working on. The first one is a partnership project with the RTC and the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. It's known as the Transportation Investment Business Plan for the economic core of all of Southern Nevada. And just kind of showing you where that project is, it started in April of 2014, and it's scheduled for completion in a couple of months, September of this year. The next project we've been working on is Downtown Master Plan. That's the plan that's going to be looking at expanding the Centennial area of downtown. It's being led by the Planning Department, but Public Works is a strong partner in the project because a lot of the things coming out of that will also address our transportation system. That project's also scheduled for completion approximately first quarter of 2016. And then the study that we're leading is the Citywide Mobility Master Plan. Started about the same time as the Downtown Master Plan, and we're looking at the entire city transportation needs for the next 20 years. And we're scheduled to have that completed first quarter of 2016. And I'd like to say we continue to have synergy and cohesion with all three studies. It's important for all of us to be on the same page and to have our plans all, if you will, connect together. With that, I'll just show you graphically how those three studies fit the city. The first one is that Transportation Investment Business Plan, and that's the area bounded by Washington on the north, the airport on the south, Valley View on the west, and Maryland Parkway on the east. Our Downtown Master Plan fits right inside those boundaries. And of course, our citywide master plan is all the city. So just graphically, you can see how they're all tied together. This next slide is just reflecting our schedule and progress. And I was here before you giving you a presentation on this effort back in January. And since that time, we've gone out and engaged the public with what we've called pop-up meetings. I'll explain how those worked. We've worked on a needs assessment, looking at all of our needs throughout the city. We've met with our steering committee. We've identified a number of desirable improvements that we think are what we want to have for the next 20 years. We had a quarterly workshop with the city manager's office to look at some of these ideas that we've come up with. We had another steering committee meeting, and I'm here before you today. And later this summer, we're going to have a charrette, I believe, with mayor and council, with you all, so we can look into some of these projects in more detail and get some feedback from you on the one that you think are highest priority. And so that's kind of a picture of where we're headed. I mentioned the pop-up meetings. It's really important for us to engage the public, and we use the methodology that is an informal public meeting. Unlike a public meeting that sometimes we'll say, can you citizens come meet us at 6 o'clock on a certain night? Folks have to take time out of their busy schedules. These were informal, where we spoke with community center managers throughout the city, asked them, what's your busiest day? Is it a Saturday? Is it a Thursday night? And we just set up a booth and interacted with the public. We found some, First Friday, for example. We set up at First Friday to interact with the public. But really, it was to talk to the public throughout the city to find out what are the needs in their area, what are the needs on their commute to work, what are the needs that their family sees when they're driving throughout the city. So it was really a very informative session for us. And I want to give you a couple items of what came out of that meeting. We had some media coverage. Channel 8 came out one night. I believe we were at Centennial Hills Community Center. They came out and wanted to hear all about the Mobility Master Plan. With this effort, we were able to expose thousands of our residents to the study, to the discussion on what are our transportation needs. We had a kind of a long-form survey. Some folks weren't as ready to fill out the long form, but we managed to get 741 surveys filled out by both our website and the forms that we handed out at some of those meetings. But a couple interesting things that came out of this effort. We asked folks, if we had a light rail system, would you use it? And the response was overwhelmingly very high. 94% of folks said if we had a light rail system, they would use it. I think if we asked the same folks if we had a bus, we have lots of buses, would you use it? The rate wouldn't be as high. Folks just aren't as comfortable always using a bus, but there was strong support when we talked about usage of a light rail system if we had one. We've continued to expand our bike lane network throughout the city, and the majority of our residents indicated they'd like to see more of them. Many of our residents told us they use them, and just continued giving us the indication that we need to keep looking for those opportunities for more bike lanes. Regarding bike lanes, we did hear from our residents on the higher speed roadways. They indicated that they'd like to see separation, kind of a buffer on those higher speed roadways, rather than just a lane, a buffer. And I'm going to explain some of the ideas that we came up with to address that question. Folks also love our off-street trails. They'd love to see more of them. We have some that run along the Beltway. We have some drainage corridors that we've repurposed to have trails on them as well. And folks just indicated those are things they really like. We heard lots of little isolated needs, things like some traffic lights they drive through that they wanted us to look at. But all in all, it was a very informative process, and just getting that feedback from the citizens was a great process for us. So we had that information from the citizens, and we wanted to keep delving in further on what are our needs. And to find out those needs, we had to look at a lot of data, things like transit ridership, crash data, looking at our bike network as it exists today, population density, employment density, just a variety of data sets to see all what's happening. And really, what we were after was where people are going, how are they getting there, and where do we have gaps in the current system. That was the intent of looking at that data. Here's a couple interesting snapshots of just how folks get to work. Not surprisingly, almost 91% of our residents, they drive to work, and many of them drive by themselves, a single car, so that puts a load on the roadway network. About 2% of our residents walk to work, 4% use transit, and a rather small percent bikes to work. This is just aimed at how folks get to work, not to say that there's lots of folks that don't use these other modes, but just as how they commute to work. Undoubtedly, a lot of them, they drive, and that wasn't a surprise. I wanted to look at this data at our peer cities. And so I looked at commuting characteristics with the city of Las Vegas, Portland, Salt Lake, Phoenix, and Denver, and just looked at the mode of travel that folks use in those cities to get to work. And as you can see, we looked at the auto rate, the transit rate, the bike rate, walk rate, and the commute time. How long is their average commute to get to work? And what you see at the bottom is the summary of alternative mode travel. City of Las Vegas is about 6.3% using alternative modes. We're ahead of Phoenix. Phoenix is at 6%, but we're significantly behind Denver, Salt Lake, and Portland. Interestingly, the commute time was all very similar. Portland, Phoenix, and Denver were right around the same time as us, 25 minutes, and Salt Lake's was about 20 minutes. And so I just thought it was an interesting snapshot to see how folks commute to work and where we fell with some of our peer cities.
And could I ask a question on that, please?
Sure.
Having been to Denver in the days when they were really putting forth a huge effort to redevelop downtown, at the time there wasn't alternative transit or anything. I wonder, as you look at these other cities that you're comparing us to, what that timeline looks like. Have they reorganized their transportation, and at what time were they in a condition like we were in 4 years ago?
That's a great question, Mayor. I had a chance to speak with some of the Denver transportation folks, and as you'll see at the bottom of this slide, the source was the 2009 to 2013 American Community Survey done by the U.S. Census Bureau. And what I heard from the folks in Denver was, since the last 2 years, they were out building a lot of their transportation system, a lot of miles of light rail, and only in the last 2 years have they actually got them running. So I would guess if we looked at this survey in another couple of years, the numbers would be much higher, because a lot of their systems would be now captured, where previously, since 2009, some of them weren't yet in place. But that's a question, Mayor, that I can speak with my counterparts at these cities and get that information for you to see. Just
because to me, it's what drives everything, and it's saying to us, of course, get this going, and you'll see the change. The people just can't use it here because they live in the suburbs.
Right.
And we have nothing. Thank you. Yes, please.
The only thing is, if you compare us with Arizona, we're so close to every single one. I mean, almost 89 in Phoenix and 90.8 as far as autos, 3.4 transit in Phoenix, 4 in Las Vegas, 0.7 bike and everything. What I'm trying to say is we're similar cities, and that's and they're trying too. So it's a difference that I think might relate some to what kind of city you are also.
Right. It's just a slide. You know, I've been with the city almost 20 years, and I've seen our city grow throughout the city. And this slide reflects our vacant land that's left in the city. And not a surprise, the largest swath of vacant land is Summerlin West land, and out in the northwest, near where Sky Canyon is about to start. And while this slide shows land that's available for development that's vacant, a large swath of that northern land is not developable, because it's going to have our wonderful Tule Springs Fossil Beds National Park. But just looking at what's remaining, this is kind of the expectation is we're going to have those longer commutes, because some of those new houses that go up will have longer commutes to get to the economic core. So they'll have those commute numbers will go up a little higher. And of course, we're going to have outlying areas, but in addition, infill and redevelopment. That's always going to continue to happen. But we are anticipating significant employment growth in the economic core. And so just something to be considered of those longer commutes as we move further out on the edges. So with most of our folks using their cars to get to work, I think the improvements that folks want to hear about the most is just those improvements that allow their mobility to get from their house to their job or to their friends on the roadway system. And so the most important element for the longer commutes is the freeway system. And so we've put together a breakdown of all that we have kind of going on the freeway, and citywide it's a significant effort. I'll just walk through these real quick. The US 95 215 interchange, major mobility improvement for the Northwest. That's breaking ground next week. We had a ribbon cut, I believe just yesterday, for the Fort Apache 215 overpass. In a couple of weeks, we'll have groundbreaking for a Centennial overpass, an Ann interchange, and a Lone Mountain interchange associated with the last piece of the Beltway. That piece of the Beltway is still not the freeway standards. Just recently, the county awarded that project. And so that whole little corner right there, really seeing a lot of changes to mobility. And then downtown, we've all been following Project Neon. Very soon, it's going to be starting construction, and we'll be getting a new interchange at I-15 in Bonneville and another one at what's called Neon Gateway, halfway between Oakey and Charleston. And so those are some improvements along the freeway system that are sort of at that construction phase. We've got a couple other key improvements that are under design. Kyle Canyon interchange at US 95, the planned HOV interchange at Elkhorn, a service interchange at John Herbert and Sky Point at 215. And then we are under design for a pedestrian and bike bridge along the Cimarron alignment at Summerlin Parkway. We've got a lot of other projects that aren't yet in the design phase, but they've been identified. These are projects that over the 20-year period, all of these we believe will be important projects. And just walking our way down is a bridge at US 95 in Grand Teton. We have 3 bridges on 95 that are only half bridges. When they were built many years ago, they only built half the bridge. That's at Lone Mountain, at Alexander, and Vegas Drive, so we'll be completing those 3 bridges. A interchange for HOV access at Smoke Ranch, a pedestrian bridge at the Michael Way alignment, and a downtown interchange at I-15 and City Parkway, I-515, and I'm going to explain that interchange in a little more detail. Then also on the east side, we have the Charleston and Pecos corridors that are heavily traveled, Charleston and Eastern corridors. So we've had identified an interchange that could help relieve some of that traffic at Pecos and 515. And then just on the edge of the city, but one that would help the city traffic, would be the I-515 Sahara interchange. And then last but not least, there's an additional HOV interchange planned at I-15 in the Meade alignment. So from a freeway perspective, we have a tremendous amount of improvements that are for the local streets to help our residents have more mobility. And then we have a couple additional pieces for our alternative mode, and I'm going to explain some of these a little bit later, but we've identified some locations for additional crossings for pedestrians and bikes, one at Grand Canyon. It's a very important bike corridor going all the way to the north. One at Torrey Pines. We have bikes all the way south on Torrey Pines, and another one at the Peak alignment. And again, I'll explain those as we get into some of those alt mode projects. Our residents will tell you when they're on the freeway, that's where they have some of the most challenges. And so we've identified a couple of big improvements that are coming on the freeway system. We're under construction right now with freeway improvements between Ann Road and Durango. That's going to add an extra lane in each direction and HOV lanes. Next year, they'll be going to construction to add an additional lane from Durango to Horse Interchange. The Beltway connection I mentioned, the last piece of non-freeway Beltway from Lone Mountain to Centennial, that's going to be starting construction soon. We're also under design to add auxiliary lanes on Summerlin Parkway, where we have a lot of congestion between Town Center and Buffalo. And then NDOT just started a study for a segment of downtown's 515 system that goes from Rancho all the way to Charleston. And so it's just getting started, and we can't leave out Project Neon, of course. And then we have another project working with Councilman Barlow at I-15 and the frontage roads. So a lot of improvements for those 90% of folks who are driving. These are the types of improvements that they want to hear about, that we're going to help their mobility on the freeway system. The number's pretty staggering. It's almost a $3 billion investment if you add all these projects up. Those are the improvements we'd be looking at, and they kind of run the gamut, those freeway interchanges and overpasses, corridor improvements, the HOV connection ramps, and then, of course, pedestrian and bike. So it's a pretty impressive program that's on the horizon over the next 20 years. I mentioned the City Parkway interchange. 10 years ago, there was a project that was going to reconstruct the entire viaduct downtown. It was known as the 515 Corridor Study. And little did we know what was coming with the recession. And that $3 billion project that was going to go all the way to Henderson was canceled. In that project was a new interchange to service Symphony Park. It was going to be right at City Parkway. But to make that interchange work, it needed the viaduct to be replaced. So that's not on the near horizon. So we asked our consultant team, knowing how important access is into the downtown area, to try to come up with an alternative that could be built much sooner. And they came up with a novel way to provide us with that access. As many of you know, when you're coming into downtown, east on 95, that outside lane forces you to merge. Very challenging. It's probably one of the worst merge points in all of Southern Nevada. And it's one we hear from the citizens the most. Can't we fix that? So our consultant came up with a novel approach where instead of that third lane forcing you to merge, one of those 3 lanes would come down and drop you right off at City Parkway. So instead of it being a drop lane, it would allow you to come down and access downtown via City Parkway. And what that would also do is it'll help out with some of those movements that are occurring when folks are trying to get off at Casino Center and Las Vegas Boulevard. We've all tried to make our way off, and you're trying to fight with traffic coming in off I-15. This would help that situation. And so, again, it's a sort of an interim solution, but one that we think would be great for downtown, and it would just be great to help the traffic challenges that we have on that corridor. And in a quick summary of what we see this improvement doing, provides that near-term additional access for Symphony Park and downtown. It relieves some of those narrowing challenges that we have on 515. Relieves what we call the weaving, where you're trying to merge over to the right to get off, because now a lot of that traffic would actually get off at City Parkway. Doesn't require any right-of-way. This is the biggie. To do any work on the freeway, if you need right-of-way, it triggers a significant environmental process that will take many years to go through. We believe this is a concept that could be built without right-of-way, and our consultant team estimates about a $50 million investment. So we're interested in looking at this option further because it just has so many benefits for downtown and just for folks coming on that stretch of the freeway.
Mayor, before you move forward, if you just back up one slide.
Sure.
The question I have, if you can explain, coming from the Rainbow Curve traveling east on US 95, I believe there's approximately 6 to 7 lanes to include the HOV. And as the closer you arrive to the Spaghetti Bowl, it narrows down to 2 lanes,
right,
which creates a major bottleneck between Rancho and I-15,
right,
because of the merger.
Yep.
Folks going south on I-15 and other folks are basically trying to come under the Spaghetti Bowl into downtown. And once you get out of downtown, I believe it gets back out to 4 lanes, I believe, maybe 3.
Yes, yes.
Going into the Charleston
East
curve.
of Eastern, like,
right.
Yeah.
What are we doing in relation to the Project Neon or other alternatives to alleviate that bottleneck of 2 lanes coming underneath I-15? Because that is a true choke point that basically backs traffic up, you know, in the morning all the way back to Valley View. Help us understand where are we going and how can we eliminate that moving forward into the future.
2 solutions to that one, Councilman Barlow. Project Neon, so as you noted, when you're coming down 95, there's a hard split where half the lanes force you to go to I-15 South and the other half bring you into downtown via 95. And one of the challenges we see every morning where a lot of folks get off at Rancho is that ramp that takes you from 95 to I-15 South. That ramp really has challenges with all that traffic trying to enter I-15 South. There's just not enough lanes there to receive them. Project Neon is going to fix the I-15 connection. They're going to have all those movements separated via braids. So that side of the equation will be corrected with Project Neon. The other one is the piece on 95 where you have that 3rd lane. There's a big sign that says right lane merges. This is the concept that our team came up with, where instead of that lane just forcing you to merge in the backup, you know, Councilman, we could have a sign that would say one of those lanes will take you to City Parkway. And if you look at the traffic counts that get off at Casino Center and Las Vegas Boulevard trying to get into the downtown, that's over 1,000 cars an hour easily that would probably go to this location. And so that's the solution. That's a short-term solution. The reason is the viaduct isn't big enough to collect all those lanes. It's what we call lane balance. There's not enough lanes to handle them all. So one of the lanes is a drop lane. So that's kind of the interim solution that we think would help your concern out.
Not just my concern.
Oh, yeah.
Thousands of others that make that commute Monday through Friday. And so in addition to that, what was the thought process in relation to the, I believe it's the Rancho exit being one lane coming off of 95 traveling east.
When you come down, you want to
When
turn
you're
right
coming
to
down-
go south on Rancho?
Right, to go south or north on Rancho. I mean, it comes down to one lane. I mean, we have so much traffic coming out of the northwest and Summerlin corridor around the Rainbow Curve in the morning, and all of the exits, as it relates to Valley View, Rancho, Martin Luther King, they're all one-lane breaks. I mean, I would think that with the amount of traffic that we have there should be 2 lanes coming off of those to help reduce a lot of the congestion that basically backs up at I-15, to include continuing on underneath the Spaghetti Bowl traveling east into downtown.
Councilman, with the mayor's permission, if I can address that with you. Having served on the RTC for as many years as I have, and thank you, Mayor, for that opportunity to do so. You're a fine replacement. Fortunately for us, Mike has worked very closely with the Nevada Department of Transportation and Clark County in regards to all these projects, but specifically to your question, Tracy Larkin, from the Executive Director, I think, of NDOT, is specifically addressing an additional second lane off of US 95 onto Rancho, because Project Neon is going to be a mess. I mean, it's going to be very difficult for people to travel to and from through the Spaghetti Bowl. So NDOT is already thinking outside the box in regards to those other choke points. Valley View, Decatur, what do those look like for the thousands of motorists that come in from the north on US 95? And I hope you saw, Councilman, the 8 or 10 highway patrol officers on US 95 this morning pulling people over. That was a good thing to see out there. So I hope that answers your question. They're already thinking about that because of the congestion, and you know how far that lane gets backed up because you and I get off there all the time. So I just thought I'd throw that out there, Mr. Jensen. Thank you, Mayor, for that.
Thank you. You hit it right on the head, Councilman.
Thank you.
We actually sat down with Tracy and her team and looked at an alternative to put in dual right turns so that you'd have 2 right turns to help with that backup that you see on the main line. We have 2 left turns. When you come down, you can have 2 to go north on Rancho, but there's only 1 for going right, and so we're working actively with NDOT to address that need.
Thank you.
So roadway connections are important all over the city, trying to fill in those connections that aren't there. And one of the connections that we've talked about is an additional roadway connection to connect the east side of downtown with the west side of downtown, connecting Symphony Park to the other side. So we've taken a hard look at what are the opportunities along that stretch between Bonneville and Ogden. And the first thing that we looked at was whatever connection we would come up with, it can't be just a regular connection, because the architecture of Symphony Park, of the Ruvo Center, of the Smith Center is so important that if we were going to do any type of a bridge, it had to be something that stood out as, sort of a work of art in and of itself. But also, it had to be a bridge that could help us solve the challenges with the railroad. And so both of those challenges we were able to solve with what's called a cable-stayed bridge. The cables actually hold the bridge up, and it allows the bridge to be much thinner, and that allows us to get under that railroad vertical clearance. So this was a novel idea that our team came up with, and basically in this alternative, it would connect Symphony Park over to Main Street, connecting to the Lewis Corridor. This is just one alternative that we looked at. How would we connect the Symphony Park-Lewis corridor back to Bridger? We would use a connection kind of like we have for Clark, where Clark comes down Rue Clark to connect back to Bonneville. And again, this was us looking at what's happening in that stretch. This was one idea, and recognizing how important it is for the type of facility that we put there. Just a view of it at night, it's a type of a structure that can be lit much like our City Hall, where it can be a complementary amenity to that area. But what's most important is the engineering of that facility would allow us to meet that railroad crossing, because the bridge deck could be very thin, the cables hold it up. So this was a fun assignment for our team to say, how could we cross there? And so this was one alternative that we came up with, and we extended this alternative just a block further north. This would be if we just extended it at the Bridger alignment. And so these are just concepts of how we could provide an additional roadway connection between one side of the railroad track and the other. And in this alternative here, this is just extending Bridger another 2 blocks and tying it into City Parkway. And again, I'll just back it up real quick. The other one was extending Symphony Park across the railroad, right outside our door here, connecting it to Lewis, and then making it back to Bridger since Lewis doesn't go through. And so, again, just some concepts for thought, but we know how important continued access is for that stretch.
It looks like, too, I mean, down by Petco Park in San Diego, right there by their convention center, because it's on the water, they've done something thematically like that. But it is a cable the same concept. Knowing that area very well and knowing the length of time it took, which wasn't that great, if in fact this were to go ahead, what, in your estimation in the committee, what are we looking at time-wise for that?
Mayor,
and they're going over railroad tracks too, because they go over the cable car.
Right.
So what?
They might have had the same challenge we had, is trying to, the railroad requires you to be so high above them.
Right, and that pulls
And in
the
order to
cable
get
too.
the bridge up there and drop it back down in time where we have to connect to the street, a regular bridge would give us problems. And so that's where this type of bridge came into play. We haven't gotten that far along through to look at the timeline, but certainly if this was a connection that we thought was a key connection, we would take a look and see how we would make that happen. We've developed actually a pretty good relationship with the railroad on a couple other projects lately. The pedestrian bridge was one that we had to work with them on, and some other safety projects. And so I can't give you a timeline right now, Mayor, but I definitely can look into it.
And the other piece was there was a survey taken, or a commentary that was in the paper, which I don't always read and believe the authenticity thereof, but about the use of our pedestrian bridges. And the Lone Ranger that was walking on it talked about that, whatever. And so knowing that this connects, and as you can see when you go back to the daylight picture, because it's an entity unto itself, is that something that the city and whoever is participating could move forward with it independently and out of context with everything else, assuming it fit a grander plan?
This project could be expedited, I think, is what you're asking me. Yeah,
Yes, that's clear.
I think what Mike's saying is we're doing a lot of design work right now. You've already authorized design work here and design work at the North Symphony Park pedestrian bridge. Which,
Right.
Are you covering that in a minute?
I got that one.
Okay, so not to jump ahead, he's got some renderings of that as well as a result of some of that work. Now what we would do is, once we have it scoped, we would start figuring out the alignment that we do want to pursue, and then we would find funding. That's what we would have to do. So those are kind of the next steps, and we could do that. Part of what we're trying to do, Mayor, is get you ready for that workshop in the end of August that we're working on regarding the whole downtown master plan, the mobility plan, all of those key components of the new downtown plan. We would have an update. I don't know if I would call it a charrette, but maybe it'll be a charrette, but a workshop for council to talk about where we are progressing with all these committees. That would be an ideal time for council to say, these are the things that are most important to us. Downtown circulator, bridges like this that connect Symphony Park to the historic Fremont Street Casino District. Those types of things will be really important direction from you to us in that charrette. What we're trying to do is get you ready for those conversations by having these lead-in conversations at these upcoming council meetings, so that we're ready for that kind of direction. You have the information you need available to make those kinds of decisions.
Thank you. Very exciting. Please go ahead.
Well, before I just, can you go back 2 slides, Mike?
Sure.
That's the one. I want to take that picture. Thanks, Beth.
And I have to add, we're also, working with this goes to private property. It's the Plaza's owners, and Mayor, with your support, we've, working with them as well to have an improvement that's beneficial to all. Again, very encouraging to hear your positive feedback on these ideas. I wanted to stay on the street side of the equation, just for our folks who drive to work, and we've worked on what we call adopting a need for complete streets, and what that is There was a time when we look at a roadway project, we were kind of focused on moving the vehicles. And we've seen how a street like this rendering here, this is a picture of Charleston Boulevard looking west at Bruce. It has very narrow sidewalks. There's power poles that partially obstruct the sidewalk zone. There's not a single shade tree on the corridor, and it's kind of sort of a sea of pavement. It functionally carries the 2 lanes in each direction, but we think going forward, when we do a project, we need to incorporate complete street elements, and that's elements that are for pedestrians, for transit riders, for bikers. And so just to give you an example, just one, what's possible is we could take a street like this section of Charleston, and we could, I think, transform the look and operation of it by having street trees for shade so folks are more comfortable walking. We would have a bike lane with a buffer. There's an example where it's a striped buffer between the bike lane and the travel cars. And then also much wider sidewalks where you're not dodging those power poles. And this is an older road, so it was kind of pre-ADA, so there's obstructions in there. And if we were to come in and reconstruct a corridor like this, we would want to incorporate those complete street elements. So this is just one example. We're identifying examples where there's opportunities throughout the city. I want to just kind of give you an example of what's possible as we look at making some of our streets more complete. So kind of shifting gears from the roadway side of the house to the multimodal choices, these would be the walking, biking, and transit. The RTC has done a wonderful job extending the bus network throughout the valley. This is just an exhibit showing you the local buses and some of the express buses. One that's a great express route is from Centennial Hills Park and Ride. It comes nonstop straight into the downtown transit center, and they have a couple of those scattered throughout the city for those express routes, and just the tremendous effort they've done to expand the reaches of the transit system bus-based. And so we looked at the transit system and looked for opportunities for taking it to some higher levels. And some of those higher levels have already been implemented. They're known as a bus rapid transit. A few years ago, a line was extended along Boulder Highway. Not too long ago, one was extended on Sahara Avenue. We also have the Downtown Express that comes through Grand Central, services the mall site, and goes all the way down to the airport. And those are a higher order. They're a notch above a regular bus. And there's a couple more planned. There's actually one just under construction now to the south on Flamingo. There's one looked at on the Decatur route, and there's also one in North Las Vegas, North Fifth. But you know, the transit system is really only as strong as all of its parts. And so you build it up with all these pieces, and at the end of the day, you can have a really strong transit system. So we looked at this, and you know, we've heard the question, what's the Southern Nevada Light Rail plan? And, you know, as many of you know, a light rail is a huge investment. It's a very costly transit investment, but it's the next notch above the bus and the bus rapid transit. And so many of you, I know, have heard the release from the Transportation Investment Business Plan, where the proposal is to create a new multimodal hub at the airport. They would go either under the airport, or they would use Harmon or Trop, and they would propose a underground light rail system from the airport all the way to Cashman Field. And the alignment that they've released from that study was one that would come up Las Vegas Boulevard, and it would cross over to the Casino Center corridor around the 4th Street split, so that you could have a key transfer station at the Bonneville Transit Center. Again, this would be an underground system. It would stay underground until you get to Bonanza, and just north of Bonanza it would come out, and it would connect to another multimodal hub at Cashman. And you know, the Cashman site is such a potential site, that 56 acres. Having transit connections to that site, I think, is huge. And so we were happy to see a connection going from that airport straight up Las Vegas Boulevard and having a service point to Cashman.
Could I ask you, you know, having been thinking about this forever and ever, what was the response why they chose going that way rather than down Maryland?
This is only the first part, Mayor. I think the next slide, I'll answer your question right
sorry.
here. So this was the first piece. The second piece is the Maryland piece.
Okay.
And so Maryland Parkway project is actually further along. The RTC is looking to secure federal funds to build that system, and they're in what's called the environmental assessment phase right now.
Is
And
that above ground or under, if I might
that would
ask?
be at grade, but it would have
Grade.
dedicated lanes on,
Okay.
on Maryland.
That's what I thought.
And
Thank
the plan would be to connect to that transportation hub at the airport, to come up Maryland Parkway and make its way into downtown. And here's where you see that transportation investment business plan that studied the economic core. These two lines would surround it, literally, to service where all those jobs are, where folks are trying to get to all those jobs. And so we were encouraged with the plan, recognizing it's a very costly plan to have an underground system, but this was the first elements
at it.
of a light
Yeah.
rail vision for Southern Nevada.
But if you went the Maryland way, it would be, as a first step, it would be certainly less costly and is more likely to happen in a shorter period of time, both for that reason and because it's above ground.
Correct. The Maryland line is a step ahead because they're already going through the next steps for federal funding.
Thank you.
So with that first piece of the system identified, we looked at the citywide connections to find out what is the corridor that could best support light rail. Looking at, is it a corridor that has lots of activity zones? Is it a corridor that has lots of jobs on it? And generally, a lot of these light rail systems, they upgrade an existing bus system. So, for example, the Maryland Parkway bus would go away if it was converted to light rail. So we looked at all of our streets, and the street that has the most potential, based on what we've looked at, is Charleston. Charleston Boulevard is the corridor that we believe has the highest potential to support the cost and then get the benefits of a light rail system. And the vision, and I call it a vision because any time that we want to take these types of projects to the next step, if we are going to seek federal funds, we have to keep it relatively sort of at the vision level, where you have to go through an alternatives analysis and there's steps to take. And so this was the corridor that came about from all of ours, where it would link downtown Summerlin with downtown Las Vegas. And you look at what's on that corridor. You have the medical district. You have the redevelopment area that extends from Rainbow all the way to Valley View. You have the medical district from Valley View East. And then you have College of Southern Nevada, huge campus. You have the Boca Park development to the west. And then, of course, you have downtown Summerlin. And out of all of our corridors, if we were to recommend the next corridor to take a harder look at, this one rose to the top. And I wanted to just show you the potential of yes, Mayor, sure.
Isn't that, because I know when I called Mr. Cervantes about all the pebbles in the road, they said that's an NDOT. So does Charleston, does that look to give us an advantage of having state NDOT funds on this, or is this again some...
Great point, Mayor, and in fact, that comes back to a strategy that we're working on right now, working with NDOT, where we're actually looking to trade Summerlin Parkway to NDOT. That's a freeway facility. They're better equipped for maintaining freeways, and we would trade streets like a Charleston so that we would have full control over Charleston. If a developer came in right now, today he's got to get 2 permits. If he came in and we controlled Charleston, he only has to work with us. And so you hit it right on. It would be beneficial for us to control the car.
And if I might just add to it, but I see Mr. Vincent's not here, but Betsy, you probably know the answer. Back east and doing most of the turnpikes, those were all tax-free municipal bonds. Why aren't we able to move forward with, once there's resolution here, with tax-free municipal bonds that really bring great funds back to the investor and allow us to move forward?
There's a whole variety of municipal financing options that we might look to use. There are federal TIFIA loans that these projects may be eligible for that are pretty cheap loans that doesn't take the full faith and credit of the city to make happen. These are very investment-intensive projects that would create a significant debt burden for the city. I'm not suggesting that we wouldn't do that if it was a very high priority of the council, but what we try to do first is use everybody else's bonds if we can, and their financing mechanisms if we can, to get the cheapest rate. Mike may want to weigh in on that, but What we want to do is get an approval of a system like this, and then our staff would go about defining a financing plan, much like RTC is right now for their transportation investment study. So we could use those, we could use our own bonds, but we have to have the revenue sources to repay it. And so we want to make sure that we're not overcommitting on infrastructure commitments like this, and using every other available revenue source we can.
No, I appreciate that. And I think, I mean, it's just awesome when you look to the future, what's on the books right now. Councilwoman wanted to make comment or ask question?
Yes, I wanted to say that when you said there was a rate of Charleston with Summerlin, I believe it was Charleston and Rancho. They added, at least the meeting I attended, they told us that the trade mayor was with Charleston and Rancho for the Summerlin. So we would have those two, not just Charleston.
Correct.
And I also was going to say, I think a lot of the turnpikes in Connecticut, for example, were covered with funding from the state that went ahead and got the bonds. Excuse me?
Okay.
And some of them are tolls.
Tolls.
And some of them are tolls,
Right.
yes, yes.
Thank you. Councilman Ross and then Councilman Coffin, please.
Thank you, Mayor. As we look at this map, I want to highlight for the council and anyone watching and in the audience today, these are regional discussions that need to take place, Ms. Fretwell and Mr. Jensen. You understand that. And when it comes to funding, I mean, just the proposed regional park and ride up and down Charleston Boulevard, I mean, both county and city residents will enjoy that opportunity, both likewise with the other two alternatives to the airport and Cashman Field. So the regional significance of this is important. So it's not just the city of Las Vegas out here on this island by ourselves. We've got RTC. Yes, state funding. How about federal highway funding? How about in 2016, November election, there will be a ballot question to continue the fuel revenue indexing. That fuel revenue indexing of late has allowed the regional transportation and other local government entities to bond up to $800 million plus or minus. I don't know the exact number. That being said, I mean, we've got an opportunity here in the years to come to actually make these things a reality on a regional level where our governments are working together, whether it's through the Regional Transportation Commission or just our governments working together, period, to make this a reality. So I think when it comes to funding, I hope, you know, we're thinking big about that. I think the ballot question, and Councilman Beers could probably help me better if he understands what that ballot question is going to be. It's extending the fuel revenue indexing for a number of years. And I think maybe that needs to be taken off, just extended indefinitely, so we can plan for better transportation for not only our residents, but our visitors as well. We all know we banked 41 million visitors last year to the city of Las Vegas. What's it going to look like when there's 50 million people coming into Southern Nevada? Through McCarran or Interstate 15 or US 95 or what have you. You know, we need to think now for tomorrow. And I think these are great ideas. They did a great job coming up with these
No,
plans.
it's awesome.
And,
This is awesome.
But I think
look at what we have on the table. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. First I have to ask you, Mike, is there another slide coming that discusses the existing monorail?
Yes, I have a couple of slides on that one.
Okay, good. Because to address what I see in front of me, the idea that there's light rail, of course, is very encouraging. I like that. But I don't understand why it doesn't extend across the city. You know, I hate to see things just go to the west and people ignore the east side of this town, but it looks like it's being ignored here. Why in the world wouldn't we be showing rail from Nellis to town center?
It may be coming, Let him finish. We're just doing
Well,
this
is that on the next slide?
Well, give him some time, and then we'll
Mike?
do it again. We'll come back.
Councilman,
Okay.
the Charleston corridor, the number 2 right after this piece is East Charleston. When we sat down
Okay.
with RTC, so we were trying to package it with 26 miles, and that would be certainly the piece coming right after it.
I think you know what I mean. And then also the question of whether you go underground or above ground with the rail along the strip. I don't think the public will buy that. I think they know that's pie in the sky. It is so expensive. It would be a waste of money to go underground in this valley. Difficult construction, existing utilities, and all of that. I just can't imagine. I mean, maybe the people that got El Chapo out of jail in Mexico could be hired for this job. But on the other hand, it's going to cost $1 billion, maybe $2 billion to do that kind of thing, without a doubt. Thank you.
Okay, please continue.
I'd like to
We'll
show you
get
a
to the east
rendering,
side. Please get
because
to that.
This stretch, we're not proposing an underground. We're actually proposing a method that's been used by City of Los Angeles, that's been used by the Phoenix light rail line. It actually, we would reconfigure Charleston, and I'll show you what that rendering looks like. So this was just the initial vision. It's 26 miles, and so when we looked at a first piece, this was how that one came about. But you'll see in a couple other slides, Councilman, we have a piece on East Charleston that we show as well. So the transit system, again, is only as good as all of its parts. Everything has to be a part of it. And so I'm going to walk you through, again, just how we see the transit system evolving from what it is today. And so we've identified that initial light rail transit corridor. We've showed those two transportation hubs on each end of that system. We've identified the Charleston line. How would that line look? So here's Charleston today. So what Phoenix, what Los Angeles, what a number of cities did, because going underground can be so costly, they retrofitted the corridor, and this is how it would fit on Charleston. To make it work on Charleston, we would have to take a travel lane. We'd go from 6 to 4. But as part of the project, the light rail system would be in the center lanes, similar to how it is on Grand Central today. You'd still have 2 lanes in each direction. We would make it a complete street if we did the project. We would widen those sidewalks to, if we go back to that picture, those sidewalks today are really narrow sidewalks. There's hardly a shade tree out there. So if we were going to convert Charleston, it would be a complete street. So we would incorporate the street trees, the wider sidewalk. And so that's what Phoenix did. They took a number of their large arterials and they retrofitted them with a center running light rail system. And so that's much more cost effective compared to going under. We looked at the under for this piece, and it would just be so challenging with a lot of those. The east-west line has massive storm drain systems in it. And so this is kind of a rendering of how it could look. And again, I just want to say this is more of us looking for that opportunity and what's possible. This is an example of what's possible and kind of showing you how we would build the system out.
It's like a dad showing a kid a bike that maybe one day he could have. This is very dangerous what you've done.
Mayor, he's got us all excited now in Charleston.
I can't wait.
And as Mr. Coffin said, going out to the east is fine too, and expanding those bicycle lanes. So I know that I see a lot of people on Charleston and on Alta using the bicycle lanes. And secondly, widening that sidewalk in the medical area so you can get wheelchairs through. Right now, it was a long time ago they built that, and you can't get wheelchairs along a lot of that way.
Right.
And,
Absolutely, Councilwoman. And just to
looks
kind
beautiful.
of keep building off that system.
Can we do it in 4 years?
So we also need those regional park and rides. We have all that development out near Sky Canyon that is going to keep working its way north. We have all of Summerlin West. And so as you'll see in here, complementary to the transit system would be additional express buses from the far reaches of the city on both the north and west corners to kind of get them back to that economic core. And again, this was all working that as a regional plan, not just the city, but having to look at a lot of our residents, where are they going to? They're going to the south. And so regionally, they're a part of it, those express buses. Here's those next pieces, Councilman Coffin. We show the next higher order transit segments. We show the piece of East Charleston there. We show Bonanza. There's a tremendous amount of demand for transit on the Bonanza corridor. So you'll see we also show Bonanza as a higher order transit corridor, and also Rancho, the Rancho corridor. And so looking at a 20-year plan, those are the higher order transit facilities that we see a need for as we would build out the corridor.
Yes, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, what is higher order transit? HOT, what does that mean?
Higher order transit is something other than a regular bus.
What kind of a other than regular bus? What does that mean?
Well, you have streetcars, you have the light rail vehicles, you have bus rapid transit. So you have a higher order transit need. What we're trying to show there is that those corridors have that strong potential for that investment of a higher order transit facility like a light rail.
Well, then I'd like to see a blue line all the way to Nellis. You know, these are all middle-class neighborhoods all the way up toward Sunrise Mountain, and then when you go up higher, of course, it even gets higher income, almost as high as the west. So I don't think that I like any map that doesn't show the whole thing, because it won't be built right. If you start doing it partially, it'll never get followed through. I'm serious. It will not happen. And so, besides, you got I-11 coming, and I-11 needs to have a place on the east side of Valley where people can pile off there and get into the light rail. There's all kinds of stuff that is going to be affected if you don't plan it simultaneously with the entire valley. And I don't see any reason why you can't lay the rails down on East Charleston. Frankly, all the land acquisition is cheaper. Traffic counts are good. But the thing is, it's the kind of neighborhoods. There are no gated communities in the east. There are no homeowners associations. It is good old USA. And so, come on, let's make sure that we start to knit it together from the beginning with the same stuff. I'm not saying do something for this side because you're doing it for the other side. It's common sense to make it one unified line. Do it that way, and I think you'll find more public support. It's common sense. Those middle-class people in that, to the right of that there, between Charleston and downtown, they work up on the west side. Why wouldn't they want to have the same transportation? I think it would be in the interest of everyone. Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you. Please continue.
And so the next element that makes the whole system work is a downtown circulator, and I'm going to explain how that would work as well, where you'd have these various trunk lines that are allowing folks to get where they need to be, and once they get into the downtown area, they would have a circulator system that would allow them to not have to look for a parking space. They'd be able to hop on and hop off. And I've got a few slides I'll share to explain how the downtown circulator would work. And then there's another element that we want to talk to you about today, and that's the concept of an urban gondola, and it connects with the monorail system, and I want to explain how those systems would work. So we have the downtown monorail that was planned back in '04, and in 2005 that project was not continued. And more recently, the monorail company has put together a plan where they are looking to extend the system further south to connect to the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. They also want to add another station at the Sands Expo. And so that system today is in the process of being taken to another notch where it will actually be able to carry even more people.
And it's privatized, correct?
It's a privately owned system. But it is a very important transportation system. It's one piece of the overall transportation system for Southern Nevada, so it's very important. So, but their focus right now is going further south. And so I met with Curtis Miles and talked to him about the project. And you know, just a couple of pieces of information I wanted to just share as we look at the monorail. From the Las Vegas Visitors Convention Authority Visitor Profile, 2014 data. As Councilman Ross noted, 41 million visitors. 10% of those visitors used the monorail, 14% used the bus, and we had 36% of them come to downtown. You know, tons of conventions. As you know, Councilman, we're hoping to see that trend continue to grow. A couple other nuggets that came out of that study was the main reason for visiting downtown. 59% was to come to Fremont Street. And so when you look back to the downtown monorail extension, trying to have a connection to Fremont Street, there is some strong merit to seeing that connection made. Unfortunately, at the moment, their focus, the monorail's focus, is going further south, and their plan is to connect all the convention centers and additional hotels. I believe they'll have 23,000 hotels that would be connected with that extension, and all of the convention centers would be fed by that monorail system. The downtown extension is estimated to cost $525 million. It was put on hold in 2005. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you can back up one slide, any indication from that study the percentage of monorail users who are visitors versus local?
I don't have that information, Councilman, but I can take a look and see if I can get a little more breakdown, if that's possible.
Any information correlating monorail ridership with convention activity?
I think what I got out of it was sort of from the executive summary of the report. I extracted just a couple of key nuggets that I thought were of interest as we talk about that monorail extension. But I'd be happy to look into it further, Councilman, and see if I can pull that
And I
information.
think the LVCVA report would have that for you.
As would I know the monorail company has that information.
Right.
I think they have a discount program for residents to access their place of employment along the strip by parking at the north end of the line. And they've got about 600 people who've taken advantage of that. One of the problems of the system is that residents are not using it very much.
We'd have to find out why. Good survey.
Thank you,
Your Honor.
Councilman Barlow, then Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Along the same lines, and I appreciate Councilman Beers bringing that forward, because that was actually the question that I was going to ask, but more so when you mentioned the connecting of the convention centers. We have Mandalay Bay, we have the MGM, of course, the Las Vegas Convention Center, Sands. I may be missing one or two in between there. Do we not consider Cashman Field to be a convention center?
It is definitely a convention center, Councilman, and I'm more or less just looking at what their current plan is to connect that piece to the south.
Right. And I know that was a loaded question, and I believe specifically as we talk about moving people and not just looking at it from a tour standpoint, but we also have the ability from, for example, the monorail system being that it's in place today and it's easy to talk about it as far as creating lines that will not only move the tourists, but it will move residents just alike. Because so many people have shared with me and others that if in fact the monorail, for example, or something of that magnitude had some formal connection, say for instance at Cashman Field, that will push someone all the way into the South Strip corridor connecting into the airport, I mean, the ridership would basically go out the roof. I mean, so many people would rather park, for example, at Cashman Field and take the ride into the corridor, whether they're going to work or connecting into the airport and vice versa. And I think there really needs to be a connectability into our downtown, because it will help eliminate and reduce the number of trips from a vehicular standpoint and place a lot of us locals on a monorail-like system in order to really, break our hands from the steering wheel that we currently have today. And I believe that's why the number that you showed in your previous slide is 90% of those commute are driving versus using an alternative mode of transportation, and having that conversation of course, according to their plans, they're moving south, but I believe that they'll also have a greater opportunity to target a market that is ready for something outside of getting in their vehicle and driving into that corridor, when in fact they could take somewhat of a monorail-like system into that corridor for work, pleasure, and also coming in and out of the airport as well.
Yes, I totally agree with you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, sorry.
While I have the mic, just one additional question. Do you have the streets that NDOT are responsible for in the city of Las Vegas?
Yes.
You have that in a slide as far as the city streets and the NDOT streets, because I would like to see that comparison to see where in fact we can take more ownership of the streets that are inside the city, where we can possibly exchange for a roadway such as a Summerlin Parkway. I know Decatur, Rancho, I believe, are two NDOT streets, if I'm not mistaken, but I would actually like to be in control of those streets myself from a city standpoint, because we can really improve those roadway systems that currently are dilapidated and highly overused, but we have an opportunity to upgrade those roadways and beautify them much quicker and faster in the upkeep than what NDOT is currently doing today.
I can put an exhibit for you, Councilman, that shows you all the roads in the city. I
If you
have
will.
it kind of in a
appreciate it.
map in my office. I can put it on an exhibit for you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you. Mike, were you with the city when the very first monorail was planned and construction was started in downtown Las Vegas?
It's funny you mention that, Councilman. I started in 1997, so I was a few years after that. But some of our staff, we have one staffer who's retiring soon. He was telling me, I was showing him things we were looking at, and he said we had a people mover that was under construction many years ago, and I was interested in finding more about it, but I couldn't find any documents on it.
That's a shame, because those of us who have been around a while, we know about that first monorail. We know about the embarrassment it causes the community when you build something, including the towers that were to hold the monorail, and see them deconstructed. I tell you, it's frustrating as hell to not only know about that, because it was going to end at Cashman Field, and the library is where the terminus was going to be, there on North Boulevard, but then to see it torn down, and then to see the city not participating in the second monorail is enough to drive the public crazy. And to see that the funding, or at least those people who want to make all the decisions in this valley, would like to see the monorail extended to the south, but they don't give a damn about the north, into the real city of Las Vegas. And I think that's horrible. I don't know why the city 10 years ago bailed out of it. I don't know why they let forces push them out of it. But it's not right. And it's just that those people south of Sahara trying to call the shots on everything inside the city is ludicrous. And we have to do our duty as representatives of this city. I mean, the name Las Vegas is in the Convention and Visitors Authority title. It might be in the monorail's title, but it doesn't go to Las Vegas. And that's a joke. And so I really think, besides my griping about East Charleston, that if anything is done on the monorail, if any package is done, it darn well ought to include an extension north and whatever it takes to do. It's practical, it's so essential, and the public is used to it. So I hope you'll carry that back. I hope the city manager will carry that back to all the people that are discussing these things without a care about the city of Las Vegas, and say, wait a minute, this is crazy. It looks foolish, but the city of Las Vegas is not connected.
And Councilman, one of the reasons at that time when Oscar was mayor was because they were waiting for the monorail to go to the airport. They didn't want the monorail just to go to the strip hotels and downtown. They wanted it to be a site that could conclude the airport. So at the point that would happen, then the invitation to come downtown, and that's why it didn't happen under his service.
Well, Your Honor,
in 99.
it's not. I don't think it's any one individual's mistake. It's just that it's an embarrassment to all of us.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is it was a council decision at that time, waiting for it to go to the airport. So
I know,
I'm
but
sure
the
it's
influence
part of
from
the
you know how it is.
consideration.
The suits in the corporate suites down south of Sahara, they just don't think anything that can happen without their approval should happen, and so they don't lend their support. And I'm telling you, too long this town has just bowed and scraped to those guys. We have to do something to unite the valley in all directions, and this is, to me, the first step. It's up. Public acceptance, and the ridership will increase on the entire line. If they want to go down south to Henderson, I don't care. Fine, but just make sure they knit the city of Las Vegas into this system. Finally, we can do it. And I just think it's a public embarrassment that we're not part of it right now. Thank you.
Councilwoman.
I just wanted to ask if what you're giving to Ricky, if you would send a copy to each of us, and would you also send a hard copy of what you're showing us today?
Absolutely, Councilman.
Thank you.
Sure.
It's so exciting. I mean, you could have had the whole day. You may have the whole day.
I totally agree with Councilman Barlow and Coffin on this, just having that connection to downtown. And so when we inquired about why it wasn't coming through, it came down to this cost, this $525 million extension, and it is a private company. And so they've decided that their next investment is going south. And so what we wanted to do with this study was just to give you some ideas on the downtown monorail extension is $525 million. Is there another alternative that's very similar to being able to carry people to downtown that might be a little bit less costly. And so we looked at people mover systems that are out there to see, is there something that's not as costly as the $525 million monorail? And so I want to just show you some of the alternative modes that we looked at and explain how they would work. They would be seamless. They would basically be systems that would intersect with the monorail station, and you would step off one platform and step on the other and continue on your route. And so,
And we understand this is an ongoing dialogue and you're continuing to work on it, so we get that. And there's always, for every problem, there's always another side of the coin, and that's our job, is to look at both sides at the point that you are pretty comfortable with all the committees with whom you're working, that you have somewhat of a consensus. So we'd be interested. Please continue.
yep, so it opened in July '04, and it's carried over 60 million riders. So it's an important piece of the system.
And it is out of bankruptcy now?
I believe it is, yes. It's to the
Okay.
best of my
I mean, it
knowledge,
may
is.
not be, but it is. Thank you.
So when I mentioned, is there another way to extend the reach of the monorail downtown? Is there another technology that can still carry the same amount of activity and still have that direct connection to downtown? We look to see what are the other systems that have been built across the country. There's actually a system that's been built right in our backyard. This is the automated people mover that was built at the MGM City Center just a few years ago. It's very similar to a monorail. The difference is it's a lighter system, so the entire structure that's used to hold it up is smaller, and it uses a different propulsion system that at the end of the day, it's a lower cost alternative. A system like this, if it was extended from the monorail's termination point at Paradise and Sahara to downtown, comparing it to that monorail extension would be about $350 million. We met with one of the folks who worked on the MGM facility to look at how might this system work. Another system's a brand new technology. This is a system called the Swift Aerial Tram, and it uses an aerial tram that stays below instead of on top of the structure. It's a much lighter system, so it's not as big of a big structure in the air. This particular system, though, is still in the R&D phase. The company that's working on this particular system, they are interested in doing a test, a small test, and they've kind of asked us, would the city be interested? And so we want to talk to them further, but this test wouldn't be, they're not ready for an extension that we're looking for.
As you go forward with the above carriers, just to remember that in New York City, the 3rd Avenue L became a deteriorated, crime-ridden area from its lowest point to its highest point. Bleak townhouses, boarded-up stores, crime rampant. Once they took it down, and you even see the monorail now on Paradise from the convention center going south. That used to be a very attractive area, right off the Desert and Country Club. And what's the name of it? There's a casino there, and it was a very popular walking area. It is not really a very good area. So my only concern is learn from history and do investigate what happens when you have big heavy, you have to put these big stanchions underneath to hold it. What you do to the area on Paradise, and that's why coming down Maryland, where, you know, that's older and there are a lot of vacant pieces, it's a lot different than going into an area like Paradise or going down the Strip, whatever you're doing. But just a point to look at the 3rd Avenue L and what it did when they tore that down. So let's not build something just to have to tear it down. As you just, the point of information, that's all.
Right, Mayor, and that's where we were just looking at these other technologies that use actually smaller structures because they're lighter. And so this was another one that in our research we were looking to see all that's out there. And then there's another alternative, and again, we were just looking to see, since the $550 million investment seemed to be the challenge, what are the other alternatives? And so another alternative is what's known as an urban gondola. This downtown extension would cost $150 million. The sidebar on these is they are much easier to implement compared to those other larger people mover systems. They're much easier to traverse obstructions, and I'll give you a few examples of obstructions that we would have to deal with. And then really at the end of the day, though, we're talking about a system that can move a lot of people. It can move 3,000 passengers an hour on a typical gondola system. And so it's still a transportation system. It's not at ground. It's in the air, so it's not affected by cars slowing it down. And then the other sidebar of these systems is they can actually be a fun ride. So with a lot of the tourists that are on, say, the monorail, it's a very efficient system. This system can be efficient as well, but it also has a bit of a fun factor because it's a smaller cabin. The cabins can be as large as holding 50 people or as small as holding 6 people. So just another alternative. So we looked at this extension to downtown. As this figure depicts, it would be a seamless connection where the monorail ends today at Sahara Paradise. And in order for any alternative to be even viable, it has to be a type where you'd step off one and you'd step right on the other system. These systems come every 2-3 minutes, as does the monorail. So the wait time is very, very low. So this was just one alternative we looked at where we would have a station at the Stratosphere. We would work our way north. I show a station near Clark, and I'll explain how that spur would work. We would have, of course, the big station at Fremont, and then the challenge is getting over the freeway. That viaduct is a huge structure to get over. This type of system could actually get over it very easily, whereas a monorail and the other systems would be a very, very large bridge to kind of get over. So this was sort of a plan that we came up with that could be an alternative, and the spur to the west would be how we would link UNLV's medical school, the premium outlets, the Smith Center, and you'd be able to get on and off one system to go where you needed to go. And so, again, this was just an alternative at a lower cost threshold compared to the other two.
And the other thing, when you're on the ground, at least you can get off and go somewhere up and pick up some other type of transportation where one car goes down up there and the system is down for everybody to say.
Yeah, these are systems that are tried and true. They've been used across the world for ski resorts, for amusement parks, so they're tried and true technology, and only more recently have they been used for actual urban transport. And so we thought it was appropriate to just look to see what it offers.
Everything that's out there, it's great.
So, Mayor, as he transitions, let me just say this, that I can really appreciate the thinking out the box, if you will, in regards to all of the options, right? Now, that's not to say that this necessarily will work here, but I like the fact that nothing's left off the table, that we're looking at every potential opportunity to give us the best idea and suggestion to figure out what we believe will work best in our community. And so for that, I really appreciate you and your entire team for coming up with all of these, what I consider wonderful ideas for us to choose from. So for that, I'm grateful.
Thank you,
No,
Councilman.
it's a wonderful report.
Just the biggest cost in these systems, any system, whether it's a monorail, a people mover, or this type of system, is in the station because it's up in the air and you have to have an escalator and an elevator to meet ADA requirements. So that's where a lot of the cost is for any system that's in the air. And we asked the vendor that built these systems to give us an idea of what would be just a basic system. A basic system is like a pedestrian bridge, just like you see on the South Strip, but it would have the escalator system, an elevator system, and you would come down, and they'd come every 2-3 minutes, and you'd get off. Plus, you'd have a new pedestrian crossing over the street. And so this is just a basic station, just to kind of show you the variety. The next alternative is an interesting one. Some of these systems that have been built across the world, they build the system right into a parking garage. This is one in Singapore where the station is built right into a parking garage where you park your car and you get on the gondola. And so an application of this could be where we could put it on top of the City Hall garage, where you already have an elevator and you have a connection to the pedestrian bridge. So just to show you the varieties, it's very interesting how these systems have been implemented. And then here's another example of a more fancy-looking station. You could have a station fully fitted with solar panels that powers much of the system. But the sky's the limit as far as a basic system or a system that's very architecturally stunning, if I could use that word.
Are these private? The one in Ankara, for instance, is that a private system or is it city?
I believe the city, the cities in that particular area, they got together and they determined that my research was that it was going to take too long to do light rail. and they wanted to get a system in quicker, and so they chose to go with a aerial gondola because it can be built with no, you're up in the air. And so I don't have the full story, but I'd be happy to look into that further, Mayor, if you'd like.
And where, what am I thinking, in the other really wealthy countries, are they doing more of this type of air transport or what? I mean, the more, as Councilman Barlow said, the more you bring, the better to the table.
Just to give you some examples, the oldest urban gondola system is in New York. It's the Roosevelt Island Tram. That's the oldest one. That's been in since the 70s, I believe, to service that island. More recently, Portland built a very nice system in Portland, and then a lot of international countries are building them. I read an article just last week. City of San Diego is looking to connect Balboa Park with I forget the connection, I think the Gaslamp District. They're looking at a gondola. So to answer your question, a lot of cities are looking at these systems because they have a lot of merit. Here's one more slide I have on the gondola, the last slide. I think any system has to have credibility. And it so happens in doing our research that Steve Wynn is building the Wynn Palace Macau, and he's actually building, he's calling it a Sky Cab. And this is a system that is under construction right now. Speaking with the vendor, it started in January of 15, and it'll be operational in May of 2016. So they can be built very fast, but credibility-wise, they're fully air-conditioned. They have, infotainment systems. And so we just wanted to look to see what's out there and just to kind of give you some food for thought. Switching gears to the downtown circulator, cities across the country have downtown circulators where they want to encourage their residents, their workers, their folks doing business, so that when they get to a destination, if after they're done doing their business, they want to go to maybe a restaurant, they can hop on a very frequent and convenient circulator. So we came up with a circulator alignment that would really link a lot of places in the downtown. We did a very quick count. I think we linked 50 to 60 restaurants. We linked lots of population centers, the medical district, of course, City Hall. And these systems come in a lot of varieties. They can be a standard bus, they can be a shuttle bus, they can be a trolley, or they could be a modern trolley. And so what we wanted to show you is how a system like that could really help downtown reduce some of those trips where you don't have to get in your car and find a parking space. You could hop on a downtown circulator. And again, it's a piece of the overall transportation system, not the end-all, but an important piece. And so we wanted to just give you an example of how a downtown circulator could help downtown. Switching gears from transit to the bicycle network, our consultant team, they had their bike specialists came in from Portland and looked at a lot of our system, and they were impressed at how far we've come and how far reaches our bicycle network is. But they came up with a host of opportunities, locations, corridors that have opportunities where we can improve the bike lane network, where we can fill gaps. And I wanted to just, touch base on the feedback we got from our citizens wanting a buffer. One of the corridors, one of the gaps we found is for the east side. Right now we have bike lanes on Washington, but we don't have them on any of the other major streets. And so they've identified a key piece for connecting downtown and the east side is Stewart Avenue. It's a big wide right-of-way east of Eastern, and they identified that as an opportunity to have a bike lane connection all the way to Nellis, also connecting to the Wetlands Park Trail. And I want to show you just an example of what's possible. Protected bike lanes is what we hear from folks. Sometimes they can be separated with a raised median. You can actually raise the bike lane, or you can use a striped buffer. This is a buffer that we're working with Councilman Barlow on Washington. We'll have a buffer out there, but that's what folks would like on those higher speed streets. And so we asked our team to look at a lot of our street network for those opportunities, and they saw Stewart Avenue, big wide street east of Eastern. It would be a great corridor to add a bike lane, and if we were going to add a bike lane on Stewart, we would want to make it a complete street. We wouldn't want to just do the project, the one piece. So here's an example of how Stewart could be retrofit. You would have the separated raised median, which would provide the buffer protection to the bicyclist. And again, just looking at what's there today, the sidewalk's very narrow. It's an older street. If we were to go in, we try to secure funding to do the whole thing, and this would be an example of a buffer.
Mayor, if you will, just real quick. My trip to Salt Lake City, this is what I was explaining to you that I saw in downtown Salt Lake. They're just now starting to roll this out. So we had an opportunity to go on a bike tour looking at their complete streetscape. And they showed us the old dilapidated street, which looked much worse than any of our streets in the city of Las Vegas, by the way, on even our worst day. But what they're doing is they're basically taking it block by block and rolling out this concept right here to complete those streets. So they stated by the end of next year, for example, those dilapidated streets, to include the ones that they're connecting right now, will end up looking like this. And I think that was very crafty and creative for the Public Works Department in Salt Lake to roll those streets out, because that was a big concern specifically for the cyclists in the community, as well as giving the motorists an opportunity and an alternative to riding their bikes, because they didn't feel comfortable and safe driving or riding their bike down a street such as Stewart because of the bike and the vehicle traveling in the same lane. And what they've noticed is in the length of, I believe, like maybe a 2 to 3 mile radius of roadway that they've improved now, they've seen the number of bikes triple since implementing this. And so I truly believe that as we continue to improve our roadways and provide that connectability and that alternative mode in the Las Vegas community, we'll also start to see our cyclist trips, specifically those traveling to and from work, increase as well. I would ride my bike more, and I shared this with you before. However, coming through the very busy streets that I would have to come through in order to get to downtown, I am in a better position in my vehicle than I am on my bicycle, because the traffic is too fast for me to ride next to vehicles coming up behind me or any other cyclist that would take advantage of a system roadway that you're looking to bring online currently.
I'm right with you, Councilman. That's why we wanted to show you what's possible, that this is the new style that's being used to address those citizen concerns. And so I'm right there with you. Another part to kind of get it. Oh, yes. Sorry, Councilman.
When you get back to this street, I'm wondering, where would you put the shelters, the bus shelters?
The bus shelters, we would usually get a notch. We would
But
get
look, how much safer they would be, right?
Oh, right.
Because if you're going to put them on this sidewalk, you could, of course, move them back further even if you wanted to, but you also could make a way where the buses can come in on that, the buses and the bikes. And I think would have a much safer situation. That way, the complaints we've had from bike riders and the deaths we've seen in bus shelters, I think would be greatly enhanced. Has anybody talked about that?
I think that would be a side benefit. I mean, the scope was more to improve the network for the bicyclists, but you would get that side benefit for folks that are on the sidewalk, because now you'd have an additional level of separation. So I totally agree with you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just trying to get our alt modes more used downtown. We've had great progress. I can't drive a street downtown and see folks on bikes more. They're always down there. The next thing we're going to roll out for downtown is a downtown bike share program. This is a partnership with NDOT and RTC. We're looking to try to have this launched next year. And, you know, these have been used in a lot of downtown areas, but they take the need is to have the network in place, and then you can do this type of a share program. So we're excited about this next upgrade for downtown's bike lane system, and just want to let you know that's another thing we're working on. And I mentioned our citizens told us multi-use trails are important to them, and throughout the country, communities try to have those multi-use trails. They're kind of like linear parks, but they're also usable for alternative transportation. And so we asked our team to look at where are opportunities for additional multi-use trails in the city. And they came up with a couple of unique projects. The Northern Beltway, if you're familiar with the Beltway today, we have a trail that runs from Charleston all the way to Alexander. We have a piece that will be extended north by the Beltway job. and we'd like to see the trail loop around at the northern side of the Beltway so we could connect to the Las Vegas Wash Trail, which loops all the way on the east side of town. And so that was one project that they identified that we're going to work further on. We think it'd be a great connection to further our off-street trail system. They also looked at the Cheyenne corridor. Cheyenne, we have this huge 65-foot wide drainage channel out there, and they think there's a possibility we could reclaim a little of that space and have a trail system on the south side. There's very few driveways on that south side, and right now it's not used because it's just for drainage. And so if there was a piece of it that we could reclaim, still handle the drainage needs, it could possibly be a good corridor for an off-street trail because the sidewalks are very narrow on Cheyenne. So we thought it would be good to take a look at that as an alternative. We also have a drainage channel over on the peak alignment. I know I mentioned it to Councilman Barlow, and so we saw an opportunity to potentially have a Cheyenne Peak off-street trail. And there was one other. There's a long power line that goes all the way almost to UNLV. It's known as the Spencer Power Line Corridor. It's just a power line corridor. We think there's an opportunity to partner with the county and have a new connection from downtown to UNLV for walking and biking. So we really like that idea. We're going to take another look at it. And then the last one is Summerlin Parkway. We have a trail along Summerlin Parkway that gets to Durango today. We're actively working to extend it to Rampart, and we think it would be great if we could extend that trail right up to the Beltway, so you'd have this east-west trail system. And so again, these are facilities that our residents just really seem to like. So these are some opportunities that came about. I'd be remiss if I didn't have a few slides on pedestrian safety. And as we mentioned, doing complete streets, any street project we do, we look to incorporate the pedestrian actuated flashers, special timing for pedestrians, curb extensions, the wider sidewalks, refuge islands, and of course some shade so that they feel comfortable walking. And just to end my presentation, I have just two last items on pedestrians. The Transportation Investment Business Plan looked at, there was always a plan to have a pedestrian bridge at the Sahara Las Vegas Boulevard intersection. You see them up and down Las Vegas Boulevard. They came up with a unique type of design, a circular pedestrian bridge. It's been used in some other countries. In Hong Kong, there's a couple of slides there of what they look like. But they could really create an interesting gateway feature coming into downtown. And pedestrians, once they get up on that pedestrian bridge, they don't have to necessarily go down and up to get from one corner to the other. They could literally walk around. And so we thought it was worth taking a look at this. It's a idea that could have some merit for pedestrian safety at that very busy Sahara Las Vegas Boulevard intersection. And then last slide is another connection for Symphony Park. This is the one that we've been working with Boyd Property Group. It's just north of Main Street. I'm sorry, Fremont Street. And it's that parcel at the corner of Ogden and Main. And this would be the other complementary pedestrian bridge to link Symphony Park to Fremont Street. And this was one of the concepts that the team came up with. And with that, really what's next is we're looking forward to that City Council retreat so we can kind of go over all these projects with you in more detail and gain that feedback and direction on the projects that you'd like us to be the priorities to take to the next level. We'll then further refine and develop those priority projects and then seek that funding, find what the alternatives are.
You've done a great job, you and your entire team, and I just hope that Betsy Fretwell, when we get this thing going, gives you at least half a day by yourself, because obviously this has just been electrifying for us. We're going to open a printing mint to make our own money so we can fund everything right away, and it's really exciting, and I can't thank you enough. I know that Councilman, yes, and Councilman Ross was just excited only because he's not here at this moment, but I know I extend that. And Councilman Anthony, please.
Thank you. One of your initial slides talked about, I think 92% of the people like to drive in Las Vegas. Right. And I'm particularly talking about the kind of the northwest and the west travel patterns where they primarily go eastbound and then come back to the north and northwest. I mean, how do you determine what kind of mass transit or this regional transportation system that you put together if nobody wants to use it? Not that that's the case, but how do you know people are going to get out of their cars voluntarily and get into mass transit going from the northwest and the west to other parts. Because, I mean, from what I see, people like driving their cars. They like to drive by themselves. You mentioned that. We put in the HOV lanes. Nobody uses them. The buses that I see coming back and forth, I don't really see many people in those buses. So are you able to talk to the folks that are affected by this and ask them, are you going to voluntarily get out of your car and use mass transit if we spend money on it? So that's, I mean, so I'm kind of curious how you determine that over the next 10 to 20 years. And I mean, it's great to see that you're focused on the roadways and those intersections like Lone Mountain and 215. I mean, that's a big one. So I guess how do you gauge that? I know downtown should be a big focus on mass transportation because there's a lot of people here and you got to move them around. So have you thought about that at all, or?
Councilman, it's all ridership based, and so many of the lines that we showed today, they're upgrades of the Maryland line, of the Charleston line. They're lines that have existing buses on them, and they have very high ridership for the buses. And what we're looking at is if we were to take it to a higher order facility, we could increase more ridership because they'd be faster. Instead of them operating in mixed flow where they're slow, we would look at the existing ridership on that bus line and see that if we replaced it with a faster system, we'd at least have the ridership we have today, but we'd take it up a notch. And so the major investments...
Do you know that for a fact, that if you... Because I'm staying in my car, even if it's a little bit slower. I just like being in my car. So how do you know that that if you do make it a little bit faster, that's going to be the catalyst to cause people to use mass transportation, or people are just going to say, well, it's going to take me an extra 5-10 minutes to get to where I'm going. I'm still going to stay in my car. So I guess that's kind of the dilemma I see. I mean, it'd be nice if more people use mass transportation, but you can't force them to do that. I mean, if they want to stay in their car, they're going to stay in their car. So do you talk to these folks and ask them if mass transportation was available in the northwest area, are you going to use it, or are you going to stay in your car? I mean, do you do that sort of surveying?
Well, the survey that we asked them when we met with the citizens was if we had a light rail system that could get you to work, get you to your destination quicker than a regular bus, would you be supportive of it? And they were supportive of that. But many of them won't want to take the bus because it has so many frequent stops that it can be a very long ride. The best example I can give you is when the RTC put in the Sahara BRT line. They made it a faster line because it now has its own lane to get up and down Sahara. And they saw a huge increase in ridership because it was an enhanced line. And so that's what we would start off with, is what's the baseline demand for that line, and what can we project as far as an increase in ridership to make it a good investment.
Okay, I'm just a little, I just see all these folks driving in their car. I'm just a little, I don't know if they're gonna, if they want to get out of their cars and use mass transportation. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that is going to happen. The other question I had was there's been some peripheral talk about subways here in Las Vegas. That wasn't on one of your slides. Is that something that's come up in conversation on your end?
Yeah, one of the slides I had showed the proposed light rail that would be underground from the airport coming all the way up Las Vegas Boulevard, and it would connect over to Casino Center, staying underground, and it would service the Bonneville Transit Center, and it would daylight. It would come out of ground just north of Bonanza. So that's the subway system you've heard about, is that Las Vegas Boulevard line. And the challenge is there's just no room to take any space away on Las Vegas Boulevard South, so they were looking at either going up or down. And the discussions they had on that stretch, they led to the underground version.
Okay, I'll just keep listening. Thanks.
Councilwoman?
I just want to say, echoing the mayor, this is absolutely excellent. It certainly is out of the box, and even though the finances are beyond reach now, we've somehow been able to make it fit together one way or the other. And I think certainly part of this we're going to be able to begin not so far in the distance. And I want to compliment you and your staff. You've just, not only on this report, but everything you've done so far that I've been part of has been fantastic.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thanks for all your hard work.
Ms. Sparrow, what would you like to add to that, please?
Just real quick, to wrap up, Mike did an incredible job on this presentation. This is the second in his series of presenting, and each time it's taken about 2 hours. When we get to the workshop in late August, and we talk about this and the downtown plan, we're hoping not to have a repeat of what Mike just did, that we will use this information to pull together a decision-making framework for council to be able to begin to prioritize and to begin to tell us what's most important so that we can move forward on some of these ideas instead of continuing to talk about them. But we also need to spend time on the downtown plan, the land use criteria, open space, all the other issues that we're talking about that mobility is a part of. So we're hoping to accomplish both things at that next meeting. So what I've asked Mr. Adams to do is to put together a downtown plan update for council similar to the one that Mr. Jansen just gave you on the mobility aspect of transportation, your transportation priority, and get you a basic overview of where we are on that downtown plan so that we can minimize the number of reports at that workshop and facilitate a discussion at that workshop, if that makes sense. So we will probably try and schedule that for sometime in August, maybe the second meeting in August, and then we'll have the workshop later on in August. So just so you know, we're trying to angle ourselves to be ready for a conversation, not a whole slew of presentations at that workshop. So we're making decisions, not just talking. Does that make sense? And if there's anything we've missed that you want us to tee up for a presentation like this leading up to that, happy to do that.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Because I'm an inveterate collector of materials, my wife calls me a hoarder. I have a drawer full of old plans created by the county and the city with the best of intentions for the last 40 years. My files might even be thicker than the city's own files, I suspect, since our own staff has not been around to have seen the original aborted monorail. So I'd be happy to loan everything I have to the city, and you would be amazed what's out there, what wonderful ideas were put forward 30, 40 years ago, just as we're hearing them today. And I think it's important to keep revisiting the past to make sure that we don't overlook something. I'll do that for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Well, anyway, thank you so much. You've really ignited everything here. We're so excited about it, and all it's about money. So anyway, this was a report, so we'll move on. And for those of you, I'm sorry, first of all, it's very rude for us at the council level to be eating, but we're not taking a lunchtime, so we're just going to eat and go through process. And we feel sorry for those of you who maybe have been waiting since early in the morning, but tough. Not really. I mean, you just have to get used to me. All right, we're on to agenda item 38. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes. It's been such a while. Okay, discussion for possible action to approve settlement of Pamela Taylor versus the City of Las Vegas et al., case number A-13-691909-C, the 8th Judicial Court, $85,000 tort liability fund. And Mr. Jerbick.
This item is in order, and I recommend approval.
Okay.
Mayor, I would move to approve.
All right, thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post.
You went so quickly there.
Okay.
What are we voting?
On this motion on the settlement of Ms. Taylor versus the
Okay,
city.
are we voting before or after that they tell us their side? Or
No, this is the next case.
Oh, you're the
Yeah,
next
sorry,
case.
yes.
Okay, that's what I didn't understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, we're on to agenda items 39, 41, and 42, and I'll read those. 39, hearing and discussion for possible action regarding complaint seeking disciplinary action against Thamer Abid Jargis as sole owner of 702 Mart LLC DBA 702 Mart located at 1468 East Charleston Boulevard, Best Fellas Inc. DBA Super Liquor Mid-Strip located 2301 South Las Vegas Boulevard, 50% owner partner of Shoshone and Jargis DBA Family Food 2, located at 1602 H Street for violations of Las Vegas municipal codes. This is Wards 3 and 5 with Councilman Barlow and Coffin. And agenda item 41, abeyance, discussion for possible action regarding a review of suitability of applicant, approve or deny conditional package liquor license, Best Fellas Inc., DBA Super Liquor Mid-Strip, 2301 South Las Vegas Boulevard. Thamer Jargis, President, Treasurer, Secretary, Director, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Note the license is a temporary. And agenda item 42, abeyance item, discussion for possible action regarding a review of suitability of applicant and approve or deny a temporary beer wine cooler off-sale license, 702 Mart LLC DBA 2, 702 Mart at 1468 East Charleston Boulevard. Thamer Jargis, Managing Member, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. I have a disclosure. Working in my office is the wife and partner of Cornerstone and Shitak, I believe it's called, Shitak property, and therefore I don't know if I can vote on this.
I think the last time we discussed it, Mayor, because it was an ownership interest, not just a property management interest, that we advised both disclosure and abstention.
And abstain. Thank you very much. So from this point on, if you would, Mayor Pro Tem, take over. Hello. That's you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. You'll take over.
Forgive me, Mayor.
Abstaining. It's quite all right.
After listening to Mr. Jury. Staff?
Good morning, Your Honor, Councilman. My name is John Curtis. I'm Deputy City Attorney, City of Las Vegas. With me is Karen Duddleston. We're on, and Jay Brown is here as well, representing the holder of the privilege license under agenda item number 39. I'd like to make a very short statement, which I think might save us all a little time, and wrap this up maybe a little more quickly than I first thought it would take, if I may. Item 39 involves a complaint that was approved by the City Council over a month ago, which was served upon the holder of the privilege license, one Thamer Jargis. Mr. Brown and I have discussed this matter extensively, as he has with staff over the last month. He has not filed an opposition to this complaint, and as indicated to me, he will not be opposing any of the facts or allegations contained therein. Accordingly, under 6.88.100, all the facts of that complaint can be deemed to be true and correct. And at this point, I think rather than put on a presentation regarding that, I think Mr. Brown is going to have some issues with exactly the time frame under which the license will be suspended, both under item 39 and items 41 and 42. But I think as a preliminary matter, if we can simply have the council, I would recommend that the council move to revoke the finding of suitability for Thamer Jargis under item 39, the privilege license he currently owns for the operation of the Family Food 2 Market at 1602 H Street. Once his denial of suitability is on the record under agenda item number 39, we can have that determination made, and then Mr. Brown would like to address the council with regard to the exact time frame under which the license will be turned in and the divestment of ownership in the business will occur between him and the other 50% owner.
So,
before the vote, I'd like to address the council.
well, before you do, Mr. Brown, let me
Sure.
understand this correctly, Mr. Curtis. So you're requesting of this council to, under agenda item 39, to approve that for the revocation first, before Mr. Brown?
Well, he has not filed an opposition. I don't think he has any problem with it. He's indicated to me he will not be opposing and has not filed an answer to the complaint.
Mr. Brown, please.
Okay. All right. First of all, again, Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing Mr. Jargis, who is present. I think everything, that council has said is pretty much correct. I want to say one thing, and I hope he doesn't think I'm sandbagging him. I definitely committed to him today that my client is here today and is surrendering his licenses that are the subject of this complaint. There's no issue there. He's also subject to a criminal complaint, an investigation, I should say, and therefore we're not acknowledging anything there, but it's moot. We absolutely made a promise to Mr. Curtis and to Ms. Duddleson that we'd surrender the licenses, and we're prepared to do that today. Okay? The only thing we're asking, as Mr. Curtis said, that they become effective, the surrender on August 5, and when you deem it appropriate, I'll explain why.
Mr. Curtis?
Yes, with those facts in mind, I mean, we can, the council can take notice of the facts that all the allegations in the complaint are deemed to be true and correct at this point, which I think provides more than enough factual basis for the denial of suitability and the revocation of his privilege license. And I think before we proceed any further, we should simply ask the council for a motion to that effect, and then we can proceed to the relief that Mr. Brown is seeking for his client.
Mr. Brown, do you see any harm in that and moving forward with it?
Again, I just want to make it clear that it's moot, the reasoning. We agree completely about the surrendering of the licenses. No issue whatsoever.
Okay. Then with that, on agenda item 39, Councilman Barlow, Councilman Coffin, either one of you want to make that motion?
I will, Mayor Pro Tem, and it's understood that this is not prejudicial to his criminal defense, and it is not a surrender of his rights therein, or particularly an admission of guilt. I think if legal counsel frames the motion for me, I would be much more comfortable, though.
I appreciate that, Councilman. I would recommend a motion to approve the complaint that was filed with the city clerk earlier this year and find that all the allegations contained therein are true and correct. That'd be motion number one.
You've heard Councilman Coffin's motion. Please vote.
I so move.
Maybe. You did good.
Yes.
And post? Motion carries with the mayor abstaining. Agenda item 41, Mr. Curtis.
Well, before we get to item 41, I want to make sure that item 39, the language of item 39, the motion itself, the council votes on the denial of suitability for Thamer Jargis to hold this privilege license. And I'm not sure that was stated correctly in the record. Maybe it was my fault if it wasn't.
No, I've got it. We need a second motion now that you've actually made findings that were contained in the complaint. You would move, I think based on the recommendation of Mr. Curtis, to revoke the licenses in the that are named in the complaint.
Yeah.
Even though they're going to surrender them anyway, you just need to establish this.
Your Honor.
Mrs. Duddleson, please.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if I might. Mr. Jargis was found to be suitable to hold a privilege license in the city of Las Vegas. Part of this complaint is our request that you revoke that suitability to hold privilege licenses. If you revoke that suitability, he's unable to apply for a privilege license in the city of Las Vegas for 1 year.
Then Councilman Coffin's motion is, are you prepared to make that motion, Councilman?
As framed by the city attorney and with assistance from the head of licensing, I believe that will work. And I don't want to make it overreaching. I just want to do exactly what they've been requesting.
Mr. Jervik, would you please?
It appears there's no opposition to that from the other side, so that's the motion.
Mr. Jervik, you want to form that motion again for me, for everyone, please, to understand
And this would
clearly?
be to revoke the license, revoke the suitability of Mr. Jargis.
Mrs. Duddleson, is that enough?
Correct.
That's Councilman Coffin's motion. Please vote. And post, please.
I think finally we need to address Mr. Brown's issue as to the date of the, that this will be in effect, and I will let Mr. Brown address the council. So
I was going to defer to Mr. Brown and ask him if he would like us to now move to items 41 and 42, so that, or does he want to make three separate arguments?
Let me state for the record, that last motion did carry. Then let's move on to agenda item 41. Mr. Curtis, please.
Item 41, since the council has now found that Thamer Jargis has have denied him the suitability to hold a privilege license, that should necessarily, under items 41 and number 42, result in the termination and revocation of his temporary licenses. And I would ask the council to so move at this time. that his temporary licenses are hereby terminated and revoked as a result of the council's previous finding of a denial of suitability to hold said licenses.
Mrs. Duddleton, would you please add?
In addition, on item 39 in your complaint, Mr. Jargis also holds a 50% interest in a permanent business license that is for Family Food 2, located on H Street. There are a packaged liquor license, restricted gaming license, a convenience store, tobacco, and a wire transfer license. We are requesting that Mr. Jargis, since he is no longer eligible to hold a privilege license in the city of Las Vegas, divest himself of his ownership interest at a time and date certain, and certify to the director that that has occurred, and that the remaining owner file an amended business license application so we know who the new owner is. We bring that back to you. We had recommended that that happen by 5 o'clock within 10 calendar days. If you have another date in mind, that's fine, but we need to deal with that one as well.
Mr. Brown, as counsel.
No objection to what Mr. Duddleton is saying. We'll talk about the dates and all.
Okay. All right, then. I guess we'll need a motion on 41. Councilman Barlow?
Yeah. I will follow the recommendation of Karen Duddleton. That'd be my motion.
And Mr. Curtis, I think they had two separate components here. Mr. Curtis talked about the revocation.
Clarify that.
I think there's kind of two separate matters. Let me make sure we all get this right.
Mr. Curtis, let's make sure your mic is on first. There you go.
Usually I don't even need a microphone to be heard. This is something new for me. Okay. Yes, what I'm asking the council to do before we get to what Ms. Duddleton wants involving the, it's in item 39. You'd like to tidy up 39 before we go to 40 and 40, 41 and 42. I see, yes.
Then back to
She's
30.
right. There's a final thing to be resolved on item 39, as Ms. Duddleton said. We have to have a divestment of his 50% ownership within 10 days of this council's ruling right now, so that his 50% ownership in Family Food 2 will be sold to his partner.
Then that
within
should have
those
been
10
made in the
days.
first motion that approved agenda item 39 to begin with. So,
I don't want to respond to the date before.
so with that, Mr. Jervik, procedurally, your counsel.
Should it be one motion or should it be multiple motions?
It can be one motion.
It should be one motion. Yeah.
Councilman Barlow.
Motion still stands.
And then we will follow your direction, Mr. Duddleton. Mr. Brown, you're going to...
Let's clarify the time. 10 days is Saturday. Okay. So I was going to ask on all of these for August 5. August 1, I believe, is Saturday. So August 3rd, it would be, anyway, even if I go with Mrs. Duddleton's request. I think it's Saturday, we'd have until Monday. I don't see that being a problem. I'm concerned much more about the other two, which I'm asking for August 5, and I think just to be consistent, we should do all August 5. But if you want to do one August 3 and two August 5, I could live with that.
And we'll hear Councilman Barlow. Is that satisfactory?
Well, 10 days is a Saturday, so I mean, we should clear that up anyway. You can't file on a Saturday.
So when you say 10 days, that's 10 business days, correct?
No calendar issues.
We had 10 calendar days. We can make it Monday, the...
3rd.
No. Today is the 15th. Monday, the 27th by 5 p.m., if that's what you want. Or
That's
No. Well, let me back up just for a second.
She's right on the date.
What would it take? Because I understand the other two would take much longer to do, right? To transfer ownership in a business license. I mean,
we'll live with the date.
Would you really need the 5th?
You're right, Councilman.
So I'm just trying to figure that piece out.
Let's leave July 27th, and that'll be fine.
Okay? So July 27th.
By 5 p.m.
By 5 p.m. Do you
That's
agree with
fine.
that?
Agreed.
Okay. Thank you. That'll be my motion at this time.
Karen, did you need to add to that?
I just want to clarify that if it is not surrendered by 5 p.m., that the director would then suspend those licenses and bring that license back to the city council for disciplinary action for having a principal on that license that is not suitable to hold a privileged license.
And we'll make that notation in Councilman Barlow's motion. There's been a motion made. Please vote.
With that amendment.
I have a question.
You got it, Councilman.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead, Councilman.
Oh, thank you. The only concern I have is to make sure that there is not spillover onto the other people who own pieces of this business. And should there be a failure to perform by 5 p.m. on the 27th, that when you mentioned revocation at that time,
We have mentioned that suspended, they would have to cease their alcohol sales, and we would put it on the next council agenda for this body to decide what to do at that point.
all right, does that mean they would be out of business for a period of time before the next council meeting, or before we could post an agenda?
I think just no liquor. I stand
It
corrected.
would be the privilege licenses, the liquor and gaming that would have to cease operations. The store could continue to operate.
Well,
Would
we
be the
have
privilege
we have
license.
partners that are recognizably capable and qualified to continue to hold their licenses. I just want to make sure that we don't, by chance, burden the other partners who are held harmless on this in these businesses. So if this is just 1468 Charleston, I'm okay with that. But if it's all the others, you see.
Family Foods.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Well, then I'm worried about the other. So I want to make sure that it is clear that there will not be spillover on the others.
Correct.
We're not to those yet, quite, Councilman.
Okay, now that we've got that cleared up, Councilman Coffin, Councilman Barlow, you satisfied? Please post.
Yes, my motion still stands.
Please post. Motion carries, with the mayor abstaining. Are we prepared to go on now?
Yes, to item 41.
Mr. Curtis.
Councilman, yes. Item 41, of course, involves Mid-Strip Liquor at 2301 South Las Vegas Boulevard. By its own terms, this temporary license expired on June 15th of this past June, a month ago. But based on the denial now, the finding of non-suitability, and the revocation of his privilege license and his right to hold a privilege license in the city of Las Vegas, we would ask the council now and recommend that the council accept the terms of the complaint, which have already been deemed as true and correct, and find that Thamer Jardy's application for any permanent license is denied, and it is terminated and revoked as of this day. Furthermore, we would ask, we would ask, staff is asking that as part of the motion that once he is revoked, denied and revoked as of today, that his business, he has 24 hours to vacate the premises and divest himself of the business.
Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. There are 3 licenses at this location, temporary packaged liquor, general retail, and tobacco. We would request that those permanent licenses, permanent privilege license be denied, and we revoke the general retail and tobacco license, and that we request that the business operations cease and close within 24 hours.
Mr. Brown.
Yes. We would like to surrender the licenses on effective August 5. Mr. Jargis is making this request in order that he may try to transfer, have the opportunity at least to try to transfer these to a third party, an arm's length transaction and a smooth transition. If you take the beer and wine liquor out, they're closed. They're in breach of their lease, and it's not a going concern. He can't sell it. The landlord holds him in default. Now, we want to just make it effective on August 5. If he cannot sell it to the satisfaction of business licensing, and he has to get a suitable purchaser by that date, all right, that place closes, or at least from the liquor standpoint, and he knows he's through on August 5. Whether he finds a buyer or he doesn't find a buyer, he is through on August 5. He's just asking for that opportunity on both the locations. We'll just handle this one first. But,
okay. I think Ms. Duddleston would like to add to that. Ms. Duddleston?
Mayor Pro Tem, we just want to make it clear that these are temporary licenses. This is not an asset. These have not been granted by the City Council. When you get a temporary license, it is totally at your own financial risk. They are not transferable. So whether this business ceases operation tomorrow or on the 5th, those assets of the business can be sold at any time by Mr. Jargis. These licenses cannot be transferred.
Thank you. Are there any comments or
I have
questions?
a question.
Councilman Coffin.
I have a question on that. Yeah, what about the general retail license? That's not privileged.
Correct. Those applications come in as new. The business sells, but a new person just applies for a license, and a general retail license can be applied for online. So can a tobacco license. They can be issued fairly readily. So a new business would buy, a new business entity could buy a business. They're basically buying the lease, the inventory, whatever else is associated with that business, they apply for their own licenses.
You know, Your Honor,
It's
I'm
only those
inclined,
assets that
I'm inclined to give them that extra week to the August 5th, and the reason is for an orderly disposition of a business. You know, it seems like there's an error here in the operation of this business. There is no question that there's something wrong about selling spice through any kind of a business, whether it's privileged or not. But I think it's unquestionable this person is marked, and it will always be remembered. And highly unlikely that that person's going to qualify for another license with this kind of record. So I would give them till August 5 to wind up.
Why don't you make that motion then clear?
It is my motion. That is my motion.
Would be
to allow, to require that they be surrendered by August 5th, closed. If not, and of course, they could be in line.
Ms. Nelson, would you repeat the findings, please, in agenda item 41?
The findings, we have a temporary package liquor license, a general retail, and a tobacco license. We're asking that the permanent license for temporary package liquor be denied by the City Council, and that the general retail and the tobacco license be revoked.
To August 5th per Councilman Coffin.
I need to jump in. I'm sorry, I need to jump in. I hate to do this. Item 41 and 42 are very, very limited. They have nothing to do with the retail licenses or any other licenses. The only thing you can do under 41 and 42, which are not connected to the complaint, is completely separate. What you do in the complaint is you set the date, and you can do other things besides those licenses. But under 41, it's discussion of possible action regarding a review of suitability. So the motion would be to deny suitability, and then if you would like to deny the conditional package liquor license. That's what that is agendaed for. And so if you're going to take a motion on item 41, you need to limit it just to that. That is in the agenda.
Councilman, do you need help forming that motion?
Yes, I do, because it's bifurcated or trifurcated. We've got three different ways to go on one.
Let's follow our
Legal counsel guidance on that, assuming that the intent, my intent certainly, counsel, is to, at some point or another, try to keep the business open as a going concern in order that the residents who, do patronize it and the landlord who is renting this doesn't get hit hard for these kinds of things. It's not their fault. So I'm just hoping to give it, not a death penalty until August 5.
If I ask a question, Councilman, your intention is to leave the business open but not have the packaged liquor?
Yes.
Leave the business open until August 5? Okay. If
Yes.
you take a motion...
No, my request is, we're only talking about liquor. My request, if that store doesn't have liquor on Las Vegas Boulevard, that store is closed. It really has no other products. I'm suggesting that we keep everything until August 5 on those two stores. That's what I'm asking.
And that is my motion then. Thank you for correcting that. You're right.
Okay.
At that location, it would be dead.
Your motion then would be to deny suitability till August 5th. Is that correct?
It would be to deny suitability and to deny the conditional packaged liquor license effective August 5th.
Yes.
Just need to be clear on the motion for the record. That's Councilman Coffin's motion. Please vote. And post, please. Oh, you did it. It showed. Motion passes. Agenda item 42, Mr. Curtis.
Now, item 42 is is going to be the easiest thing we do, since it's basically a mirror image of item 41. Since with one caveat, I would point out that 702 March, which is set to expire, it's a temporary license set to expire on August the 13th of this year, was the actual store in which the narcotics were being sold. So that's where to save the council time, we have both staff here and Metro here to go through the terms of the arrest. I don't think it's necessary, since they're not contesting the complaint. But that's where the actual spice was sold. Quite a bit of it, in fact, over 25 pounds was seized, about 5 of which was actually a controlled substance. But the motion would then be the same, to deny suitability based upon the findings in the complaint, and to revoke his temporary license. With this, I'm sure Mr. Brown would be making the same argument about the time frame to be left open for the business.
August 5 would be our request for that as well.
May I ask a question? Didn't you just indicate that the conditional license expires August 1st?
13th.
13th, okay, fine. I'm sorry, my misunderstanding.
Councilman Coffin, is that your motion? There's a motion. Please vote. And vote. And post, please. Mine's not working good either.
4 times. There's mine again. Oh, I'm abstained. I can't get it to work.
You got it? Post, please. Motion passes. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Mayor, if I may, could I ask for 1 minute of, I know we're running late today. One thing. First of all, the council today has been very generous in its kudos and its praise for so many people. And I think it's only fair that I point out to the council and also take advantage of this moment to endear myself with the licensing director to say I left these chambers at 12:40 this morning because I went to the Planning Commission meeting last night.
Oh, my.
There were a number of items that were still going on after I left. And when I left, the business license director was still here. And while I'm giving credit where credit is due, I see the planning director sitting here too. Wee hours of the morning. So I want to endear myself to him as well.
Okay.
And for those on the council and those watching, if that doesn't give me a leg up on Mr. Kemfer, I don't know what will. With two of the most important people in the city.
I was worried why you were so pale. Karen looks just great. Mr. Kemfer's so far back there, I can't even see him. Anyway, thank you all.
Mayor,
Thank you very much.
Before you move on to the next item, Mayor, if you'd indulge me for one moment.
Yes.
I'd like to recognize United States Air Force Major Derek Plymate in the back there. Derek, come on up here if you would, please. Soon to retire, United States Air Force Major. He's one of my constituents. I just want to pick on him a
Is
little
he
bit.
one of your Eagle Scouts?
No, he's far beyond that. He's a major.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you an Eagle Scout?
I was an Eagle Scout,
See,
Mayor.
I knew it. I could tell. Wonderful. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank
Derek,
you.
anything you want to add to our great city council meeting today?
Fabulous, fabulous meeting.
Thanks for being here. We appreciate
Thank
your
you.
service to our country and keep up the
Thank
good
you.
work.
Thank you for
Thank
the
you.
recognition. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Did I know? See, I knew it. I just knew it.
You're good.
Okay, agenda item, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We're on to agenda item 43.
Yes.
Okay, discussion for possible action regarding the approval of packaged liquor license for change of ownership from Brown Mail, Inc. to Satguru Group Investments, Inc., DBA Corner Convenience Store at 8251 West Charleston Boulevard. This is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. And welcome back.
Thank you.
Boy, you really did hold up well. If you were here till 1:15 or whatever and got up.
It was a long day.
No young babies, though, at home, so,
No.
okay.
This item is in order for your approval, Your Honor. This is a packaged liquor license. The City Council adopted a moratorium on packaged liquor. This application is a change of ownership at its current location. That SUP and land use was adopted well before the moratorium was in place by the City Council. We recommend approval.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman.
Well, as usual, Karen's exactly right, and this avoids any problems because it is before the moratorium, and also it's only a change of ownership. So I move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 43. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda items 44 and 45 have been obeyed to the August 19th. Okay. So we're on to agenda item number 46, discussion for possible action regarding the approval of a packaged liquor license, The Chapel, LLC, DBA Chapel of the Flowers at 1717 South Las Vegas Boulevard. This is Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin, and onward.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is also a packaged liquor license. The land use approvals were all completed prior to the moratorium instituted by the City Council. With the conditions that are noted in your backup, it is in order for your approval.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin? Hello?
Your Honor, we have approved this already, and I'm not quite sure. I think, I suppose Karen's explanation that it would be exempt from the moratorium is correct. And I think you wanted to show the record to show that, in fact, this was granted before the moratorium started. Is that correct?
Your Honor, if I might respond, you approved a beer wine on sale license, and then the organization requested land use for packaged liquor at this location. So this is a different business license. This is a packaged liquor license.
All right, but we had a discussion on it. Yes, okay. I now move for approval of item 46.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 46. Please vote and please post. And Councilwoman step down. And that motion carries. Thank you very much, Ms. Duddleston.
Your Honor, if I might just thank Karen as well, and thank Councilman and thank the council. I'd also like to explain that I do not have to endear myself to either Karen or the planning director, because I rarely have the same facts that Mr. Brown has when he appears in front of you.
Is he still here? Did you hear that, Mr. Brown?
Anyway, no.
And you look much too healthy. He did look sort of, pale.
He was working all night.
Right. But you feel
anyway,
great.
Thank you. I wanted to especially thank the councilman. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comments. Okay, agenda item 47, discussion for possible action regarding the conversion of Main Street and Commerce Street between Oakey and Garces Avenue and Oakey Boulevard between Commerce Street and Main Street from two-way streets to one-way streets in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin's area. And we have Mr. Dave Bowers here.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. My name is David Bowers, Director of Public Works for the City of Las Vegas. I'm here to introduce Steve Wozomierski. He's with CA Group. That's a consultant doing the second phase, as well as the first phase of the main project that we're doing out front here. The second phase is going to do additional work from Bonneville South down to Las Vegas Boulevard, and it's going to create a one-way couplet between Gas and Oakey Boulevard. So what this does is, you get an update on the project, as well as approve the fact that the streets are going to be converted from a two-way street to a one-way street in each direction. So with that, I'll let Steve start his information projection and get right to it.
Thank you. Welcome.
Afternoon
And if you'd repeat your name for our clerk.
Steve Wozomierski. So as Dave mentioned, what we have is a graphic that shows this is the south end of the project where Las Vegas Boulevard and Main Street come together. So from Las Vegas Boulevard to Oakey, you're going to have the 2 lanes in each direction as it is today. But once you hit Oakey Boulevard on Main Street, it's going to become a one-way street. So what we're doing is, right now, there's currently 4 lanes. So we're going to take 2 of those lanes and convert it into sidewalks. So we're going to bring the curb lines closer to the center line and provide a bike lane. We're going to provide on-street parking and convert the street into one-way. So south here from Lake Imperial, you'll be coming southbound on Commerce, and you'll use a connection between Commerce and Main Street along Oakey, where we'll have to acquire a little sliver of right-of-way to make this a nice, smooth connection.
And could I ask, while you're as you go through the timeline for this, I don't know if there's any way, Mr. Riggleman, we can put a map up on our website showing where the disruption will be, what the dates are, and it's going to be down. I mean, how are you going to condense that and work on it so our vehicular traffic knows where to go and how to go? Unless you're closing it all.
Oh, no. Okay. No. So moving north, this is just south of Charleston. Again, Main Street will be a one-way northbound, and Commerce will be one-way southbound. Currently at Commerce and Charleston, on the northwest corner, it's kind of an intersection where you're coming south on Commerce and you have to kind of turn to the east. So we're going to create a full intersection there at Commerce and Charleston. So you'll be able to go 2 lanes southbound, and you'll have some additional movements there. Charleston will still have its 3 lanes in each direction, so we're really not doing too much on Charleston. So north of Charleston, you'll continue one way on Main Street. Moving further north of Charleston, again, Main Street will continue one way northbound until you get just north of Gas by the Gamblers Emporium, where you'll be able to do a U-turn and continue south on Commerce. And north of this split on Main Street, you'll have, again, 2 lanes of traffic in each direction currently as it is today. We'll be adding the bike lanes and additional improvements. We have some graphics that will show the additional improvements. So what the goals are, what we're trying to do, again, improve mobility. With creating the couplet system, we'll be able to move the same amount of cars, if not more cars, because you won't have to wait for those additional turning movements at the intersections. Creating a pedestrian safer environment, we're going to be widening the sidewalks. We're going to have 15-foot sidewalks throughout most of the corridor and 10-foot sidewalks in other places. Curb extensions, so we'll have shorter pedestrian crossing distances, they'll shadow the parking. That's also important. And then we'll have designated bike lanes throughout the corridor, which will tie into the rest of the bike lanes in the downtown area. The goal is to enhance the downtown. Again, the larger sidewalks will be able to businesses will be able to utilize these. We'll get more pedestrians moving downtown. We're going to be providing landscape. We're going to be doing the shade trees, which we're doing, continuing on this corridor same as the other corridors in downtown. And then where we can, we're going to be doing some landscape within the medians on Charleston and a few other pockets where we can take advantage of that area. This is just a graphic. This is at Las Vegas Boulevard and Main Street. This is what you see out there today. And then the next slide is kind of what it's going to look like. You're going to have the green bike lanes. You're going to have the lanes. We're going to be putting in trees on, to mirror the trees that are on the Stratosphere side. So kind of create this gateway as you're coming into downtown, into Main Street. You're going to have a nice corridor that you're going to be going on. Moving north, this is again Main Street, south of Charleston, facing north. Casa Don Juan's is off to the left side there. Again, what you see today, you see the parking 4 lanes. So what we're going to do is we're going to take away 2 of those lanes. We're still going to have the parking. We're going to have 15-foot sidewalks. We're going to be putting in the trees. We're going to be doing new street lights, so the sidewalks fully illuminated to create that safe environment. And again, just a large sidewalk area to create, people for pedestrians to move along.
Nice.
Mayor?
Yes,
if you will.
Councilman.
Going back, and I see Mike may have left. In the previous presentation, when Mike was here, he showed a design concept where the bikes were to the inside and the opportunity for the cars parked to be on the outside to create an additional buffer for cyclists. Could that be a possible design specifically on Main Street? I think that would be a good pilot project moving forward so that we can see how that works, being that that's a smaller corridor to actually study versus having the cyclists sandwiched between the traffic and the parked vehicles, when in fact they could be the reverse in order to give that cyclist more protection against the moving traffic, specifically now that all of the traffic is moving in one direction.
What we are going to do, and what these graphics don't show, we actually have incorporated a buffer zone into the design. We're at 90% level of design, so these graphics haven't been updated. So we'll have the curb line, we'll have parking, the bike lane, then there'll be a 3-foot buffer zone in between the 2 travel lanes. So as part of what Mike is trying to do, we have incorporated a buffer into our design. It's just not represented here in these graphics. So we'll have that buffer zone.
And when you say buffer zone, what?
Well, the buffer in between the bike lane and the 2 travel lanes. So if you're looking at this graphic here, adjacent to the curb, we have a parking lane, and then we have the bike lane. Then there'll be a buffer zone, then the 2 travel lanes.
Right.
Councilman
Barlow? But also, studies have also shown that when the bicycles are on the right side of the vehicle, there's less accidents from drivers opening doors to the cyclists coming through. Because traditionally, 80% of the time, there's only one driver in a vehicle to open the door on that side. And so I'm just looking at measures to protect the cyclists, being that you will have an opportunity to have those cars yet parked, but allowing the bikes to be to the interior versus the exterior.
Sure. We can explore that with Mike. I mean, we're at a 90% level, so they'll have an opportunity to comment, and I'll bring that to him, and we can look at it and see if we can just shift the lanes over.
Or that 3-foot buffer, still having the cars parked on the left side of the buffer and allowing the bikes to be on the right side of the buffer. You could look at the design in that regard as well, and you still come up with the same concept. I'm just trying to protect that cyclist from that traffic.
Yep, we can look at that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go on.
This is another graphic. Again, this is Main Street north of Charleston facing north. Again, the existing condition that you have out there today, and what we're going to have in the future. So what we're showing in this intersection, again, we're going to have the bulb outs to shadow the parking, and then we're going to do enhanced crosswalks, kind of what you're seeing in the downtown area, again, to provide a designated area for the pedestrians, which is a little bit safer, and the vehicles have an opportunity to acknowledge those areas. Again, all the ramps are going to be redone along the corridor, along with all the new sidewalks. So again, we're incorporating that ADA and bringing those up to all the current standards. This is on Main Street on Bonneville, looking to the south. Again, this is where the split will be with the one-way couplet. So what we're trying to do, again, we're going to be adding in the bike lanes, parking lanes, and in this area we have an opportunity to create a little gateway feature. So that gateway feature is to be determined. Of course, we're going to work with the Arts District and the other local businesses downtown to try to come up with something that to utilize that space that we have. This is Commerce looking south. Today it's kind of a little bit of an alley feel. So what we're going to do is we're going to change the character of this corridor a little bit. We only have 45 feet to work with, but we're going to get sidewalk on both sides. We're going to get parking on one side, and we're also going to get that bike lane through there. So that, again, this will change the character of this corridor a great deal. And then on one more on Commerce, this is south of Charleston. Again, similar concept where we're going to be adding in the bike lanes, parking, and creating those nice wide sidewalks, and adding the street lights, and again, in creating these enhanced pedestrian crossings at the intersections, and trees, of course. So the funding, right now we are moving towards the 90% level, and the project's going to be financed through the fuel indexing money. And we're looking to start construction of this project October, November this year. So we're excited about wrapping up the design and getting out there and starting construction. So with that, if anyone has any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Who, me?
Yes, please.
Who, me? I'm just concerned about public outreach as we're moving forward with this. So many people in driving the downtown area are so used to the traffic patterns that can you address the public outreach? I mean, I'm sure Director Riggleman will plaster this everywhere we possibly can, but this is a big change for drivers downtown. I want to know what is that outreach going to be? What does it look like, and how are we going to keep keep pounding this into the public's brain? Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, Councilman, we are addressing that issue. There's been outreach already through the design phase. We're still in the design phase, and there's going to be a lot more outreach as we approach construction. We're trying to work with the property owners to ensure that they understand that they're going to have these roads open for the business. We're going to put additional signing in to show the public that the businesses will be open, and we're going to make sure they have the parking available. To make sure that people can park somewhere. With the roadway being under construction, we're going to take a few parking spaces during that time frame, but we're going to be looking at side streets, different locations, just to help make sure that the business can function as they should.
So, Mayor, if I can continue. So you guys are already being proactive with those businesses. I know Councilman Coffin had an issue with some construction on Charleston, kind of in that general vicinity that you took care of course, just recently. But that's a big concern. So helping them understand that, making them a part of the process, closing that communication gap, if you will, and then just getting the word out there. Because, I mean, even for me, it's going to take me at least once or twice driving through there to get used to it once it's done. But and it's probably important, too, to let those folks who live and work in that area understand what that construction is going to look like, because it's not going to be pretty.
No, we agree. And in fact, Public Works is coming up with a process now, a policy, basically to make sure that we address business owners on every construction project, to a certain degree. Lesser for smaller projects with less impact, and more extensively for larger projects. So you'll probably see that coming.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, and Councilman Coffin, it's your turn to go.
Thank you,
for it.
Your Honor. The questions I have are Well, first of all, this has been in the planning for a long time, before I even became a council member. So I endorse it. I think it's a good thing, and we're in phase 2 already. As you see, this thing's happened, and yet people don't know about it. It's just like you could talk to a business owner on Main and Commerce, Commerce. They still don't know that their streets are going to become one-way. Many of them don't. They just forget. And it's a boon for them because it gives everybody a little better chance at retail business. There's only one place where we're taking a great big leap of faith here, and it is the crossing at Commerce, because for all your east-west traffic on Charleston, the most heavily trafficked road in the city, I think, we have to take a leap of faith here that the Commerce crossing won't bottleneck stuff any more than it is. You know, when I drive that Las Vegas Boulevard to Rancho or MLK frequently, and there's a lot of lights involved. And if you add one more, you just don't want explosions. So how are we going to, looking ahead, it's complete, how are we going to make sure that we truly have an improvement in the synchronization and, you know, the general traffic flow? We sure don't want to hurt it. We've got north-south helped here, but what about east-west?
You know, the one advantage to this one-way couplet is it's not the same as having two-way traffic on Main Street as it is now. You know, a two-way traffic system with a perpendicular two-way traffic system creates a lot of conflicts and turns, and it takes quite a while to clear each cycle for each movement that you need. But with this new system, a couplet, you actually have half the number of turns needed on each side. So these are much faster intersections than what you normally have for two roads with two-way traffic. So the impact won't be as significant as you might think, you know, for an additional intersection.
Well, that is a lot of elapsed time when you're sitting there. And if you catch them out of sync, it could be 4 or 5 stops in that 1 mile at least, or up to 8 or 9. So you say fewer turns left and or right, heading north and or south, I guess. Okay, that shortens the cycles. Same thing with Commerce, or will we have fewer turns? Will Commerce access to Charleston? I guess it would in both directions.
That's correct, because you just have one-way traffic on Commerce heading southbound.
Because right now, traffic is allowed, traffic is allowed to exit either way. Okay.
Correct.
All right, but again, it's a leap of faith that we're taking here, that we're not going to create a new jam or an even worse jam. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman, this is yours too.
I move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We look forward to it getting started. Okay, we are now on to agenda item 48. And resolution R-43-2015, public hearing for possible action regarding a resolution authorizing a medium-term obligation, the execution delivery of the documents relating thereto an amount not to exceed $26 million to finance the cost of acquiring, constructing, improving, and equipping recreational projects not to exceed $26 million, LVCVA Special Revenue Fund. It's in reference to all wards, and it is a public hearing which I declare open. Ms. Appleyard.
Good afternoon, Vanetta Appleyard, Director of Finance for the City of Las Vegas. We are here to present to you a financing during the FY16 budget. You all approved the recreation bonds totaling $50 million to be used to construct projects. We were going to do those in 2 series. And this is the first of those series. It totals $26 million, not to exceed $26 million. It is a medium-term obligation, so it'll be for 10 years. And we will be repaying the bond, the debt service on these bonds, through our distributions received from the LVCVA. With that, with your approval, we'll be able to start marketing the bonds, and we will bring it back to you with a first reading of the bond ordinance. We anticipate that on August 5th. We plan, once we receive taxation approval, we will bring it back to you for the second reading of the bond ordinance on August 19th. And with that, we'll have a bond sale around August 25th, and we'll receive our proceeds in September.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, and it is open. Anyone wishing to speak to this agenda item, please come forward. Be sure to state your name. Hearing none, I'll close the public comment and
Mayor.
ask for, yes, please, Councilman Barlow.
Betsy, if you will, just remind us what are we preparing to build? Is this connected to the parking garage?
No, this is the, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to comment that I put up the slide that shows the projects that will be funded with this first
yes.
bonds. And so this was what we had discussed on our priority list during the budget plan, so we have the listing of the bond. And we also prepared a map that shows the first ones, the first park projects are in wards 3, 5, and 1. So, and this is the locations, and that's, we provided the backup to you.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion on this, please?
I move to approve, Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Appleyard. Agenda item 49, recommending committee bill eligible for adoption at this meeting, bill number 2015-39. Councilman, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank Councilman. Bill number 2015-39, orders concerning boundaries of the city to particularly describe plan and be annexed to make its have the substantive laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
So motion, please vote. Please post.
No, I was going to say something.
No, no? Okay, that motion carries. Move on to agenda item 50, bill number 2015-41. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Please.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2015-41, ordinance to adopt that certain agreement entitled Second Amendment and Restatement of the Development Agreement for Sky Canyon Master Plan Community, provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Very slow. Okay. There we are. Motion carries. Agenda item 51, Bill 2015-42. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2015-42, in order to readopt the municipal code provision making state law misdemeanors city misdemeanors as committed within the city.
Okay.
Move for approval.
So motion to approve on bill number 51, or agenda item, excuse me. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 52, bill number 2015-43, forwarded to full council to the 7/15, which is today, 2015 City Council meeting, with do not pass recommendation pursuant to June 29th, 2015 recommending committee meeting. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill 2015-43, in order to update the city's noise regulations to cover responsibility for compliance with certain noise restrictions and to provide for other related matters.
Okay, this was forwarded to us, so Councilman Beers, I see you have your hand on your chin and your light is on,
Yes,
which
ma'am.
means you want to say something.
I would like to move to obey this item until our next meeting.
Okay,
That's fine.
fine. There's a motion to
motion on the
obey
floor.
this to the next meeting, which is what? August 5th, Councilman Beers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There's a motion to obey to August 5th.
Mayor, may I ask the maker of the motion to extend it a little bit further? I do have comments and concerns on this item, and I would like to be here to place those on the record, but I believe I'm traveling on the 5th.
You are, I know
And
that.
so for that, if we can make it the
19th?
19th.
The 19th would be great.
Let me ask the city clerk to check and make sure it's still eligible for adoption on the 19th.
We had the first reading on 6/17.
So we're 2 days past.
Yeah, we're 2 days past.
Unfortunately, the only date that it would be eligible for adoption would be the 5th if you don't do it at this meeting. If we could restart the process always, but we have to adopt within 30 days of publication. It's already been published.
Then,
The first publication was on July 2nd. The first
September, right? 60 days.
60 days.
So it's okay. Then it's okay on the 19th?
It is.
Correct.
Okay, Councilman, it's okay on the 19th
Okay, then-
of August.
Okay. So if the maker of the motion wouldn't mind extending it to the 19th of August, we're good.
That would be great.
Fine.
Yes.
There's a motion to obey this agenda item 52 to the 19th of August council meeting. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Recommending committee bill eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Items 50 through 56, bills 2015-40, 2015-45, 2015-46, and 2015-47 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. New bills, 57. Items 57 through 62. Okay. Bills number 2015-48 through 2015-53 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Monday, August 3rd, 2015. Would you please, City Attorney, read the new bills?
On behalf of Your Honor, Bill number 2015-48, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, particularly describe the land to be annexed to make its inhabitants subject to laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and provide for other related matters. Bill number 2015-49, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed to make its inhabitants subject to laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and provide for other related matters. Bill number 2015-50, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed to make its inhabitants subject to laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and provide for other related matters. Bill number 2015-51, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed to make its inhabitants subject to laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and provide for other matters. And finally, Bill number 2015-52, an ordinance to update code provisions pertaining to the payment of alternative municipal judges and provide for other related matters.
Okay, now is Councilman Barlow, if you're hearing me. Councilman Barlow, wherever you are, you indicated you're out of town on August 5th. Are you out of town August 3rd? Because I am... Okay, and while you're looking at your schedule, could we have one more bill being read?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Which one did you miss?
The last bill was unfortunately not in my book where I thought it was, and it's Bill number 2015-53, in order to amend the Town Center Development Standards Manual to allow auto dealer inventory storage as an interim conditional use of a site approval of a new motor vehicle sales under certain circumstances, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. And you are here, Councilman? Yes, he said, but he's gone again. So these new bills, 2015-48 through 2015-53, are assigned to Councilmen Anthony Barlow and Coffin, and we will now move on to agenda item 63.
Just a note, if I could have this privilege for just a second. Also to announce that I have received today what looks like a final draft. Nothing's ever final until it's voted on, but a final draft on an ordinance regarding access to Fremont Street for performers, buskers, anybody like that. So it's now in my hands. So hopefully at the next agenda it will appear as a new bill.
Thank you. Okay, excuse me, Mr. Cherbak, can you respond? This is new to our city clerk.
It is my intention, Councilman, to put that ordinance that I have distributed to each of you on the next agenda, that on August 5th for first introduction. We have meetings with interested parties scheduled for as early as next week, and we'll continue those meetings through recommending committee. But the process of potentially adopting this new ordinance will begin on August 5th.
And that is just a recommendation of Councilman Coffin. We do not have to vote on that. This is not for us to vote. It's just for him recommending.
He's merely indicated that he is co-sponsor of this bill.
Okay, thank you very much.
Intention was just to give a heads up to people that it would appear as a new bill. There's no hearing at that time. It's just simply introducing for a referral at that time, first reading. And so there's no rush, although I think there's a rush to fix Fremont Street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Coast is clear there? Okay, and so, I mean, are you ready for us to move on now? You are. Okay. Nothing. We're good. Okay, so we're into agenda item number 63. Okay, for possible action, any items from the afternoon session that council staff and/or applicant wish to be strictly tabled, withdrawn, held in abeyance, future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Mayor, agenda items 78 and 79, variance 59053 and ROC 59056, applicant Southwest Specialties Incorporated. Applicant has requested an abeyance to the August 5th, 2015 meeting. Agenda items 80 and 81, variance 59057 and ROC 59058, applicant Concrete Solutions. Applicant has requested that be obeyed to the August 5th, 2015 meeting. And agenda item 87, special use permit 59044, applicant owner T LVCR LLC. Councilman Barlow has requested that be held in abeyance until the August 19th meeting of 2015. That is my motion, Mayor.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post.
It's just running slow, Councilman.
Okay. It's got the flu. It's all right. Motion carries.
Your Honor?
Okay.
Down here.
What's that? Hello. Yes.
With your permission, Your Honor, I would like to introduce Gabriela Gargon, who is interning with the Ward 2 office from Veterans Tribute Career and Technical Academy, which is located in Mr. Barlow's ward, I believe. She is going to be a senior when school resumes in the late summer, and is up here to see what the world of land use looks like from high.
On high. And she must be French, or her parents, or her father. Gargon?
Italian.
Italian. Wow. Do you
Very
speak
close
fluent
to French.
Italian?
No.
Shame on you. No, shame on your parents.
Welcome.
Welcome.
It's just a mountain range between the two. France and
You're
Italy,
good.
right?
Anyway, welcome and congratulations to you. I'm sure you can get a great recommendation for college from the gentleman sitting on your right and on your left. Welcome. Okay, now you may, we're at 64. Okay. Okay. Items 64 through 67 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Agenda item 64, RQR 57984, applicant, Outfront Media, owner 305 Las Vegas, LLC, for required review of an approved special use permit U0008-96 for an existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 24-foot off-premise sign at 330 East Charleston Boulevard, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Number 65, RQR 57985, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, Inc., owner Becky Binion-Bainan, on a required review of an approved variance V007288, which allowed an existing 50-foot tall, 12-foot by 24-foot off-premise sign at 601 North Main, Industrial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Number 66, RQR 58970, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor, LLC, owner Boys Club of Clark County, Inc., on a request for a required review of an approved special use permit U0041-95 for an existing 55-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2800 Marlin Avenue, R4, high-density residential zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. And number 67, VAC 59025, applicant owner Las Vegas Residential Properties, LLC, on a request for a petition to vacate a 20-foot wide public alley right-of-way located between Silver Dollar Avenue and Penwood Avenue, east of Valley View Boulevard, west of Wing Street, Ward 1, with Councilwoman Tarkanian, PRJ 58958. Items 64 through 66 are recommended for approval by staff, and item 67 is recommended for approval by staff and the Planning Commission. All items are public hearing items which I declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on these items? If you please come forward and state your name for us.
Seeing none.
Okay, your hands are up. I see. That's true. Okay, hearing none, I'll close the public hearings. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a motion to approve items 64 through 67?
I do, Mayor. That is my motion to approve agenda items 64 through 67.
Thank you very much. There's a motion, please vote, and then please post. I didn't go through, I guess, huh? That motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item, we're in planning now, and agenda item 68, RQR 57973. It's a public hearing, applicant owner Laheim Western Village Property LLC for possible action or required review of an approved special use permit SUP 33731 for a beer, wine cooler off-sale establishment at 321 Fremont Street, C2, General Commercial. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing item which I declare open. Is the applicant or his representative present?
Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street. I represent the applicant. As slow as the morning went, the afternoon's going real quick. Actually, my client will be here momentarily, but I don't know. If there's no problems, I don't think there's any issue. I think staff's got a recommendation to make, and we're going to be fine with it.
Okay.
Okay, but we'd ask for your approval, of course, and we think we're now in conformance with the conditions of approval of the special use permit. We're in compliance with business licensing requirements.
Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Perigo, or?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, as Mr. Brown indicated, they are now in compliance with all of the Title VI requirements. That is why staff is recommending approval. However, yesterday they did request to suspend their beer, wine cooler off sale. So because of that, we are recommending that a 6-month required review be held at City Council as a public hearing as an added condition.
Okay. And
we have no problem with that condition.
Okay. And this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing and hearing none, we will close the public hearing. And Councilman Coffin, do you wish to make a motion?
Yes, I do. I will move for approval. I want to say it is unusual that somebody on Fremont Street is willing to step away from alcohol sales. We're gratified for that, and I'm sure that they'll have 100% approval by all those other folks on Fremont Street. So,
just to be clear, Councilman, they just took it off to see if they may not need it. We're still giving our license, and we'll see what happens. So it's kind of a test period.
And it would be great if they can succeed without it. Thank you, Your Honor, and I move for approval.
Thank you very much. There's a motion on agenda item 68. Please vote, and please post. And that motion carries. We'll go on to agenda item
Mayor,
6. Yep.
Mayor, point of clarification, planning was asking a question in regards to with the motion with the conditions. So I guess it would have to go back to the maker of the motion to answer that question.
Who will then have to look at planning and see what it is they were trying to say.
I'm sorry, thank you, through you, Your Honor. Just to clarify that motion was with the added condition with 6-month required review.
Oh, yes, it definitely was. Thank you very much.
Do you want us to re-vote that?
I think that was part of Tom's report.
Right,
and
it
I think that
was.
was with the adopted vote, yes.
So
That's
we've
okay.
already done it,
I
or
think
you
we're
want
okay.
us?
Nope, I think you're okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to agenda item. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Agenda item 69, SUP 58149, public hearing, applicant owner Charlotte Lee for possible action and appeal filed from denial by the Planning Commission on a request for special use permit for a proposed animal keeping husbandry use to allow 60 domestic animals, horses and cattle, where a maximum, oh, I remember this, of 25 domestic animals are allowed at 5771 West Rosada Way, RE Residence Estate Zone, Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. And is the applicant or is his/her representative present?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Hello. Nice to see you both again.
Thank you.
And you are representing?
Los Prados Homeowners Association.
Okay, great. Yes, welcome back.
Thank you.
And would you each give your names? We'll start with Los Prados for the names for the record, not an address, just if you'll say your name clearly for the record.
Sure. Jack Wan,
Thank
On behalf
you.
of the Los Prados Homeowners Association.
Thank you.
Charlotte Lee.
Tim McDermott.
Okay. Okay. Do you want to go ahead and start? Do you want to talk, Councilman? It's a public hearing, and I want to get to that, too, please.
Well, I think we should probably open the public hearing first and then close it, and then we'll go on from there.
Okay. Mr. Juan?
Last time we were here, we had a lot of questions and we had a lot of issues resolved. The council encouraged us to get together, resolve our differences, and we have, I'm happy to say.
Wonderful.
And I have reported our terms, our agreement over to Mr. Doug Rankin, but I'd be more than happy to state it for the record, if that's okay.
It looks beautiful, but the pictures look great.
Mayor, through you, Mr. Juan, if you'd give me 2 seconds, Mayor, I think you have to conduct that public hearing first before they go. So, anyone want to speak on the public
Okay.
hearing?
Anybody who wishes to speak on this agenda item? I mean, I'm not going to close it if you want to go ahead. I'd like to hear from everybody, so they'll continue talking. Do you want to speak to the issues that Mr. Juan just spoke to and where we are? Thank you. It looks beautiful if your pictures were just taken. I especially like the previous slide with the little blanketed horse.
And Mayor, if I can, since Brian Scott makes a good point, here what the conditions of approval would be based on the homeowners association meeting with the applicant. And Mr. McDermott, I think that was a picture of you in the paper today?
Yes, we do.
The Rosada Ranch, good picture. And Charlotte, the ranch looks pretty dang good. I'm proud of what you've done over there. So why don't we start with that?
Well, we've just heard he has agreed to that, but they were going to state what all the changes are. Then we'll have the public hearing and hear from Mr. Perigo, too. Or the other way around.
I think we'll start with Mr. Perigo. Are you prepared, Mr. Perigo, with the conditions of approval based on the neighbors meeting with the applicant to work out the issues, which I'm very proud of all of you for doing. And now you've got new neighbors who you know personally and may want to come over and ride a horse or rope a calf. I'm just saying, you know. So, Mary, with your permission, Mr. Perigo?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, I'd be happy to read in the conditions as I understand them. 1, all waste shall be removed from the property a minimum of 3 times per week. The property owner shall maintain a contract with the City of Las Vegas Franchise Waste Disposal Company. Manure shall not be, manure shall not be spread across the property nor stored in piles. The only commercial, this would be number 2. The only commercial activity permitted throughout the year shall be roping of cattle. Condition number 3, the applicant shall be permitted to obtain a temporary commercial permit to conduct rodeo events of up to 10 days per event for a maximum of 3 times per calendar year. Condition number 4, a maximum of 12 cattle shall be permitted. And condition number 5, a maximum of 30 horses shall be permitted. Stalls shall be cleared, shall be cleaned 2 days, stalls shall be cleared 2 times per day.
And you're in agreement with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So public, anybody from the public who would like to come forward? I'll close the public hearing. So here we are, to resolved, and thank you. This is what community is all about, getting together and resolving issues.
Mayor, I think Mr. McDermott may want to say something, with your permission.
That was going to be the 18 months?
Yes.
They're having a little sidebar. They're having a sidebar.
Well, I apologize. There's one thing that we want to add for the record, which I know planning can't really add to the public record, but are also going to have one more term, which is that in 18 months from now, if things go according to plan, if there's peace and everything, he is going to seek his original SUP of 60. And if things go according to plan, we will not oppose it. And out of that 60, if it's granted, he will limit the number of cows to 20. But if 18 months from now, if things go according to plan, there's peace, he can come back here, seek his original SUP of 60. The HOA will not oppose it because the HOA have no reason to. The only condition on that is just limited to 20 cows. Is there anything else, Tim?
No, sir. I'm comfortable with the fact that that was the original SUP and was approved by planning originally. So I'm not asking for any more. But in order to maintain the business plan that we have at this point in time, it's going to be hit and miss for 18 months building up. But at that point, I really, really need what we had originally agreed upon for the SUP.
Well, it sounds like they are willing, as long as for 16 months, which puts you, I guess, at January of 2016? Wrong.
Whatever the math.
January 17. January of 2017, that if in fact everything works according to the agreement as of now, that you will come back with this, they are of understanding and will approve it.
Yes.
All things are held.
Just out of that 60,
Because I
20
don't want,
counts.
I don't want to go in there and start building a business that I come back in 18 months and find out that for some reason I got to go through the circus.
No,
again.
they've made, I don't know if in an oral agreement there, Mr. Scott, the oral agreement that is being reached between them with the city's permission of 18 months, which takes us to January of 2017, under these conditions to which they agree they will continue, that there is a guarantee and a commitment allowing them to go back to the 60 animals, how many of which were cattle?
20. What we have worked out is, it's kind of like we're trying to take baby steps toward each other. And if things go according to plan to where there's no problems, everybody leaves each other alone, he conducts his business, and we have no problems, he will reapply his 60 SUP. We will then have no reason to oppose it, and if it's granted, out of that 60, he gets 20 cows.
Okay, so is that binding on him? That's what I want to know. Is it binding on Los Prados residents?
I guess any resident could challenge their ability, saying that they didn't approve that particular agreement, especially if they move into Los Prados after this agreement's been reached. So not every resident, I'm sure, has signed a document saying we agree to this particular, but the HOA is agreeing on behalf of all the homeowners to do that. I don't know if the gentleman would have to come back for a review of condition to go from the 30 horses he's agreed to increase that limit later on, or if he'd have to apply for a new special use permit to do that. Planning could probably tell you that.
Yeah, I believe that this special use permit, as it's currently being discussed, would allow up to 30 horses and 12 cattle. In order to get to that, the original 60 and 20 that was requested would require a new special use permit, and that's how that would work.
So how do we protect the owners when there's an agreement on the table here after 18 months and everything's copacetic? How do we protect them from this investment?
That's going to be between those private individuals. The city council can only enforce those conditions which are currently on the special use.
Okay, so
They'd
did
have
you
to
hear
enforce
this,
that
Mr.
amongst
Wong?
themselves.
This is very, very important.
Yes.
I'm going to defer back to, having heard from Mr. Perigo, would you repeat what you just said?
Yes, Your Honor, as this is being discussed, this special use permit would allow up to 30 horses and 12 cattle. In order to get to the 60-20 that's being discussed, I believe it's the 60-20, would require a new special use permit. And I believe that was the intent of making the record here, is that the neighbors are in agreement to that, and the applicant is in agreement, so when it comes back in 18 months, there will be a record that states all this.
So you understand that you have to come back for another use permit. And what I had asked our council was, how do you protect yourselves going forward? Let's assume everybody at Los Prados sells their home, and you're dealing with a whole new homeowners group. You could be up the creek.
Right.
So we are not allowed to do that, so I asked council.
And I indicated that the only conditions that the council could enforce are the ones that are currently on this special use permit. If they want something additional, they have to apply and then take your risk that the new homeowners, if there are new homeowners, accept that SUP and don't protest it.
Does that require a complete new
Application. Come January of 2017, unless you've been such stellar neighbors and they're so kind as to move it up.
Then what I'd really like to do is go back to our original we were approved for of 40 and 20, 40 horses and 20
Well, that's what they're
cows.
saying. They would after that
Yeah, but that costs us another
There's nothing we can do about that now,
$20,000,
based on
$30.
this.
Wait, Mayor, if I can interject here, and legal counsel, pull me up if I get too astray. Mr. Perigo, I believe the application stands as it reads today. I believe we're putting a conditions on the approval of this application for 60 domestic horses and cattle. 40 and 20 is the number. I think I have a better idea, Mr. Wan, and I cannot tell you how much I appreciate all of your work, and Charlotte and Tim, yours as well, to make this happen. I would actually like to see a 6-month administrative review, Mr. Perigo, listen closely, and a 12-month administrative review, at which time I think this approval can go from the 20 to the 40. And then another administrative review at 18 months because I'm less concerned about the noise and the flies, and I'm more concerned about additional code violations. And that's the biggest concern of mine, and that's what I really enforced upon you a month ago when we met on this prior, was those code violations and the neighborhood. Because you know what your neighbors are going to do, they're going to start calling. And code enforcement's going to come out, and you don't want that. I want you to have a successful venture. There's hardly any areas in southern Nevada where you can do what you guys are doing.
There's none here.
You know what, and I get it, and the equestrian community gets it, the cowboys get it, everybody gets that, and we want to make that happen. But I think, Mr. Perigo, this application stands as it is with 40 and 20. We're putting special conditions on that you can only have, what did we come up with?
30 and 12.
30 and 12 at this time. Mr. Juan, do you think that in 12 months, with an administrative review at 6 months, 12 months, and 18 months after they have the additional horses and cattle, that would suffice?
That would suffice.
Do you think that would work?
Yes, if at the 8 and 18 months, things go according to plan, they get their 60, but of that 60, 20 are cows.
And I commit to you today, Mr. Perigo's team, will be on top of this. I trust them without doubt. And Mr. McDermott, Mrs. Lee, you will have the ability to actually load up 6 months prior for the business plan. And that will give, and if the residents have a problem with that, Mr. Juan, I don't think they would, because we're going to be watching closely.
Hey, Councilman, because of this special use permit, you can come back at any time if there's a problem prior to that 6-month period.
And
So if
that's
there's a problem in
significant.
3 months, you can come back.
And express that to the Los Prados board, Mr. Juan, if you would.
Oh, well.
If there's any challenges, we get to see them again. And Charlotte's seen enough of me over the past several years. She doesn't want to see me anymore. But I want them to be able to do what they want to do. And I think the great folks over in Los Prados have just gone the extra mile, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate them. So, Mr. Perigo, along with those additional conditions, 6-month review in 6 months, 12-month administrative, 12-month review in 12 months, at which time the full application goes into effect, 40 and 20.
With the 6, 12, and 18?
Yeah, 12 and 18. And at 12 months, Mr. Juan, they get all the horses and cattle that they've applied for. 18 months gives us that, is this working or not?
Let me put it this way, I don't have permission from the HOA to that 12, but if you're telling me that that's how you're going to vote on losing, I certainly understand.
Well, what I'm also telling you is, well, the insurance policy is this. If they're not doing it, we bring them back in.
Understood.
You know what? And if you guys aren't doing it, you're going to be the first to know it. You're going to come back and see the council. You don't want to do that. We want you to be a success. Did you get those conditions, Mr. Perigo?
I did. I need a little bit of help from the attorney's office because I'm not quite clear on how we would have a condition limiting to 30 that then would expire after an approved administrative review.
So you're kind of doing it on a graduated scale. You're giving them the original 60/40, but you are saying you could only have 30/12 for X amount of months. Then you have another, what's the next limit?
Additional horses and cattle at the 12-month period after an
12-month
administrative
period.
review.
And then you can have the full at the 18-month period.
At the 18-month period, full review, you should be good to go. But again, insurance policy and warning, it is a special use permit. And if there are additional code violations or complaints coming from Los Prados or your other ranch neighbors, we'll be seeing each
So I'm
other.
trying to figure out how to craft this condition. So maybe we can we trail this maybe just so we can kind of maybe talk amongst ourselves, Councilman? For a minute? Do you mind, because we're trying to figure out how to get this condition on the record, so, because I think it would have to be, you have X number of cows and horses between X state and X state, and then this many horses between this state and this state, and have to work from there, so. Okay, we'll need to, can we have a few minutes to work this out?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Why
Trail
don't
it.
you
We can
just
talk
get
amongst
down,
ourselves.
why don't you just go down to
Yeah.
that end, if you would, and meet with our council and Councilman Ross, and
And
get this
Mr.
resolved.
Perigo or whoever from it, okay, thank you.
We'll just trail this, this is right now just sitting open, and we'll trail
So we'll
it.
just sit on it for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay,
Thank you for your time.
so now we'll go on to 70, I know you don't like trailing it? We will not repeat that. Okay, he congratulate them for spurring in a moment. Oh, my gosh. All right, we're just trailing number 69, and we are dealing now, if I can get my notebook open, why doesn't this open? We are going to cover right now agenda items 70 and 71. VAR 58411, a request for a variance to allow a 0-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required, a 0-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required, and to allow a 5-foot tall screen wall where 8 feet is the minimum height required for an existing outdoor storage use. Agenda item 71 SDR 58412, a request for a site development plan to review to change the parking lot circulation and other on-site improvements to an existing auto repair garage, minor use. The applicant is Payless Tire Shop, and the owner is 530 Holdings on .37 acres at 530 North Las Vegas Boulevard, C2 General Commercial Zone. Staff and Planning Commission recommend denial on both items. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow, and are public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good afternoon. My name is Ivan Valenzuela. I'm the owner from Payless Tire Shop business.
You're the owner?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Parago, do you want to speak to agenda items 70 and 71, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. As regards to the variance of the request for the additional storage containers results in the need for the variances because of the not being able to comply with the setbacks, and is generally an indication of the site just being overbuilt, which also then leads to a need for changing the circulation. Staff finds that it just doesn't work with this increased intensity, and therefore recommends denial, and Planning Commission agreed with that recommendation.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to be heard on these items, please come forward, state your name. I will close the public hearing then and turn this over to Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. After speaking with the applicant on yesterday, we came to an agreement in relation to the storage containers that affected the flow of traffic on this particular site. And so the applicant has agreed to remove 2 of the 40-foot storage containers, which are on the the south side of the property, and also a 20-foot storage container, which is at the east side of the property. And what we're proposing to do is there's a screened area on the property that they currently do not control. However, they're going to go into contract at some level with the property owner to in fact store the tires in an already existing caged area in order to open the flow and create a more aesthetic look about the property currently. In addition to that, I do have a question to planning in relation to their willingness to have an entry from Bonanza and an exit out onto Las Vegas Boulevard. Although the ingress-egress is wide enough for the traffic to come in off of Las Vegas Boulevard, they would like that to be at least on record an exit out onto Las Vegas Boulevard, and wanted to get your take on
that. Planning is fine with that, and look over to Public Works. Mr. Anderson is indicating that that should not be a problem.
Okay. And so have I missed anything in regards to what we agreed on yesterday?
No, I'm good.
Ivan?
I'm agree with that.
I'm sorry?
I'm agree with what you're saying right now.
Okay. And with that, I'll just wait for Mr. Paragon. We're having a sidebar? All I saw was the back of his head on the screen.
These are tires. They're kind of like horseshoes.
Okay. So do you have any issues with that, Mr. Parago, as far as the conditions in which the applicant has agreed to, as far as the removal of those containers?
That sounds, based on what you've described, it sounds like that would resolve the issues.
Okay. All right. So with that, if you agree to that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that'll be my motion at this time. And
I hate
also
to ask you.
the timeline in which.
Could I ask you to repeat your motion before your timeline?
Yes, I will. motion is for the applicant to remove 2 of the 40-foot containers on the south side of the property and 1 of the 20-foot containers on the east side of the property, to include the ingress, egress, as far as the striping you mentioned, as far as the exit out onto Las Vegas Boulevard and the entrance onto Bonanza, right? And also, I remember one additional thing, thanks to my assistant, you're going to restripe to place a handicap stall
Yes, sir.
in the parking lot,
Yes, sir.
okay?
I should have already did it last night.
I'm sorry?
I already get it done last night.
Oh, you did it last night?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, good. Well, you're already ahead of the game. So with that, if you agree to those conditions, that will be my motion at this
But
time.
you were also, and I'm sorry, Councilman, I interrupted you. You were talking about a timeline.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. And the timeline, we had mentioned the timeline for the removal of the containers.
60 days,
60.
30 to 60 days.
How about 45?
I take it.
Mayor, my motion will be for 60-day removal of the containers.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Nice. All right, so there's a motion on agenda, let's take them individually. Number 70. Is that where we're on?
Yes.
Yes. Agenda item 70, there's a motion to approve with the conditions. Please vote and please post. You have to keep watching because it doesn't come up.
I'm using my mouse.
Okay, oh, that's a good idea, use your mouse. Please post. That motion carries. Thank you very much. And agenda item 71, please. There's a motion on 71. Do you want to make
Yes,
that?
the same motion as 70, I would like to place on 71.
With conditions.
With conditions.
Okay.
And you agree to those conditions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Thank you very
That
much.
is my
There's a motion on agenda item 71 with conditions. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good
God
luck.
bless you guys. Thank you.
Good luck.
Madam Mayor, could I just, as a matter of curiosity, ask a couple of questions? Who owns the entire lot? He's leasing the entire part. Okay, so Siegel Suites then also leases land to the Taco. And are they licensed? I'm just interested in that.
Yes, the applicant leases the land from Siegel Suites, and if I'm not mistaken, Ivan, if you will come back to the microphone just real quick, do you lease a spot to the taco stand, or is that Siegel? Is that
No,
you?
we do.
You
I
do?
yeah.
So he's sublet.
Okay,
So he's
and
sublet
are
to the
they
Taco.
licensed and everything?
Yeah, they got everything from the city.
Okay,
Yes.
just
Thank you.
curious.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go on to agenda item number, oh, wait, we may be ready for 69. Are we ready to bring back 69?
Yep. As we get everybody here, we will be ready.
No, we're not quite ready. Number 69, wherever you are. Where are they? Because I'll be here a long time.
Let's go on to 72.
If you want to go ahead and go
He's
to the next
ready.
item, we can do that.
Okay. Calling once, calling twice. We'll get you later. Today is number 72. Okay, SDR 58164, public hearing. Applicant, Blue Marble Development, owner, Sharon Development LLC, possible action for request for a site development plan review for a proposed 261-unit multifamily residential development consisting of 6 35-foot-tall, 3-story buildings and accessory clubhouse with a waiver to allow no single-story structures acting as a buffer to the single-family residential uses to the north on a 10.56-acre portion of the 30.25-acre parcel at the northwest corner of Centennial Parkway and Tenaya Way. TC Town Center Zone, SXTC Suburban Mixed Use Town Center, special use designation. In Ward 6 with Councilman Ross, PRJ 58104. The Planning Commission recommends denial. Staff recommends approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Your Honor, members of the council, good afternoon. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Way Plaza, and with me to my right is the owner of Blue Marble Development, Avi Ruimi.
How are you? Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, as this project does comply with all of the code requirements, planning did recommend, staff did recommend approval. Planning Commission, however, did recommend denial. I understand there's been a number of meetings. In fact, I attended one, so there are some conditions that have been discussed, but I'd like to hear the reports and then chime in with some conditions if appropriate.
Okay, so let's go through all of the hearing of everything, and then we're leaving public comment open, so anybody can comment if that meets with your approval as well. Thank you. Okay, go for it.
Okay, if I could get your attention to the overhead. Thank you. I'm going to go through several exhibits, and then from there I'm going to go through some of the conditions to explain the, using the exhibits to explain why we came up with certain conditions. The first thing that I want to show you here, as you can see on the overhead, is just an aerial of the property itself. I want to refresh your memory as to the location. This is approximately 30 acres of vacant property. To the south of us is Centennial Parkway. This is John Herbert Boulevard. I'll be talking about Darling Road, which is located just to the north of our property here. And this is Tenaya, which is located here. So this is on the northwest corner of Centennial and Tenaya Way in the northwest area of the city. The first thing I want to mention is I want to give a special thank you to Mayor Pro Tem and the members of the council for holding this matter a couple weeks ago, and more importantly from Councilman Ross of setting up a individual neighborhood committee with respect to a handful of neighbors to meet with Avi, myself, to go through the potential conditions and issues for the project itself. So there are two parts of the presentation here. One is I want to discuss what is phase one and phase two of the development, because there's some conditions that I need to put on the record so you're aware of the things that we've done over the last several weeks in meeting with the neighbors. First thing I want to show you on the overhead is essentially, as I've mentioned before, we have about a 5-acre piece of property in this area that has already been approved and is actually going through building permit process. We're hopeful to pull our building permits sooner than later. We're at that point where we're ready to begin construction, having equipment out here on this 5 acres, which we will call phase one. The phase two is essentially in this area here, which is an additional 10.56 acres of property, which I'll be discussing some conditions today that we'll be putting on the record itself. One of the things that we handed in is, and we gave this to the neighbors, and your staff has this, is a revised site plan based on some of the conditions that we discussed with the neighbors. But before I get into phase two, I think what's important to note, and Avi's here to look at you and put on the record, that we're going to be doing some things in phase one that we're not legally obligated to do today, okay? Because as you know, when you already have your entitlements and you're ready to go through the building permit process and you're pulling building permits, those plans are final. However, over the last couple of weeks, the neighbors have asked us to go look into phase one to do some changes. I'm going to walk through some of these changes that Avi has agreed to do at his own expense to try to build that good neighbor developer type of working relationship. So that being said, one of the things that we're going to do, first of all, is along Tenaya, as I'm showing you in this area, the Lamplights Estates existing landscape in this area, they've asked us to come in and change our proposed landscape that we already have approved on our plans to match that landscape that's there. And I'm going to show you exactly what that is. For the exhibit purposes, this is the existing, some of the existing landscaping out on Tenaya. Outside of Lamplight Estates. So we're going to be putting in the same type of trees or similar trees. When I say similar, same type of trees that are out there. We're going to carry that all the way down to the corner of not only just for phase one, but that will also be carried out for phase two itself. So in other words, so you take a look in this area here from the ending of Lamplight Estates in this area to the northeast portion of our property, all the way down to the corner here we will be putting in the landscaping, so you'll have a matching landscape set going down from Lamplight all the way down to our property itself. So that's one of the first things that we're agreeing to do, to make some changes on the landscaping plan itself. The second thing that the neighbors have asked us to do, and it's going to cost us a little bit of money to make some of these changes, but they're doable. Along the northern portion of our properties I'm showing you here, this is the clubhouse and pool area, which is located here. Currently, there's about a 5 foot, not about, there is a 5 foot setback from the wall itself. The neighbors asked us to move it, if we could, further south an additional 5 feet. We've been working with our civil engineer, and what we can do is move it about 4 feet and 3 inches further to the south. And the reason is because if we start moving it any further, the gated entrance here and some of the other stuff that we have on the property plan for turning radius gets impacted in there, and it becomes a safety issue as far as from a traffic circulation standpoint. But by doing that, that means we have to change easements, we got to change some of our civil plans and some of our technical studies. But Avi is here to tell you that he's going to do that in regards to moving the building, everything further south. And it'll be approximately 4 feet 3 inches. The third thing that we've agreed to do on phase one is along the north property line of our boundary right here for phase one, as I'm showing you, which is the south boundary for the Lamplight Estates. We had a different landscape planting in there that was proposed, which was city standards. The neighbors have asked us to do Mondale pines. We're fine with doing Mondale pines. Believe me, we went through many pictures. We had many discussions about the Mondale pines versus maybe bottle trees or whatever else. The bottom line is what Avi's going to end up doing here is changing the landscape plan on the northern portion of our property to put the 24-inch box Mondale pines to be spaced 20 feet apart. One of the things that I also learned that was requested by the neighbors is, in addition to putting the trees in this area, they've asked us to come in with a bush type of landscaping also with the trees. So you're going to have a more denser landscaping in the area. And what we're going to do, and I have an exhibit here that shows you, it's the purple hopseed bush, is what we're going to be also planting along that, along our northern property line in that area. And obviously, on the record, Avi's going to still continue to work with the Lamplight Estates as we go through the construction process. If there's some landscaping that we have to make an adjustment for, as he's nodding his head, we already told the neighbors, we'll go ahead and make those adjustments for the neighbors as we go through the process. Because nothing's ever perfect, but we're going to go out there and make sure we do whatever we've made a representation today, and we're going to make sure we get there as close as possible to their satisfaction. The third thing that or actually the last thing that I want to point out with respect to the conditions that we've agreed to change on phase one is the wall that's out there currently is a Lamplight wall, which is a property wall. They've asked us to add 2 additional courses a block. I'm sorry, I'm going to back up. What I've just been told, because we've had so many different discussions, that the trees are not going to be Mondale pines along the northern property of our property itself. They're going to be bottle trees, okay? So I apologize for that. I was just given the note that they're going to be bottle trees. Because we've had various conversations about the Mondale pines and bottle trees. So we're going to be doing the 24-inch bottle trees along the northern portion of our property line. And then the last thing that I want to mention on phase one is the wall itself, as I was just getting into. The neighbors have asked us to raise the wall 2 additional courses a block. So instead of us coming in and doing the construction on top of an existing wall, we're going to make a substantial cash donation to the Lamplight HOA itself, up to approximately $10,000 for them to go ahead and get that stuff done and taken care of. And obviously, we're going to be working with them as we go through that process. So as I sum everything up here with Avi standing before you, these are the things in good faith that Avi has offered to do to build that relationship with the neighbors, to let them know that he's not a bad developer. He's here. He's going to not only build a development that's going to be quality, but he's going to be a good neighbor as he goes through the process itself. If he did not care about the neighborhood or did not care about where we were with the development itself, didn't have to do it. If you start adding up these changes, if you're in the construction business, this isn't a couple $100 change order that you're making. This is a substantial investment in changes that you're doing to address issues, to address the neighborhood's concern. So that's phase one. And again, we're not obligated to do it, But I think it's important as I get into phase 2 to explain to the council here of the work not only did the neighbors put into this, but what my client has put into this to make certain changes to make it better than what's already existing or approved.
Wonderful.
So the next part that I want to get into, and these are the conditions with Mr. Perigo as we'll be going through some of the stuff. And I apologize for going through this slowly, but it's important because there are a couple hundred neighbors that came to the neighborhood meeting. There's a neighborhood council, so to speak, and I promised I would walk through all the exhibits and the conditions so we're all on the same page.
Can I, just for my own edification, are the suggestion that you have made and brought up of the change to a different type tree than Mondale pine? Mondale pine's non-deciduous, stays green all year. Do these other trees, I mean, it's just a point of curiosity. Are they non-deciduous? Do they hold and stay leafed all year?
Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to continue on with phase 2 now. Now, these are the conditions that can be applicable to the application today, and we've worked many hours with the neighbors, and like I said, there's a lot of thanks to the neighbors because there's a lot of learning of the technical terms, learning the zoning code, trying to figure out exactly, even for myself, what type of landscape is what and what works best. So I'm going to go through these conditions. I'm going to show you some of the exhibits. One of the big areas of concern for the neighbors, and rightfully so, if you take a look at the property itself, is the treatment along Darling and the buffering in this area on phase 2 for Darling itself. One of the first things that we discuss with the neighbors along this area here is we discuss with them about putting some form of a single-story structure, which is garages. Okay, we're going to be putting 3 separate building of garages, as I'm showing you here on the revised site plan, as it's located here along the northern property line of our property. Now, by doing that, and Mr. Perigo will agree with this, is by making that change, we no longer are asking for the waiver that was initially requested in the application itself. Because in the application itself, when you have a 3-story building and you're supposed to be separated 100 feet from the property line of residential, you're required to have a single-story structure. Before, we had a carport. Today, what we've done working with the neighbors is did a single-story garage building that's going to be roof pitched. I'm going to just show you a little bit here right now in one of the exhibits we submitted to the neighbors and to your staff. You can see a little bit of the version up here of the garage itself will be incorporated with the wall, but you're going to have a roof pitch in this area. It's going to be approximately 14 feet in height. And so that's one of the changes that we're making. Here's some more of the elevations itself, the side elevations, the garage itself, and up here in the left-hand corner you can see the garage bays that we'll be proposing. So that will eliminate the waiver request that we've initially asked for. And there is a condition that addresses this, and it's going to be the condition, the amended condition of number 3, that states that the plans that were submitted, and I believe Mr. Perigo will have the date of yesterday, or whenever we actually submitted these revised plans. The latest plans was yesterday, gave them to the neighbors, and your staff has those, and I want to just confirm that's one of the conditions that requires that this can be approved subject to the plans that we submitted. So the next item that I want to talk about is going to be the decorative block wall. In the back here, as you may recall, Town Center Standards does not allow us to have a full decorative block wall. It requires a portion of the wall to be block and the other portion of the wall itself to be wrought iron or open. This here is what was the original design along Darling Road, which, as you can see, is per Town Center Standards. You have the block wall, you have some wrought iron. One of the things that I mentioned in our neighborhood meetings, and Avi's agreed and neighbors have requested, is to put an 8-foot-high decorative block wall along Darling itself. This is just the wall itself of the picture that we showed them for the elevation. Ignore the vegetation and all that here because we had numerous of exhibits over the last several weeks. But for me to give you an idea of the block wall, and the neighbors liked it the way we had the decorative caps on top of the wall itself running up and down along Darling in this area. But by the time I go through the presentation and tell you about phase 2 and the trees and the landscaping, you're not really even going to see the wall here be based on the intensity of landscaping of what we're going to be providing. But for purposes of the exhibit and everybody in our discussions, that's the decorative block wall. There is a condition by staff that they're going to be adding in, and I'm going to read it for the record. It says, an 8-foot solid screen wall shall be provided along the northern property line of Phase 2 of Paxton Walk development. The wall shall be composed of 100% decorative material in accordance with the standards of the City of Las Vegas, and shall include 20% contrasting material and color. Neither contrasting texture of the same material nor light or dark variations of the same color are permitted. That's a condition that we've worked with your staff since last week, and we're acceptable to that condition, and that addresses the block wall itself of what we've been discussing. The next thing that I want to talk about is the landscaping itself. What you see here is an exhibit, one of the exhibits that we gave the neighbors during our discussions a couple weeks ago. This here shows 2 rows of bottle trees in the area, but I'll get to the condition that we're going to agree to. We've talked about lining this area up 20 feet on center for landscaping with 2 rows of trees to be staggered with bottle trees, with pine trees, Mondale pines. What we've come up with is that we're going to do Mondale pines up against the wall itself, 24-inch box trees spaced 20 feet apart. And then your second row of trees are going to be the bottle trees itself, spaced 20 feet apart. So when you start doing the vision in your head, you're going to have staggered trees essentially 10 feet apart itself. I do have a rendering. This is a picture of the bottle tree itself as we were talking to the neighbors. We're going through several exhibits with Mr. Martin and showing what these trees look like as they grow. And one of the things I do want to show you along in the exhibit that we submitted to your staff, which if I could get your attention to A2 and A1 here up in the left-hand corner, is as you can see along Darling Road itself, we're going to be proposing a minimum area of 20 feet in width of landscaping, okay? Minimum of 20 in this area. And the reason is because we're going to take advantage when I get to one of the things about the rural street standards is we're going to put the, as you can see here, these are the bottle trees, these are the pines, and here is when we have the garage itself up against the wall. Without against the wall, you can see over here, you have at least a minimum of 20 feet. Now, Darling changes with respect to the width of paving itself, and then we got to put a drainage swale in there. So we're telling you minimum of 20, but we know it's going to be more than 20. But if I told you it was 25, then everybody's going to be looking at 25. But minimum of 20, we believe we're going to be getting more out of it once we do the final design through drainage in your Public Works Department. But for all intents and purposes, we submitted this exhibit to the neighbors. To your staff, everybody's on notice of what we're proposing to do along this area.
And the landscaping, if I may interrupt, I'm sure because of water conservation is drip system, you're not going to be spraying the trees?
It's drips.
Thank you.
And then one of
Just
the
a quick,
last,
sorry to interrupt you, Bob. Thank
Yes.
you. I still don't understand the squabble over Mondale versus bottles because we have Mondales in my neighborhood and they are messy, and I don't know why people would really want Mondales when, because they throw a lot of debris off every year.
Yeah, you know what, in different neighborhoods, everybody likes a certain type of tree. I've done enough of these projects where typically they say Mondale pine, some like bottles, some like ashes, some like oaks, and it's, I guess beauty's in the eyes of the beholder. Totally fine with it at the end of the day, because what's more important, I believe, is if I lived here, what do I want to look at? I like pine trees. I have pine trees, and I have some other type of green trees all year round in my backyard. So for us, it was trying to accommodate the neighbors in the area of what they want to see back there, because Darling itself is just going to be a nice, huge landscape trail, so to speak, and it's their own privacy. So when they come out of their driveways or the fronts of their houses, this is stuff that they're going to look at, and out of respect, I want to respect their wishes. It's one hand.
I see. It doesn't make any difference to you and your client. It's what they want.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
And that's why obviously here, and that's the reason why we're telling you we're here to work on those issues. At the end of the day, I think we had a different kind of tree, in working with staff and when we first started it, but it was nowhere near what we have today, which is more intense.
Well, I'm not going to try to interfere at all in landscaping. I just think it was kind of odd and it caught my attention. Thank you.
Okay. The other two things I want to point out on Phase 2 is the neighbors have asked us to not construct the full improvements on Darling Road, which that means no curb, no gutter, no sidewalks, street lights, etc. Staff has put a condition, actually, there's 2 conditions that staff is going to add into the record here, and I'm going to read them quickly, because there's something I do want to point out for the record, because this isn't the last time you're going to see Avi and me coming up on this Darling Road issue. And one of the proposed conditions is construct all half-street improvements on Darling Road adjacent to the site unless otherwise amended by an approved waiver to defer off-site improvements. Said application shall be submitted within 45 days of the date of approval of the site development plan review by the City Council. What this means is the council cannot today approve the application with the rural street standards. What we have to do, and I wanted a timeline in here in good faith, because I want to get this done immediately, we're going to have to come back and submit a variance and a waiver. I've done this already in these rural neighborhood areas and go through that process. But we'll all go through the process. We're all on the same page. The neighbors will know as we're going through. Avi's going to do that. So if this is approved today, within 45 days, we're coming in, submitting those applications immediately so we can get those rural street standards.
Mr. Mayor, with your permission? If I could just stop you for a moment, Mr. Grunner. Sounds all great. I'm a little concerned about the lack of curb and gutter just for drainage issues on Darling right there. So I'm just throwing that out there. It's a concern of mine. I know how Public Works feels about it. Being on the Regional Flood Control District as long as I have been and dealing with the floods in Centennial Hills for the past several years, it's just a thought. I'm just throwing that at you as you discuss that with the folks in the rural area right there. It may not. It would actually probably be a better amenity to at least have a curb.
And
and a gutter.
I agree.
Just throwing that out there.
I agree. Somewhere in the county islands and somewhere in the cities, and we just did it further north up the road in your area. We put some the curb gutter in there to help carry the water flow down. We'll discuss that as we go through, but we're going to submit those applications, and as they get amended, we'll be working with the neighbors. But the key is no streetlights, no sidewalks, keep it as rural as you can. And then there's an added condition that staff has mentioned, that there's going to be a covenant running with the land where if the city ever wants to do full improvements on Darling someday, then the city has that opportunity and right to do so, which is a standard condition whenever you ask to waive those conditions itself. So in conclusion, I've went through a lot of this. I know there are neighbors here. I wanted to go through in detail the conditions. I might have missed something. I hope I haven't. If I did, I know the neighbors behind me are going to come and tell me you said you were supposed to do X, Y, and Z. And as I think about that, one of the things I do want to point out to this council, we still have additional land that we're going to come in and develop. The problem is, I know it's been asked to us to come in and show you a plan of what that's going to look like. If we put something on the plans today and it changes next month or next year, we look bad because we made a misrepresentation to council. I don't want to go through that again. What I want to do and what Avi wants to do is we're reaching out and telling you, before you see anything else coming in phase 3 or phase 4, we're going to sit down with the neighbors and they're going to know what we're going to come through with. So that representation itself, it's just, this is a part of the process today of building that first step of the trust and the relationship of trying to make sure we have open communications with the neighbors to the north. So that's the only reason why we didn't put something on. As Avi has mentioned to the neighbors, he could have sold his property or portions to Home Depot, to a Kohl's. There are commercial developers that want to come in, and he could easily sell it and make all of his money and move on. But when you are building to own a project itself, you want to make sure you put the right pieces in. And the other part of this equation now, we'll have the neighbors to be a part of that puzzle as we finish the equation. So the last thing I do want to mention again, I know Mr. Frank Martin's here and some of the other neighbors. I cannot thank them enough. Obviously, working, I'm sure, 50-plus hours on this over the last several weeks. I'm probably shortchanging the neighbors and Mr. Martin. And getting to where we are today is a huge accomplishment from where we were about 45 days ago. And mind you, I'm sure not everybody is happy. That's how these things go. But I can assure you, as I stand before you today along with Avi, is that we're further along than where we were when we started. And this is a good step. And the good step is when we come back and we talk to you again another 45 or 60 days or in phase 3, that I'm comfortable that we'll even have a better relationship with the neighbors who are adjacent to us and working out all the kinks that I've already mentioned. So that being said, I would hope that you would approve the application. I know there's some neighbors that may mention some stuff. I'll come back and address some additional things if I forgot. And I know Mr. Perigo is here to help clean up any of the conditions that I need to get cleaned up at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I will now entertain any public comments. Please, if you would, come up, and if you would, state your name. We don't need addresses, and if it's all right with each of you, I'm going to limit you each to 4 minutes.
Well, I have a short statement.
Okay, that's
I
great.
came
We love it
prepared.
printed, makes it even less.
I am a neighbor, and today is the first time I've seen this. So I would like to mention that I would like to be included in any conversation.
Yeah, make
from
sure you
here
speak
forward.
into the microphone, too, and I
That
know there
would
were
like to
several
be,
hearings.
Since I am a neighbor, I would like to be included
Oh,
in some
did you
of
give your
these.
name? I'm so sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Shelley Cerrone.
Thank you.
And so my concern is the value of my home. I understand what they're doing, and so my statement is, I'm here with the concern of my property's economic possible depreciation. The decline of property value caused by external forces such as neighborhood adverse development. I know what the rents are going to be. I've done comparable market analysis. Another concern with the 215 construction interchange, Mr. Ross, you were quoted in saying it was going to be ugly. Well, as a homeowner, we look past that and we see what the master plan is. So when we move into an area, but as a renter, that's going to be an inconvenience when you're looking only at a one-year lease. So I want to know if the place doesn't get leased up and they can't demand the rents that they're looking for, what guarantee that it's not just going to sit and we're going to lose our property value?
Thank you.
I would just like an honest answer of that.
Thank you. Thank you. And next, please come up and state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Jay Grudka. I'm here with Ernest Alonzo, 7428, 7420 Darling Road. We're here on behalf of the residents of Darling Road, the north buffer of this project. I just want to make a couple brief statements, thanking Blue Marble for meeting with our neighborhood committee and for their gracious concessions to our request. I'm also here to endorse the negotiated buffer with Darling Road and just express my hope that it'll continue along future phases of the project. We'd also like to include, it's our strong hope that the Darling will remain a rural road minus the half-street improvements, which would include the street lights and the sidewalks. We don't include the gutters, so we don't have a problem with any kind of gutters or water drainage. But we didn't want additional street lights just because we didn't want it looking like a stadium in front of our house. So I think we have sufficient lightage there. That's all I had to say. So,
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this agenda item? And again, please state your name.
I'm Juliette Berkable, and I am from Lamplight. I will be backing up to Phase 1. I just wanted to say that, Councilman Ross asked us to have a committee and come up with people that were neighbors, and those of us who were asked were actually just the ones in attendance at that meeting. I just want to be on record to say that as neighbors, we're the ones who called. We made appointments with every council member. It kind of became a full-time job. So if people's opinions aren't being heard or whatever, it was on us as individuals, as homeowners and residents to take the time to make those appointments, to make phone calls. And I know there's just a handful of us who this has just taken a ton of our time. We did sit down with Frank Martin. He has a tremendous amount of experience with building, and he knows what we can and what we can't do. I understand now as a new resident in the Lamplight that the zoning was changed 10 years ago, and that 2 years ago, Phase 1 was already put through. And so with them giving us any kind of concessions with Phase 1 is just them being the builder, when I say them, being very nice and being very helpful. So I do appreciate it. Is it exactly what I want in my backyard? Absolutely not. But they've been helpful, especially the last couple months. They've flown in twice from California, I think, to listen, to talk to us. And again, Frank has used trees upon trees of papers, printing out plans, explaining elevations, explaining all that terminology. He does not have to do this. He is just a neighbor. He is just being a good citizen. He has great integrity. And so whatever's been promised to us as neighbors, I know that they have good faith and good word, and that Frank's integrity has really come in handy here. So I appreciate him helping, and all the council members who met with me and those neighbors. And we get a little bit, but for us it's like, woohoo, it's a win-win. We won something, we got a bigger tree, we yay. So I'm really happy for those things. I see how hard it is to get. So I appreciate all of those things.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Andy Stahl. I live just up the street from the proposed development. I just want to reiterate my concern about the loss of the current southbound access to the 95 freeway. This is something that's been brought up at the council and community meetings with no response from Mayor Pro Tem Ross or the attorney for the project. I spoke with Larry Rogers of the City Planning Department. He confirmed that the traffic study done for this project is based on existing roadway infrastructure. I also spoke with Jenica Keller, who's the senior project manager for the Nevada DOT for that whole interchange project, and got clarification that we in that northeast corner of 95-215 will lose the existing direct southbound access to 95, which means the traffic study for this project is somewhat moot as the 95-215 interchange is completed. So we'll have to use either Tenaya to Ann to get on the 95 South, or the not yet built John Herbert extension that will go over to Centennial Center and then backtrack to the existing southbound on-ramp. So both of those ways bottleneck in multiple places. This is a considerable concern not only with the already approved residential component of this project, but any subsequent commercial component as well. These two approved south access roads to the 95 don't seem to be designed to accommodate this extra traffic. We can agree that the delays and congestion would cause a considerable concern for drivers and also the commuting children there along Tenaya, where that's where it goes down to 25 miles per hour and the kids commute to school through there. So Mayor Pro Tem Ross, you were quoted in the RJ of May 14th of last year referencing the Phase 3A interchange project saying, quote, "When this is done, it's going to be awesome out here. Please keep your word to your constituents. Consider our large lot horse farm neighborhood as this parcel is developed for residential and commercial use, and please be a good steward to our equestrian community."
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. And sir, your name, please?
John Haverly, 6645 North Pioneer Way. We as a community have accepted that we can't change this situation. As you guys have said, it's going to be built. We've tried our best to make it the best of the situation that we can. And Mayor, I take this council to task on several places, especially this one, at the irresponsible building in rural places that go on around this town, especially in this spot right here. Many members of the council have talked against this specific spot and others where you're building these things in places they don't really fit or belong. Yes, it's right next to 215. So is the Rocking K Ranch. You're not allowing us southbound access to 95, even though you promised us it would be there. It's not. It's in no plan, and it's not planned to be. This isn't responsible planning. We have fought the zoning before it was zoned what it is now. And the fight has only gotten stronger from our side, but no matter how many, Paxton Walk, we didn't have one person that actually lived in the community that wanted it. We had to accept it because that's what you voted to do. And the same with this. No one person that actually lives in our community wanted this. It's foisted upon us. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit the infrastructure. It doesn't fit the infrastructure that's being planned. Now, yes, we're going to lose this battle. It's going to be built. There's nothing we can do about it. And that's a shame. Please consider this as you look at other places that are like this, and be more responsible than you have with this. This doesn't fit. I'm sure we'll be thinking about that in further elections. There are some of you who have been on our side on this and some of you who have not. I guess that's all I can say. Thank you.
Your Honor.
For your comments?
Your Honor, could I say something here on this?
Yes, please, Councilman.
It's that urban-rural fight, I guess it's going to be continuous on the fringes of the valley, always. But I lived right downtown, Las Vegas Boulevard in Charleston. And, you know, despite living downtown, it's really pretty quiet. Until such time in the evening, every night, a Sundance helicopter flies over my house. Not once, but many times in an hour, hour and a half. Now, I never bargained for that when I bought my house downtown, that I and thousands of other people should be under the pathway of tourists who are enjoying themselves, disregarding the welfare of those people that live in these flight paths. And there are people who depend on the jobs paid for by those tourists. The captain might be one of those people, as he is wearing the colors of Sundance, and it's a darn good company. But you have to know that bringing these things, you can never tell what happens. You know, he didn't intend to insult me or hurt my feelings by drowning out normal conversation for an hour and a half every night. But he and the other companies do that. It's a fact of life now. Not much I can do about it. And I'm not going to try because I think it's kind of part of our community. It's one of the things you accept when you live in an amusement park like Las Vegas. So, you know, I sympathize with him that things do happen, they do change. But believe me, change has happened to all of us, including areas we never thought would happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else in the public who would like to speak, please do so, come forward. Okay, I'm going to close public hearing, and yes, I will leave it open for another 4 minutes. And your name, please, sir, and wait till you get to the microphone. We can't hear until you get there.
Louis Isola, I'm a resident near the project that's being considered. Our biggest objection is this phase one. This Marble is telling us how you're all buddy-buddy with the residents. 99% of the residents knew nothing or were involved in phase one. Our biggest objection is phase one. Everything else is lipstick on a pig. We don't want phase one. Now, what we can do about it, I don't know. If we got to make get a legal team in here to try and overturn this thing, that's what we're going to do. Because we're not going to deal with phase one. Everything else is like I say, is superficial. Phase one is our biggest objection. And if it's going to take a legal team to do it, we'll do it. But we're not going to let phase one continue on with this project. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, now I'll close the public hearing, and do you want to proceed? Okay, Mr. Grounauer?
I just want to, if I could get your attention to the overhead one more time. The one issue I do want to address that I did not address in my initial presentation was a traffic issue. There's 2 points that I want to make here. One is, as you can see on the overhead, this is an excerpt from your staff report itself that is on this current project. And what his staff is saying here, and I think is key, that it supports that this does not impact the traffic in a negative way than what's been said. And the only thing I could give you for a good reference is what your staff, your Public Works Traffic Department, is telling you and telling the world. So this is not coming from me. That's the resource from the city. It says this project is expected to add about 1,736 trips per day on Centennial Parkway, Tenaya, and John Herbert Boulevard. Currently, Centennial is about 9% of capacity, okay? 9% of capacity. Tenaya is about 50% of capacity, and John Herbert is at about 9% of capacity. With this project, Centennial is expected to be about 14% of capacity. Tenaya is to be about 55% of capacity, and John Herbert is to be about 14% of capacity. I think that within itself tells you exactly what is going on out there today. As a matter of fact, the second point, I live out in the Northwest. I live a couple miles from this project. I drive up and down on Tenaya many times. I drive my kids to different places, to schools. I could tell you traffic is fine on Tenaya. I drive it. I drive Tenaya because it's the quickest way to get to 95 from my house because there's no traffic on Tenaya. I use it from a personal experience. And one step further, I also know is that that's a speed trap in that area. I'm sure many of the residents in the area got zapped. I have friends in the area that have gotten pulled over and ticketed in that area for a speed limit. There's a speed limit on Tenaya. It's held to itself. So not only the point that staff is making in the staff report that it's not at its full capacity, I'm telling you from a personal experience, it's the easiest way to get to 95 on Ann Road is to go through Tenaya. And if traffic was that bad, I wouldn't be using Tenaya, and a lot of people wouldn't be using Tenaya today. So with this project, you have the roads, as your staff has said, will not be at full capacity. I think that's important to point out in the traffic issue that was just brought up by 3 or 4 neighbors.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members, for hearing this again. And I appreciate all of those that have come down here, whether you're pro or against the project. I would recommend highly to Mr. Gretka and Mr. Alonso the curb idea in regards to drainage issues. So I'm just throwing that out there for you because I know how my public works department is. We like to get those amenities in for public safety and property damage issues when the rain comes. Darling's always going to be that small rural street, and all those homes and properties in there are always going to stay that way. Mr. Martin, where'd he go? He's hiding behind you, Mr. Gronar. Thank you very much for your involvement. Mrs. Burklow was correct. You're close to here, but you're not in the general vicinity. But your leadership and guidance means a great deal to me in regards to helping the neighborhood through these issues and understand the development process. That's quite significant. Mr. Gronar, to your client, you have gone above and beyond. Just as the prior agenda item with Mrs. Lee and horses and cattle, this is important, Mr. Gronar, that you mentioned that you've opened that avenue of communication, and that's what this needs to be. Whether you guys like it or not, you're still going to have that avenue of communication. And I think you, Avi, as I understand you've owned the property for 15 years. You build and develop these things, and you own them, and you take care of them, and you nurture them. You're a community partner. You're a neighbor to our neighbors at Lamplight Glen and the ranch estates behind Darling. And I think you want to be that good neighbor. You don't want this, this terrible relationship that could have occurred and may continue for some, which is quite unfortunate because I think I've seen some products that you've built. They're fabulous properties. You do a fabulous job at what you do in the development industry. I understand, too, you've won several awards from around the world with some of your projects. And I'm saying that because I want the folks in that area to understand that this is a class development. To the individual who spoke about the connection to US 95, in fact, we're kicking the, Mayor, I think we're doing groundbreaking of the Centennial Bowl next week, if I'm correct,
Yes.
looking at my staff in the back.
Yes,
Is that right, Jorge?
Yep.
So that whole interchange is going to change all of the transportation around that entire area. A lot of those roads are temporary, and a lot of folks don't understand that. They are temporary roads and have been designed that way. Again, thank you very much for going the extra mile with these neighbors. I know not everyone's going to be happy, and I get that. But we are where we are today. This is a site development review for Phase 2 of this project. Phase 1, we all have agreed that has been approved. The developer's going the extra mile in regards to the buffering. The developer's going the extra mile in regards to the 2 additional courses on the, I believe it's the Lamplight Glen southern wall.
Lamplight's holes, walls on the south side.
On the south side, correct?
Yeah, walls.
And the landscaping on the Darling side, I mean, you guys are going to have a park out there, literally 20-foot wide minimum in some areas, right? And that's kind of what you indicated on the record. Yeah. So the buffering's been fabulous. You've certainly gone above and beyond for trying to deal with the rural and moving into the urban. This is a fabulous buffer in regards to that. Probably the best one I've seen in the 10 years I've served on the city council, trying to blend the urban and the rural together. That being said, Your Honor, I'd like to ask Mr. Perrigo if there's additional things we need to throw in here and as we move forward.
Yes, Your Honor. I think for clarity, I should go ahead and just read all of the conditions into the record.
Please do so.
Thank you. Okay, as submitted to the city clerk already. Added condition A, construct all half-street improvements on Darling Road adjacent to this site unless otherwise amended by an approved waiver to defer off-site improvements. Said application shall be submitted within 45 days from the date of approval of the site development plan review by City Council. Added condition B, sign a covenant running with land agreement for the possible future installation of half-street improvements per city standards, including curb and gutter, sidewalks, permanent paving, streetlights, and possibly fire hydrants and sewers on Darling Road adjacent to this site. The covenant agreement must be recorded with the county recorder, and a copy of the recorded document must be provided prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for this site. Added condition C, an 8-foot solid screen wall shall be provided along the northern property line of Phase 2 of the Paxton Walk development. The wall shall be composed of 100% decorative material in accordance with the standards of the City of Las Vegas, and shall include 20% contrasting material and color. Neither contrasting texture of the same material nor light to dark variations of the same color are permitted. Condition D, the developer shall, within 60 days of approval of this site development plan review by City Council, install a temporary property fence along the vacated portion of Darling Road between John Herbert and Tioga Way to enclose the full area controlled by the developer and to secure it from unauthorized access. And then to amend condition number 3, and I'll read it in its entirety. All development shall be in conformance with the site plan and landscape plan date stamped July 14, 2015, and building elevations date stamped May 12, 2015, and July 14, 2015, except as amended by conditions herein. And to amend condition number 18, again, as submitted to the clerk, to just add Darling Road to that condition.
Thank you very much.
And Mr. Gronauer, do you agree to all those conditions?
Yes, sir.
No, I'm sorry, Councilwoman, Mayor.
I wanted to ask a question. When they were talking about they didn't have an exit out the southwest, is that what they said? Could you show me on the map where the exits are?
I believe the
Or he doesn't
southwest
have that?
exit was the interchange, the Centennial, or you're
Is
talking
that
about...
going to take care of the problem then about their getting out that way? Was it southwest? Somebody here mentioned it. In fact, a couple did, about being able to get out.
Mayor, with your permission, Councilman, the temporary roads out there that exist today, that's where their southbound access on the US 95 is.
So they're going to have the exits to be able to get out with the
Well,
temporary?
that temporary is going to go away. The John Herbert connection is going to go all the way over to Sky Point. And there's going to be different elevations that I've worked with NDOT for the past 10 years on to
So-
make the connectivity much, much better for all of the residents on both sides of that interchange. So it's going to be a much better connectivity.
I just wanted to say something. Some of the people here left that were concerned about this, and really, I don't think they should have left, because one of the things you have to do, I represent a ward, and I'll tell you why I get concerned about this. I represent a ward that's, 5 minutes, I believe, from the city, and they have fought and fought and fought to keep the rural atmosphere. They have been doing this for probably a quarter of a century, and they've been able to do it. You have, even though you're going to be encroached upon with more heavy, dense projects, I wish you would just make sure that you get a copy of all the conditions, so that if something comes up later on and they didn't do what they said they would do, you have it. Now, we want to trust everybody, but I've learned, and I'm sure you've learned in other situations, that doesn't always happen. So I'm just making a recommendation that you watch the conditions and make sure that each one is followed through. It's probably, my understanding is anyway, that the majority of you feel you didn't get what you want, but it was as close to a win-win as you could get. I will say I agree with the mayor, or else it was you, Councilman, who stated this is the best they've seen as far as landscaping to keep you with a feeling that of greenery and not being imposed upon too much. So I live in an area, and I myself do not like it when a lot of other projects come in and ruin the ambience of the neighborhood, but that is the way it goes. We've had that happen to us, and it happens to all of us. The freeways come or the widening of a street. I only say be eternally vigilant, because that's the way you have to be now, and you have to be in the future, because something else will come along. And that's just my suggestions to the group, not that, Mr. Gronhauer, that your group is not a good group, and I don't mean that. You've worked very hard. It's the best I've seen as far as the landscaping, keeping it, the ambience. But I'm just saying that to the people because you're just beginning this. We've been fighting it a long time, and so that's my thought for you. And I'm glad you all cared enough to come out and voice your opinions, because that's what you have to do. You have to come out 30 strong, 40 strong, 50 strong when you have situations you're concerned about. And I'm not saying you needed to be concerned, but I'm saying, because it's not my ward, I'm not familiar with it, but I'm saying that that's obviously how you felt. So keep that passion in your heart to maintain what you want in your neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. And let me add to that, you know, we have great assets that are paying attention to the transportation needs throughout the valley. Councilwoman is one of those assets because she sits on the Regional Transportation Commission with you, Mayor. I've had the privilege of serving in that position for 6 years. Thank you very much for that. And you two will keenly pay attention to what's going on out there in regards to connectivity, because I have worked with NDOT for a long time and will continue to do so for the connectivity. Mr. Gronauer, would you just briefly speak about the amenities again about this project, because I want those highlighted, because I think it's important we all understand.
Yes.
With your permission, Mayor.
I'm going to give you a list here, 1 second. Okay, first of all, we're going to have two gated entrances, one off of Tenay and Centennial. Those entryways are very intense and dense landscaping, very lush landscaping as you come into the project itself. What's unique about this is when you have a similar project of the scope and size of what is before you for phase 1 and 2, you typically, and you guys know this, you get one clubhouse, you get one pool, you get one spa. In this development itself, with the 2 phases, you're going to get 2 community centers. And in there, you're going to get fitness centers, screening rooms for both areas. You're going to get a movie theater, business center for the residents. You're going to get kitchens, club rooms, party rooms, wet room, patio areas. You have 2 swimming pools, 2 spas. You have playgrounds, you have tot lots, you have a pet park. We have outdoor dining, barbecues, gaming areas, walking and pathways, along with some biking pathways. Some of the buildings, as you know, you don't have to have elevators. We're going to be providing elevators in some of the 3-story buildings. Not all of them, but we're going to be providing elevators, and that's a substantial cost. You're not going to do elevators if you're going to cheapen the project itself, because those are not required. That adds a little bit more of that cachet that you want for the expensive type of apartment, type of a building. You're also going to have, we have parking garages with remote access, large leasable storage areas. We have the upscale interior finishes with spacious floor plans, as we said. And I think as Mr. Martin mentioned to the neighbors, these type of floor plans that you see are not typical apartment floor plans. These floor plans are more like your true condos for sale type of floor plans that you're seeing. If anything, obviously we have the balconies and patios. We have a concierge service that will be provided for the neighbors within there. There's going to be package pickup. We have lockers within the clubhouses itself. We have grocery and dry cleaning delivery service. So we're going to be providing a lot of these amenities to the neighbors, which is not typical as you go through different apartment complexes throughout the valley. So those are some of the highlighted things that I wanted to mention itself. And actually, even more importantly, we're not skimping on open space. One of the things that Avi has demanded from the landscape architect is give them something bigger and better. Your town center standards require 20% of open space. What we're bringing in phase 2 is over 25% of open space out here. So if we were looking to skimp on something, it would be the open space, it would be the amenities itself. So that's the difference between an A-class and a B-class type of development. So Councilman, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I've had like 7 different kind of presentations to go, because I didn't know where we're going to go with the neighbors with this. But the amenity package is definitely second to none.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing Mr. Gronauer to talk about those amenities. With that, you've agreed to the conditions. Anything else need to be added? Mr. Perigo, Mr. Scott, are you good? Okay. Then with that, Mayor and Council, I would move to approve Agenda Item 72, subject to all conditions.
Okay, there's a motion on item 72 and a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
And a message to the neighbors, they'll be hearing from us. We'll start with the small neighborhood group when we start filing our applications. And then if need be, Avi, Deirdre, and myself will go out and meet with the neighbors if we have to have bigger neighborhood meetings. So that's my commitment, that's Avi's commitment, that's what we told the small group, because he's owned that property for over 20 years, and he plans on being there longer, and he understands about being a good neighbor and a good developer with the neighbors.
Well,
So
we
thank you.
certainly appreciate everything you've done, and Avi certainly, and your staff, and everything that everyone in the community has been participating in. You know, no matter what, when you're a big family, everybody gives a little bit, and the result usually works beautifully, because we're always a family here. And thank you, Councilman. I know you have your finger pointed. What are we
Mr.
doing?
Pergo, but I wanted to make a recommendation to Mr. Groner and your client that as you develop and kind of think about what the additional phases are going to be, include them. Those are going to be your customers, or
I've already said that. I definitely will. I know from Patricia, from Juliet. I don't know how much Mr. Martin's going to be involved, but I'm going to definitely put them all on notice as we move forward.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you,
And
Mr.
I've known Mr. Martin more than 30 years. It's just good to see you. I'm sorry I haven't got any more building projects for you, though. So, all right. You either stopped using Grecian formula, whatever, or you're just a tidbit older in these 30 years, but you look great, and thank you for helping everybody in your neighborhood, because that's who you were representing, and to have everybody understand better how projects work and what we're all just one peoples that really want to see our whole community be better and stronger, and that's what we're all working for.
And
So thank you.
Avi's a hands-on guy. I mean, he's out there doing this, so.
Okay, Mr. Parago.
thank you.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Thanks.
I just wanted to let you know that we've worked with Mr. Scott, and I think we have the conditions that Mayor Pro Tem was directing us to on that other item, just so when you're ready.
Well, we're back. We're coming to 69.
Okay.
Are you still here? Okay, here we are. Where'd Mr. Scott? Don't leave, Mr. Scott. Okay, so back to, before we go to 73 and 74, we are back here on 69. You lost your partner.
Oh, he's coming.
Okay.
There he comes.
Okay.
Caught in traffic.
All right, one more shot. Here we go. Let's bring this back, and Councilman Ross, you're back on again.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry. Councilman Beers is just fun to work with.
You're not married to him, so you
I
have
know,
to
but he
ask
just
his
makes
wife
me
how
laugh so
fun
much.
it is. Look at the color he's turned, too. I know, I'm
Deserves
right.
it. He deserves it. Mr. Juan, the conditions I have suggested, I think staff's worked it out. Are you good with it? My biggest concern is you and Los Prados.
With the exception of one, which was that we remain at 3012 at the 6th, 12th, and 18-month mark. At the 18th month mark, it becomes 4020.
Okay, let me explain to you my thought process on that. If she does 6 months with an administrative review and everything works out good, and she does another 6 months with another administrative review at the 12-month mark, and then she gets all the horses and cattle, that gives the neighborhood another 6 months to say, hey, this is working or it's not working. Which means she's on notice that at the 18-month mark, she may have to reduce back down to the original ones.
Well, I don't disagree with you, and I certainly understand, just that the agreement that was reached among my board members
No, I know, I
was
understand.
when I got here, so I don't want them to look back and say, hey, why didn't you tell them that it was at the 18th month mark becomes 4020?
No, and
that's my concern.
you've clearly represented what your clients want, but I'm trying to give them another level of expectation and insurance policy, meaning that administrative review, you guys haven't agreed to, you didn't even have that in there, just at 18 months, if it all works out, great. I want some proof, some progress, and I want them to be on notice that we're paying attention. That's what I want. You can take that back to your client. So that's why I'm moving in this direction.
And excuse me, if you might, just one second.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mayor just reminded me of the additional expense that goes along with what they're attempting to do. So I know you represent your clients exactly like you're supposed to, but I'm trying to give them more in this respect. I'm trying to give them that testing period of 40 horses and 20 cows.
And I don't know how to answer that question
I know
other
you
than my instructions, what we agreed to on the verge of getting here was
Okay.
that.
Then let's do this. Mr. Pergo, have you figured out how we can make this happen?
Yes, Your Honor. If it's okay, I'll go ahead and read the conditions that we believe reflect your direction, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
Limited to 30 horses and 12 cattle until July 15, 2016. Upon a successful administrative review at 12 months, the director may approve an increase to 40 horses and 20 cattle. Administrative review in 6 months, administrative review in 12 months, administrative review in 18 months.
And does that preclude them from having to refile for, if in fact this went to what Mr. Juan has been charged with, if they went all the way to 18 months before they brought the extra animals on, they would have to reapply, correct? For a permit?
With these conditions, they would
Not the new ones. With these that Councilman is putting forth, and what you've just read, they do not have to. If in fact it was at the behest of Mr. Juan's, what he is conveying based on his constituency, they would be at a real loss financially, because at 18 months, having gone the whole time to 18 months, they would have to refile. Not according to what he's saying, I'm just trying to explain.
Not necessarily. The way it was crafted before this, they would have had to, but the way this is crafted.
Correct, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, that being said, Mr. Pergo, at the 12-month review of condition administratively, you can recommend that they don't get any more cattle and any more horses, correct?
That is correct.
And I think that's important to be on the record, Mr. Juan, so you can take that back to your client. That may not be the recommendation from the planning director, but if it is, I'd like the residents of Los Prados and her surrounding neighbors to have that other 6 months of, hey, is this going to work or not? If we just say 18 months, you get all the horses and cattle if there's no problems, and what happens at the 20th month, there's a problem?
And I certainly understand that. If all the other terms that we stated on the record before, and if you're telling me that in order way to make this work is at the 12th month mark, it becomes 40-20, 6-month review, we can, if there's a problem, we raise it. I can certainly understand that.
Only at the discretion of the planning director. That's why I'm making it his administrative review.
And just to remember, Councilman, that even in between that 12 months, 18 months, 6 months, you can still bring it back if there's a problem in between those times.
And that really puts them on notice that they've got to run a clean yard, a clean corral, a clean ranch, and do all of the other things that were in the existing additional conditions. That I'm going to ask them if they approved all those conditions.
And Councilman, and once they do that, if the staff put out there for administrative review, if there's something wrong, they'll ask them to cure that, give them 10 days to make sure that that part is cured, and then they won't bring it back immediately, but they'll give them a little time to at least cure the problem. If there's manure out there, hey, there's manure in a pile, can you clean it up? If they come back in 10 days on reinspection, it's done, it'll pass through.
Yes, Mr. Juan, I don't want you to feel slighted. I'm trying to go the extra mile for your clients, and at the same time hold them more accountable.
Well, no, I certainly understand, and please understand, I do. You implemented some number, I do. Just, I am now in a difficult position of where I have to say, and I apologize, is that my only instructions based upon our last minute discussion we got here was that at the 18th month mark becomes 40-20. Now, if the council understands and votes the other way, I would certainly let my client know, but understand that my position based on what we agreed to was at the 18th month mark becomes 40-20. The other proposal is if at the 18th month becomes 40-20, you can have 3 months for us to object to at that point. But I certainly understand what you're trying to tell, but just that my only position was based upon what we agreed to was 40-20 at the 18th month mark. Actually, Mayor was actually correct in that at the 18th month mark, they would have to reapply, which I know they don't want to. That was actually what we agreed to, which
There's a cost to that, and you have delivered the message which you've been charged by your clients to deliver, and Councilman Ross does get that.
And I would be delighted to discuss this with your board members and any of the other neighbors in Los Prados. Most of them have my cell phone number. I'm pretty flexible and easy to connect with. So be mindful of that. But you understand and convey that message. We're trying to give, hold them more accountable, and then give your clients, the Los Prados Homeowners Association, the ability to see how they operate. If something's going wrong in 2 weeks, my phone's going to ring, trust me.
Understood. If the other condition we talked about regarding the dumpster and the cleaning out is part of the record, I will explain to my client what has occurred today.
Okay, so you'll agree to all of those other conditions, and you can disagree with this one about the time.
Understood.
Does that sound good?
That sounds right.
Okay, you're just the messenger.
Right.
My motion would be to approve,
And I'm sorry, and have they orally agreed to that?
I'm going to ask you now, thank you. Do you agree to the conditions, Mrs. Lee?
Yes.
Okay. That being said, congratulations, we got to this point, and thank you for
We
all
haven't
that
made
you've
a
done already to get to where you need to be. I know that. But she's really worked hard, and bless her heart for being patient with me.
But, and I would say too, that at 24 months or 3 years, there's a problem, you're going to call him, and you're going to say, you know, this doesn't just stop at 18 months or 20 months. This is in perpetuity, keep it clean.
Yeah, and Mr. McDermott, you get that too. And you know what, and you've got something great right there, and I want you to make it great. But now you got to be really great neighbors with my friends in Los Prados, and they know that. If they're watching this, I'm holding them accountable, folks. So, and Mr. Wan, you did a great job representing your client. My motion is to approve subject to all the conditions as you've agreed to. Anything else? Mr. Scott, you good with everything? He's good. That's my motion.
There's a motion, please vote. Okay, and would you please post? Motion carries. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. Wong. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're back to thank you very much and good luck, and hope this is forever. Agenda item 7374, ZON 59062, a request for rezoning from RE Residence Estate to 0 or O for office. Excuse me, not 0. 74 SDR 59063, a request for site development plan review for a proposed parking facility with a waiver to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the east property line where 8 feet the minimum required. The applicant is Dr. Russell Shaw. The owner is Juan Antonio Cervin Samperio on .441 acres at 2500 West Charleston Boulevard, RE Residence Estates, zone proposed O for office. Staff and Planning Commission recommend approval on both items. These are in War 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian in public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative? Please state your name.
Aaron Barnes.
And you are representing the owners?
Dr. Shaw.
Okay.
Yeah,
And Mr. Perigo, any comments on this, seeing that both you and, both staff and planning recommend approval?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I'm turning the remaining items on the agenda over to Mr. Rankin, and I'll work on these conditions and get them all
Thank you.
tuned up.
Madam Mayor, this project is in conformance to code. There is a minor waiver of landscaping, but the applicant has worked with us to make that up on various parts of the property in order to convert this project from a residential to a parking lot to service a clinic next door.
Thank you very much. Public hearing. Anybody want to be heard on these two items? Please come forward. Hearing and seeing none, I'll close it. Councilwoman.
Are they having any landscaping on the front of it? Where is it? I know it's almost 3 sides without. Can you show me which sides have it? Because I'm getting lost in the south-north of it all.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, there's landscaping provided along the front. They're upgrading that landscaping, as you saw from previous pictures, a little disarray and
Yes.
weedy at this point. They're also adding additional landscaping in the rear, and then they'll be preserving some of the larger trees on the interior of the lots. The buildings that you saw in the pictures are being removed, and they're not paving over those sections. Those will remain as open scape at this time.
I was out there, and this gentleman's business is a really sound business for the medical district. He's a doctor, and he's packed with people in there. I just want to make sure, because you could see how lousy it looked in front, that when he takes over, can we say lush landscaping? Can you watch that in planning in the front?
We'll definitely ensure that they meet what they've proposed here, which is additional landscaping there in the front. We'll make sure it's maintained in a acceptable manner to a lush state.
And you made some conditions, I believe, on the use of the timing and everything?
Well, they have 2 years in order to do this, but I understand the doctor is, as you know, ready to go. So we expect to see changes here relatively quickly.
Okay. Well, I know they're working hard, and to see a medical establishment flourish in the medical district is really good news. So I move to approve with all conditions.
On agenda, let's take them one at a time, please.
Oh.
On 73?
All right.
Okay,
Yep.
73. There's a motion to
I
approve.
move to approve with all conditions.
On 73, please vote and please post. That motion carries. And on 74, Councilwoman?
Move to approve with all conditions.
Thank you very much. There's a motion on agenda item 74 to approve. Please vote. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. 5 seconds.
You missed a second.
Here we are. Nope. Orally, how find thee? Okay, so let's do it. How do you say? Approve?
I'm rebooting.
You're rebooting. You're too smart. You approve? We got 2 approvals?
I vote yes.
3, 4. Okay, Councilman Coffin, are you down there?
I'm waiting to vote.
Would you like to do an oral vote?
I vote aye.
Okay, we've got all ayes, and Councilman Ross isn't here. So that, and we will post, that's, as everybody can see, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of us have aye, and here's Councilman Ross. And there's 7. So it's unanimous, and we'll move on to agenda item 75.
Thank you.
VAR 59047, a request for a variance to allow no sidewalks, amenity zone, or gate on a private street where such are required. 76 VAR 59048, a request for a variance to allow no amenity zones on Jones Boulevard and to allow no off-site improvements on Rosada Way where such are required. And agenda item 77 WVR 59049, a request for a waiver to allow no streetlights on Jones Boulevard, Rosada Way, and proposed private street where streetlights are required to allow 166-foot intersection offset where 220 feet is required. The applicant owner is Equity Link Properties, LLC, on 1.93 acres on the southeast corner of Rosada Way and Jones Boulevard, APM 125-36-302-001, RE Residence Estate Zone. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval on all 3 items, which are in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross, and are public hearing items which I now declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Thomas Helms on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Parago?
Turning over to Mr. Rankin.
And Mr. Rankin?
Madam Mayor, yes, staff is recommending denial as it doesn't meet the minimum standards per Title 19. The Planning Commission found that the waiver was the waivers and variances were in character with the rural nature of Rosada Way. Staff does want to note that on the item 77 for the street light on Jones, it's actually more on Rosada than Jones, but it's at the corner. It's one street light that waiver is requesting, and of course no street lights within the private drive.
Okay, anyone from the public who'd like to comment on this item or these items? Okay, hearing none, and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn it over to you, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. Are you guys really going to build these?
Pardon me?
Are you really going to build them?
Yes.
I lived across the street for 10 years waiting for these houses to be built, so it's good to see that happening, yeah. So that's good to see. So Mayor and council members, on agenda item 75 VAR 59047, I would move to approve subject to conditions. Is that right? Is that right?
May I ask a question on the amendment?
Do we?
There are conditions.
I mean, these conditions.
Yeah, there are conditions, including the covenant, if in the future sidewalk is needed on Rosada.
Oh.
Yeah, even when I bought my property there, I had to sign that covenant, which was an interesting thing to go do years and years ago. But good to see this happening.
Understood.
You know, but we want to keep that area rural.
Yes.
And just for the council's benefit, Charlotte lives right down the street from this, is where the horses are going to be. So make sure you do a disclosure to anybody you sell the homes to. That would be important. Mr. Councilman
Mayor.
Coleman has something.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask if part of the problem with staff is that that's a busy street, Jones, or is or will be. Let's suppose it is or will be. Then do we have a problem with safety if there's no street light at that corner where traffic will, engage?
Madam Mayor, Bart Anderson, Las Vegas Public Works. I'd like to respond to that.
Please.
Through you. Jones has all of the streetlights that it needs already in place. This would have been a streetlight for Rosada around the corner, close to the corner, but Jones is currently covered by all the streetlights required.
And there are none on Rosada? Is that?
Right.
Oh, okay, it's consistent then. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a motion made, subject to all conditions, which I interrupted, so can we try that? Or are you wanting to say something, Councilman Deers? I get worried looking down there. Okay, there we go. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 75. Please vote and please post. I know they're sticking. She did vote. Did you yay or nay or?
I yayed.
She yayed. So will you put it there? It finally came. And if you'll please post on that. And that motion carries. Agenda item 76.
I would move
Wait,
to,
more?
Mayor, may I?
Oh, excuse me.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, and I apologize. I didn't realize this was a linked item.
We're doing them 1 and 2, 3.
That's
Okay.
fine.
Council 76.
agenda item 76, I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion.
We're probably going to have to take a voice vote. I apologize.
Okay.
We're going to need
We
to take
did
a
that.
recess after these items.
Okay.
Has it gone down?
Okay, so starting at the right, how say you, yay?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, it had to be cute. All right, 76 is all unanimous ayes. 77, please.
On 77, Madam Mayor and council members, I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve, subject to condition on number 77. And how say you, where'd you go, Councilman Barris? I lost you. Yes? Yes? Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye, Captain.
Gosh. Okay, unanimous on all 3.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Good
much.
afternoon.
Ms. Farwell, did you want to say something here?
Just that I would recommend that we take a 5-minute recess so that we can reset the system. We may have to use a voice vote for the balance of the meeting. We're having a little trouble with the SIRE system right now, so if you
What
wouldn't
if
mind.
we went through it orally and you keep working on the system?
Well, what we need to do is get you all queued up on the shortcut that we put on your computers this morning so that you can review the backup while you're going along, because if we take the system down, you will not be able to see the backup.
Okay, 5 minutes.
So just a 5 minutes. So I apologize, everyone.
5-minute recess.
And then the next items 78 and 79 have been obeyed.
I have, and 80's obeyed.
80 and 81 have been
Obeyed, so we will go right into
Thanks, Tom, for helping with that.
82.
You saw what I was trying to get to. I'm the first to do it. Some of those people are going to be mad at me, but I think they're going to understand what I'm trying to get to.
Which one are we talking about?
Charlotte.
Oh.
I want them to see what it's like to have 60 horses, or 40 horses and 20 cattle.
How much would it cost them, though, to reapply? Okay, calling all council persons. We're alive and well. Oh, no, we're a quorum. I say yes, we got them. Those of you who might be in back, you can rest because Councilman Anthony is walking and Councilman Beers is walking and the two of us are sitting. All right, now everybody should know we're on a new system because, again, humanity and people work better than technology. Number 78 and 79, which is what we are up to, have been obeyed to August 5th. Number 80 and 81 have also been obeyed to August 5th. So we are currently on agenda item number 82, and our 82, 83, and 84 are, hello, you've been waiting so patiently. So let me read those into the record, and we will be taking oral votes. So here we go. Number 82. WVR 59211, a request for a waiver to allow no street lights or such are required on .91 acres at the northeast corner of Tropical Parkway and Monte Vista Way. Number 83, VAR 59031, a request for a variance to allow no half-street improvements, including amenity zone and sidewalk, where such are required on .91 acres at the northeast corner, of Tropical Parkway and Monte Vista. And agenda item 84, VAR 59029, a request for a variance to allow a 20-foot front yard setback where 50 feet is required. The applicant owner is Craig Johnson on .91 acres at the northeast corner of Tropical Parkway and Monte Vista Way, RE Residence Estate Zone. Staff recommends denial, and the Planning Commission recommends approval on all items. These are in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross. A public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? And if so, please state your name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Craig Johnson.
Thank you very much. Mr. Perigo, Mr. Rankin, how are we doing? Who is the lucky person?
Madam Mayor, once again, we have a set of applications within a rural area. Staff is recommending denial as it doesn't meet Title 19 requirements. However, the Planning Commission did find that this was in character of the surrounding area and recommended approval.
Thank you very much. Anyone in the public who would like to make comment to this? And Mr. Johnson, I'm sure what you're requesting is clear here.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've been sitting so patiently. Anybody want to speak on these items? Closing the public hearing. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor, and Mr. Johnson. That's going to be a beautiful home when you're done. We're excited for you, and I appreciate Mr. Rankin's description of why staff recommends denial. They like curbs, gutters, and sidewalks and all those amenities, but it fits the rural nature of your neighborhood. It's an RE, and you see the conflict we've been having throughout the day with a few agenda items. I would move to approve agenda item 82, the waiver 59211. Mayor and council members.
There's a motion to approve agenda item 82 orally. Councilman Beers?
Aye. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Unanimous. That's number 82. Number 83, Councilman?
I would follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of 83.
83. Councilman Beers?
Aye. Yes.
Yes?
Yes. Yes. Aye. Unanimous on 83. Number 84?
Would also follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of 84.
Thank you very much. Councilman Beers? Aye. Anthony? Ross?
No. Yes, sorry, Mayor.
You can't do that. There's no punching.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Aye.
Okay, unanimously approved. Congratulations. We can't wait to see you up and running. Thank you.
Thank you. My preference is Live Oak and Mondale.
I love it. He's great. Live Oak in Mondale, that's him. He wants to hide his house. Okay, agenda item 85. This is SUP 57330, public hearing, applicant owner, Homeless Helpers, for possible action or request for a special use permit for an alternative parking standard to allow four parking spaces where 18 are required for proposed general personal service use at 204 Master Lane, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 5. Councilman Barlow, PRJ 56939, and Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present, please? Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Arnold Stock, 840 South Rancho Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, representing Homeless Helpers in Veterans Village.
Wonderful. Do you want Mr. Parago, Mr. Rank, whomever?
Yes, staff worked with the applicant along with the council office in order to resolve issues regarding types of services to be provided at this location, and also with the surrounding other service providers in the area, and came to a compromise. As a result of that, the need for a social service provider special use permit went away, and what was left was an alternative parking here. The site has only 4 parking spaces, but based upon the study done by the traffic engineer hired by the applicant, staff finds that that's appropriate, and that's the correct number of spaces for the services provided at this location.
Thank you very much. So would you like to tell us, and then we'll have some public comment?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. Mayor Goodman, City Council members, my name is Arnold Stock, speaking today on behalf of Homeless Helpers and Veterans Village in downtown Las Vegas. The CARE Center, which stands for Critical Assistance Relief Efforts, is a proposed center to be located 204 Master Lane, downtown Las Vegas, 89101. We're also here representing people who have no voice, people who struggle living without a home on the streets and overcrowded housing conditions in garages, on freeway embankments, etc. Many people have lived in makeshift cardboard houses on 4 Master for many years now, and other streets in the area, and people from all walks of life, including homeless families, from homeless families with children to United States veterans. Those of us who have lived here any length of time, and I've lived here for 23 years, know 4 Master Lane as the epicenter to the most visible problem of homelessness and poverty in our city and in Southern Nevada. Both Veterans Village and Homeless Helpers are 501c3 nonprofit organization partners that are dedicated to the elimination of homelessness in downtown Las Vegas and Southern Nevada. We are not alone in this effort. Over the past year plus, there's been a concerted effort and consistent effort to work towards an end to this problem. We have worked with and sit on committees with the City of Las Vegas, Clark County, HUD, Department of Veteran Affairs, numerous nonprofit agencies, private sector businesses, and other community leaders. Several plans of actions have been instituted, and many more are to follow. The CARE Las Vegas project is one of these efforts, and we consider us one small piece of the puzzle that's being put together. We will provide the following: a drop-in information center, mailboxes, temporary storage, a computer lab. We will become accessible to the library use and site development. The building consists of approximately 4,800 square feet. The associated parking for the site will require 1 space for every 250 square feet, a total of 19 required parking spaces. The subject site requires 18 spaces, only 4 have been provided. As such, a proposed alternative parking demand will need to be updated to reflect this change in required parking. Volunteers and other staff will be shuttled from Veterans Village, which is located at 1150 Las Vegas Boulevard South, on an as-needed basis, and to the Las Vegas CARE site. And so the CARE Center has a partnership with Veterans Village, which is a comprehensive and fully equipped 24/7 crisis intervention center and transitional residence for United States veterans. We not only serve veterans, but we serve all of the community when someone is in trouble. With me here today is Michael Swecker from Homeless Helpers, and some other individuals and residents and people from Veterans Village. The collaboration and network that we have developed for this specific project is, of course, Veterans Village, West Care Nevada, Help of Southern Nevada, Freedom House Sober Living, State of Nevada Mental Health, Clark County Social Service, U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, HUD, and Metro Police. And, of course, the City of Las Vegas. Organizations we are seeking further collaborations with and have been working with and have had several meetings, including but not limited to the neighbors, other businesses, and the social service providers. Many of the social service providers in the area Through the years, I've either sat on the boards of, have been on the advisory board, have helped them raise funds, have worked actively with organizations such as the Shade Tree, Salvation Army, St. Vincent's, and the other uses that are in the area. So the other collaborations that we're developing with our Catholic charities, which I'll get to in a second, the Shade Tree, Salvation Army, U.S. Vets, and Help USA. I would particularly like to thank Deacon Tom Roberts from Catholic Charities, other nonprofit neighbors, and local and adjoining businesses who have had several meetings, discussions, and compromises to reach the point where we are today. It may not seem like it, but this is a crossroads of services and agencies that traditionally have not talked to each other in a long time. And this is not an easy process. This is the most difficult part of redevelopment and revitalization efforts. We're attacking the most hard-to-solve problem, which are people living on the streets. It affects them, it affects tourism, it affects people who live here, and it affects our city. And we're hitting the problem head-on with compassion and respect, and we will deal with this one person at a time. Our sponsors to date of this project, I think it's important to just mention them briefly. The Home Depot Foundation provided building materials and supplies to rehab the building. Our partner, the Crossing Church, we had a serve day at the end of last year, and we rehabbed about 80% of the building with all volunteers. Individual donors, Leo Daily Architects, foundation support, and local businesses and large corporations. We are the essence of the public and private partnership, I believe. And so we are on a private sector fundraising campaign now, and I've offered to work with the other nonprofits to reach out to the private sector, to not just depend on government assistance to make these services available. I'd like to thank a few people, and of course, one is Mayor and Council for your continued support of Veterans Village in our concerted efforts to fight the cycle of homelessness and poverty. We are engaged in the community. We are, I believe, at the forefront of pushing this agenda item so that it's in the news a lot, so that people understand that positive things are being done, particularly to Councilman Barlow and his staff. If it wasn't for Councilman Barlow and his staff, we wouldn't be standing here today, because we had a lot of challenges in the neighborhood, and because of his leadership and his staff's organization, we broke through a lot of barriers, which really didn't have to do with us, but it had to do with the nonprofits really hadn't been talking to each other, and I think that that's definitely something that's changed. To Stephen Harson and to Ms. Bretwell and her staff, it's just been a great experience, because I've been at this a long time, and at this point, the city is really at the forefront of solving this problem once and for all. To Councilman Bob Coffin and his staff for your continued support of Veterans Village on previous entitlement requests. So I think it's important to thank them and the planning staff. I think it's really important to recognize that, because we don't do that enough. And I go out of my way to do those things. And I want to close with just a quick, I've never got a text message from somebody, but to read into the public record, but Brian Sagert from HUD, who's the local Las Vegas director, asked me to read this. One key vision of HUD is very simply stated: end homelessness. The mandate from the president is to work to end all chronic homelessness by the year 2020. Annually, millions of federal, state, and local resources fund initiatives to end homelessness in Las Vegas, and more resources are needed if we are going to achieve the goal to end homelessness. Over 35,000 individuals will be affected by homelessness this year in Southern Nevada, and we need to leverage every resource possible to help these individuals get off the street into programs and services they need to live. The private sector is one underutilized resource and needs to be an essential partner if we are going to make any significant progress in ending homelessness. The local HUD field office supports this proposal as it provides a resource to contribute to the vision to end homelessness. I have approximately about 200 support letters that we want to put into the record. And the care center is, as I said, is just a piece of the problem, piece of the puzzle to attack this problem. Thank you for your consideration of this request, and I welcome any questions or comments that you may have.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate everything you've been doing. I do want to add a couple of things.
Yes.
We were recently visited, as you may know, which was attended by most of the municipality mayors. For the first time, 3 members of the cabinet, the President's cabinet, the head of HUD, the head of, the labor force, and cabinet member and secretary Perez, Castro, and McDonald, who were out here at the World Market Center. They'd been to Houston. They had been to Tucson. Was it Phoenix or Tucson, I think? And then here, but we were one of those 3 cities chosen by the government to come look at for ending homelessness for our veterans, and certainly with the help of Mr. Harson, Neighborhood Services. The other piece I did want to tell you, we're into our 4th year, the Council of Nonprofits. The major 15 top nonprofits have been collaborating in conversation, so we're cutting down on duplication of services but working well. So that's Deacon Tom, that's Kelly Ponsler, who's now remodeling and getting some funds in for the Salvation Army, all right in your same area. But we have 3 Square, and we have so many of the really wonderful, wonderful nonprofit social services that are working collaboratively to move the needle even further with helping homeless and helping with what's happening in the city in the support of dealing with family structure, helping where we can in education, human trafficking, addiction, all these other problems. So it's a huge effort by everybody in Southern Nevada working together, and you've certainly moved mountains with the Veterans Village and the thrift shop that's there, your work with West Care, and so many other organizations. So helping right now to have the homeless helpers in that area and help us down there on the Corridor of Hope and on Foremaster is just tremendous. So we are, I don't know if there's was there anything that our public who is greeting us today this afternoon? If you come up and give us your name and tell us what you're doing, appreciate it.
I'm Wendy Grant, and I am the Crisis Intervention Specialist Manager at Veterans Village. And I'm here to talk about the dire need for people to know what our services provide. We are that front line, so to speak, on the veterans' behalf, where they come to us, they're broken, they're torn, society has kicked them to the curb, and they don't want anything to do with them, because whatever the purpose that got them homeless, most people, when they walk up and they smell like a brewery or they smell like they haven't had a shower in weeks, they don't want to talk to them anymore. They're done. Close the door, get out of our office. We don't. We have an open door policy that we try our best to triage and assess their needs, meet that need. If we can't meet it, I get on the phone and call our team. We provide everything that they possibly could need to get them back on their feet, get them the resources available to make their life livable and contain them for the moment in time to sustain them where they are able to rejoin society and be that productive member of society again, where we don't have to worry about them going back out to the street. Our facility is just a branch of it. And what Arnold's Care Center project is, that's the huge key that people are missing. Because if everybody joins forces in what we're looking at, then it's not just a single person's efforts. If everybody put their efforts together and did this as a group thing, imagine the numbers that could be resolved in just a little bit of time. So I hope that you guys will help us to see this through, because to me it's like heart and soul of
It's wonderful.
the homeless.
Just know your other nonprofits are very devoted to the same issue. And the other piece I would ask is, you find veterans who return and become reintegrated into life and energized, have them put out a hand and help another veteran, because that's exactly, and I know at Veterans Village you have so many people that are involved in doing just that, but that is the biggest arm of all when you've been there and done it. you make it so believable and real that you can achieve, you can get back into life if you've been there. So that should be the continuing piece, and I'm sure you do have it. So can we introduce everybody that's with you and tell us what everybody does?
This one right here, coming up.
Aloha.
This is Cynthia Diaz. She is one of our veterans residents. The young lady in the yellow top, that is Carmen. She is another crisis intervention specialist.
Excellent. Welcome.
Michael Harrison, he's our
Hi.
security.
Hi there.
Ingram DeCoud, he is another resident. And if I may, is it okay with you guys? These two came to us in a really bad situation. They were homeless. And when you give them an opportunity and you treat them like a human being, this is what happens. They're here to stand in front of you months later in a good place in life, and they're ready to give back, and they do. Cynthia, on a daily basis, helps other people. Ingram talks to people and gives them positive motivation. We have so many things that we offer at Veterans Village that it's just a little piece of it, because at the care center, there's going to be the resources for people to get more jobs than what we can provide. You know, the community efforts are just huge, so I'm going to let them.
Welcome. Well, we're delighted you're part of helping. We're delighted that you have been able to get a life and come back and be part of this all. So please come forward and say hello.
I'm the resident pet babysitter. You laugh, but when a veteran has a favorite dog
We
or
know
cat
that.
that bonds with them, and they have to go into the hospital, who takes care of the pet? Cindy does.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
That's all I got to say.
Wonderful. That's great. They are so important to us all. The animals really are bondable.
Hi, I'm Carmen.
Is there some tissue if there's in there?
I'm a naval veteran.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you for your service.
And a few times I found myself in a homeless situation. Like I explained to Arnold one time, I stayed at the Shade Tree myself, was a victim of domestic violence. I found my way out, and I was still having some problems, I guess, holding down jobs and staying focused. You know, I raised the son, and now that he's older, he's on his own, so I've had to reassess what I should be doing. And I found my way to Veterans Village, and they've helped me, you know, and I work there now, and I see day to day the things that other people, veterans or anyone, go through and how they need services and help of reaching the same goals and getting their lives in order, or just having a family environment. Because some people there, they don't have family, and we're all they have. So I understand what Arnold was trying to do as far as in not just housing, but the whole person, you know, having balance in health and wellness and your finances and recovery and whatever. And I see what he's trying to do with the whole picture, you know. So to me, that's what I see Veterans Village as.
And because you've been there and lived the life you have, you're an inspiration to another veteran who doesn't have that, hasn't reached that point. So
Right.
your focus beyond your wonderful son is really about, my gosh, look what I've come through, look what I've done, and look what I'm able to do and lend a hand to somebody else. I mean, it's awesome. You're in superpower time is really where you are, because you're going to help so many other people, and that's such a great feeling inside as you speak to each one. So thank you for coming down here and sharing this with us.
No problem.
Thank you.
Michael Harrison, United States Navy. I'm a part of the security team here, and Wendy and Arnie's pretty much summarized everything I was going to say. I'm just glad to be a part of the future and the present. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your service and all that you've achieved, and it's grand. I've seen you around for sure. Thank you. Wonderful. And sir?
My name is Ingram Deku. Mayor, it's nice to meet you. I'm also from the World's Greatest Navy, and I'm a veteran. I'm 75 years old, and I've been at the village now for a year. And the compassion and the integrity is the word I've heard here this afternoon. It describes this man who is the wind under my wings. And it makes me proud to stand here and to be in his company. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for coming before us, and at 75, you look like you're 42. So it's wonderful, and he's eating too much. Get down like this guy here.
I am.
You must be exercising every day, yes?
Every day. Thank
Say, could you please call on Mr. Stock? Say, come join me. I exercise from 6 to 7. A lot of push-ups, a lot of sit-ups.
That's next.
Watch your diet. You've got a job. Just right there. We need him to live another 100 years. Yes.
And nobody messes with Michael, our nighttime security guy.
He's going to drag you along to get to these exercise.
And this is Michael Swecker. We just have one more.
I just really wanted to give my personal thanks to Councilman Barlow especially for lending his helping hand in this process. We began helping people in 2004 here in this community. Our long-term goal was always to get a property that we could expand our services out of, and we're just so excited that that day is coming. And we really just want to reiterate that we're a resource here for the city. Fortunately, the property and the size of it and everything is even more than we need there. So any ideas from the council or any affiliates out there, I really encourage you contacting us, as we want to be a resource to the city.
Thank you.
So, thank you so much.
And I must compliment our city staff, Mr. Harrison, and everybody in neighborhood services. They really have got their hands in the dirt and really want to be very much a part of it. We have had some comments this morning. I know we were talking about at one of these nonprofit meetings the need for porta potties again, and so there was a pushback today. And so I have invited them, rather than take up city council time, to come to my office, and I have asked my office to call you to make sure you're there.
Thank you.
Please.
Absolutely,
And Deacon
would
Tom as well, and
our pleasure.
Kelly Ponsler.
Okay.
So we wish you everything wonderful. We're here to help. That's what we do, and that's why we're here taking on council positions or what we do.
Thank
so
you.
we thank you. Just know that you really are the lift up to somebody else. It's wonderful. It's wonderful that you are part of this huge growing family of people that care, and you have a job on this man. Drag him. Thank you. We know it's wonderful, and we do thank you and wish you the best. Oh, and so we have to go somewhere. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank Arnold and
St. Arnold.
St. Arnold and his entire team for their due diligence in working out
Excuse
all
me. I forgot one thing.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Public hearing. Anybody want to talk about this? Any comments? I've closed public hearing. Back to you.
Okay, you're fine. And really thank the entire team for the number of neighborhood meetings that we had, specifically with the service providers in the area here at City Hall and outside of City Hall as well. There are just a few clarifying points, and I thought you were going to cover that during your presentation. One of the key pieces, as you recall, were the operations of the facility as far as what's taking place. So if you would really expound upon what services you're looking to offer, because as you know, during those neighborhood meetings, duplication of services were a concern. The rationale as to why, in fact, you were looking for a reduction in parking. I understand that the special use permit has now been withdrawn, Tom, so that's no longer an issue?
That is correct.
Okay. And so just talk, if you will, in relation to the operations and what we can expect, because today we know what we have on Fort Master, which are a number of individuals that take up their homes on that street. And with the number of service providers in the corridor of hope, I don't quite understand, and many residents and businesses in that corridor don't understand why, in fact, they choose to live outside, right? And so I know for a number of them, it could be mental. Others, it's just being service resistant. And so we're trying to figure out how does your organization now come onto the block to help eliminate and reduce the number of individuals that are living out on the street, specifically in that corridor, because some feel that your organization will only exacerbate, if you will, the current problem. So we're trying to put that to bed, and if you can shed some light on how, in fact, you are preparing to help us and become a good neighbor and to eliminate those issues on that street, that would be helpful.
Oh, absolutely, and the 4 points that we negotiated with, if you will, or came to a compromise with, is a drop in an information center. We find, and we're in the trenches, we see it every day, Councilman, one of the biggest problems is lack of information. I'd say 99% of the people that are out on the street do not know what 211 is. At least, they don't know that, and a lot of people that are on the street have cell phones because they're free. It's a lack of coordination, it's a lack of communication. So an information center that Bourmaster would be is vital. Mailboxes is extremely important. Without getting mail, you can't get work cards, you can't get all sorts of things. And so we'd be a resource to have mailboxes there. It's the other thing that we've all talked about. Temporary storage space is extremely important. And we tried that once there when we had the homeless stand-out. It was extremely effective. And a computer lab's another thing. The dissemination of information. I'll give you an example. At Veterans Village, and it'll be the same thing here, we have a partnership with Home Depot that any United States veteran that goes online with Home Depot was guaranteed an interview within 48 hours of submission of that application. And there are people that we know at least statistically 40% of the people on the street that I call the career homeless or people that are there are veterans. We have several residents that we've taken directly from the street, and one in particular I'm going to talk about real quick. He had full benefits that he didn't know about. He lost his ID. He's over 80 years old. He was just out there. He had $14,500 locked up by the VA that he couldn't get loose, and he had a VA caseworker. We took him in, and we're that link between that gap. We took him in. We used our emergency housing fund. We paid his rent for 4 months because he couldn't get it loose out of the VA. He finally got that. The first thing he did was showed up in the lobby and swiped his card and paid his rent. That's a successful story to me. There are quite a few people out there like that. And then there are those people out there, and this is where it gets very controversial, that are out there by choice. Those are the people that we will help them only if, and we will refer them to other agencies only if they have a desire to be helped, not to just sit and live in the street, because a life in the street is no life. So I believe that's a very small percentage of the population that's out there. The problem is that it's the most visible. And so the care center would be that place to disseminate, transfer information. A lot of times it's just a phone call. It's the easiest thing in the world. And when I see it happen, it just amazes me that gap exists there. The other thing is off hours. A lot of the agencies are closed on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, at night. And I don't know exactly what our hours are, because the first thing that Michael and I are going to do is go meet with Deacon Tom and figure out the hours of operation, how we can work with them, because they have a myriad of services there, and how we can help them in the off hours. That's a huge problem here.
Will there be anyone living on the facility, on the campus? Okay. And
we'll have security there, but they're not living there.
Okay. And the parking. I mean, currently you have how many parking spaces?
4.
There's currently 4 parking spaces?
That's correct.
Yeah, and
If I can just add.
Sure.
Regarding a few things. In my experience, Councilman, the more homeless people I've dealt with, the less service resistant I think they are. And that issue of being service resistant is often that they're ignorant of the services. And they're not aware of certain programs that are available to them. So when Arnie's also talking about the off hours, right now, there is a extreme lack of services at nighttime in the Corridor of Hope. So much so that if I go and work during the day and I come back at nighttime, there is no community meal there for me or any other services. So that's why there are so many homeless people that are convinced that so many of those other organizations are in the business of homelessness because they can get 3 squares a day and they can get a variety of services so much as they're not out working, so much as they're not out trying to find a job. So we're also trying to bridge the gap for those 15 to 20%, as the statistics show, of the homeless that are working, that when they come back to the Corridor of Hope, that they have services there available for them. So
There's another big issue. The other issue is that there will be absolutely no feeding on this site.
yeah, and that's also, I think, it's been a long process, Councilman, as you know, with Catholic Charities, and I think now they
we're
support
good
the
with it.
project because they agree that these services here are necessary.
Okay. So Tom, the question that I have is if in fact the special use permit is eliminated, what are we voting on today?
Today's item is just the parking.
Just parking? The 4 spaces, and you're okay with that?
Given the nature of the use of the facility, yes.
Okay. All right. Then let me do this. Just so that we don't have a parking issue, I'm going to place a 12-month review of condition to evaluate the parking in the event that there's a problem that arrives. And so we'll move forward with a 12-month review of condition.
And that's fine, Councilman. There currently is a condition for a 6-month review of Planning Commission, and we can
Okay.
add a 1 year to City
Okay.
Council.
Well, you said that there's currently a 6-month review in place now? Okay, we'll roll the 6 month, and then we'll evaluate it at that point moving forward. So with that, I'll move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, subject to the condition of the 6-month review.
Motion has been made. We'll do an oral vote. Councilman Beers?
Mayor Pro Tem, given the existence of large former naval personnel, I'm going to vote aye.
Good call, Councilman. Councilman Anthony? I'm a yes. Councilman Tarkanian? Councilman Barlow?
Yes.
And Councilman Coffin?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you for the
And
time. Appreciate it.
The mayor is excused. However, had she been here, she would have voted aye as well, and I don't think we can do that on the record because she's absent. But that was her direction to me to tell you that. Mr. Stock, you are a saint, and all of you that serve our veteran population continue to do so. I know it comes from your hearts with love out to them, and we, as the leaders of this city, cannot thank you enough for all of your sacrifices that you make. Thank you very much for what you do. Okay, thank you. Moving on to agenda item 86, special use permit 59041. This is a public hearing. Applicant owner Grind Mode 1 LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a truck rental use at 2901 North Rancho Drive. It is C2 General Commercial Zoned. It is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. The Planning Commission and staff have both recommended approval. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the applicant present? Please come forward. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Hearing none, I close the public hearing. Would you like to introduce yourselves, please?
Freddie Arriaga, representing U-Haul Company.
Okay.
Cable Benz, owner of that property.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pergo, would you like to go first?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I will hand this one over to Mr. Rankin.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, staff and Planning Commission both found that the use was compatible with the surrounding uses. The request is for 2 rental trucks at this location.
Very good. Did you gentlemen wish to add anything else to persuade Councilman Barlow? Councilman Barlow, it's yours.
Yeah, the question, I had an opportunity to go out and look at the site today, and it's a very tight site. I mean, you all have a number of operations currently on this parcel. You have an automotive, you have the C-store, you have the car wash in the back, and then you have some type of retail up front, food service up front. So help me understand what it is that you all are trying to achieve when in fact there's just less than a half a mile north of you, U-Haul currently exists. And so for me, you have a lot of variety of uses on this site, and I'm not in agreement with what you're trying to do as far as adding more traffic to an already congested postage stamp of a site, specifically at this pivotal point at where Decatur meets Rancho. So help me understand what size trucks, where you're looking to place the trucks, and why do you have so many different businesses on one site?
That's actually a good question. The reason why we did is because as a mom and pop business owner, we try to help them to be sustainable in the business by increasing the foot traffic into the primary business. There are multiple businesses in Rancho, and I wish we could add trucks to every single location to help them be sustainable and increase foot traffic to the primary business. Also, primarily to help the community to create jobs. By having 2 trucks, especially in his facility, we're going to be able to hire that extra person, 18-year-old, part-time, to rent trucks to the public and increasing foot traffic to the primary business.
I mean,
that's the goal.
I mean, I live just right down the street from this, and I don't see any problem with foot traffic or anything because you guys stay busy. I just see a bunch of businesses trying to pop up on one site, and in addition to that, you have U-Haul across the street on the east side of Rancho, and you have a full-service U-Haul within less than a half a mile just north. And so what I'm not going to do is basically, allow every use down Rancho to have U-Haul trucks, because I believe that defeats the purpose of what we have been trying to clean up, specifically when it comes to rental vehicles. I mean, I have a rental car facility that's trying to expand, and then it looks like right now U-Haul is trying to expand and take over Rancho, and it just does not look good, specifically when you have already on one parcel, a very tight parcel, 3 or 4 different uses currently today.
I understand. This is our last location, I would say, because like you say, it's already met the number of locations in that miles radius right there. I think it's between 3 miles radius. And he's the last one on that side. And, and that's all we can say. I mean, nothing more to say. I don't know if you're going to add something else.
Mr. Barlow, first of all, I have experience in the past in renting a U-Haul. I'm from Reno. I am from Reno area. Reno. That's where I used to live at. I used to have a U-Haul business over there. So that U-Haul, that was a good question. According what you say, we have so many people on the Rancho. I see that renting a truck. But my facility is, we are open 24/7, so people can come drop the truck or people can come pick up the truck. It's extra benefit them, for the customer, also for us to be there, be 24 hours. My store is open, it's ARCO AM PM, it's open 24 hours. So that's the reason we are trying to get as much as help from the facility, from the location, what we can get. Did you follow my?
Oh yeah, I follow you, but what I don't agree with is just jamming up 4 or 5 different businesses on a very small footprint. That doesn't make any sense. From an aesthetic standpoint is what I'm looking at, because I'm trying to not only improve the corridor, what I don't want to create is what I see in Los Angeles. and it's just a conglomerate of just all types of mashed up businesses all in one corridor, and I don't want to create a problem for myself or any future council person moving forward on Rancho. Now, what size trucks are you talking about?
The smallest one, 10-foot truck. Max is going to be a 15-foot truck.
Say it again?
A 10-foot truck, a 10-foot truck, and a 15-foot truck.
And where are you looking at placing the trucks? More than likely up front, right? Where they're visible.
No, it's on the back.
So how will one know that you're back there?
I'm sorry, again the question?
How will I know that you're back there and I can rent a truck from you?
Oh, online. Every U-Haul customer looking for a particular location to go online, they put the zip code, and we're giving free access to the major search engines. Google, for instance, if you put the zip code, they're going to pop with pictures of the facility and the trucks being parked in the back, showing all the services for helping the community.
Yeah.
And just for you to know, with all respect, though, and the reason why we have multiple locations in one street per se in Rancho is because they can only hold so much inventory. They don't have that many parking spaces. There's one in Rancho and Cheyenne, 2 trucks. They can't hold more. They're mini storage facilities, and they're the accessory used for the primary
all
business.
the way up and down Ranchos, like U-Haul trucks at storage facilities. They have the major one on the corner. They have another one adjacent to it, and so it just looks like you all are trying to set up a used car lot.
Trying to meet the business demand, I would say, help the community. I mean, we're just trying to.
Well, I can appreciate that, and I have to say this: it doesn't fit what I'm trying to do on Rancho, and so I cannot sit here and support your request to add an additional business specifically on a very tight footprint at your facility. So I will have to move for denial of your request.
Motion's been made. Are there any comments from the council members? Because I know I certainly have one. As someone who's represented this area in the past, I want to say one thing. You guys have done a fabulous job of cleaning up this store. It's gone through many hands for many years, and it's nice to see how clean and pleasant it looks. Having represented this area, certainly not any disrespect towards Councilman Barlow, because I understand exactly what he's trying to do, and I understand where he's coming from, but I actually don't see a problem with 2 trucks parked on this parcel, so I'll be voting against that motion. So I'm just putting that out there. Any other comments from council members?
I mean, if it was bigger, I can see it, but it's so tight.
Councilman Coffin, any comments? No? Councilman Anthony.
So you want the approval for 2 U-Haul trucks?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And they would be parked in the back, you said?
Yes, sir.
So they're not really visible to the...
There's no visible for the public.
Okay, somebody goes online and finds out you have a U-Haul truck and then go there and rent it and
That is
take
correct.
off and then bring it back whenever they want, and it's available 24/7. They can bring it back anytime they want.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, I mean, I don't...
The facility is open 24/7.
Right.
It's ARCO MP.
Okay, I mean, I don't really see a big problem with 2 trucks there, so I'm not going to support the
Thank
motion.
Councilman Barlow? Yeah, that's the motion. The motion is to deny the special use permit request. I'll do a voice count. Councilman Beers? No. No?
No.
I'm a no. Councilwoman Tarkanian? Councilwoman is a yes. Councilman Barlow? Yes. Is a yes. Councilman Coffin? Aye. Is a yes. It's a tie. Motion fails. I would entertain a motion, an additional motion. Motion failed, so we need a motion to approve.
Okay.
Or we need a new motion.
I'll make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
Voice count. Councilman Beers? Aye. Councilman Anthony?
Yes.
Councilman Ross is a yes. Councilman Tarkanian? No. Councilman is a no. Councilman Barlow is a no. Councilman Coffin? The motion is approve the special use permit following staff and Planning Commission's recommendation. Vote no. It is a tie again. Motion fails. Sorry, gentlemen. Mr. Perigo, do you want to, or Mr. Scott, do you want to fill us in on the protocol?
Since the motion failed to get a majority either way, it fails, and it's denied.
So
it's denied.
Been denied.
Okay? Good try, though. Have a good day,
All right,
gentlemen.
no problem.
Thank you very much. Moving on to, agenda item 87 has been, Councilman Barlow has requested it be obeyed. Moving on to agenda item 88. This is a director's business, DIR 59826. This is a public hearing. The applicant is KAG Property LLC owner, KAG Development South LLC et al. Discussion for possible action on a request regarding the adoption of the Parks Agreement as included within the Second Amendment of the Development Agreement for the Kyle Canyon development on approximately 1,662 acres at the southwest corner of Fort Apache Road and Moccasin. This is in Ward 6, Councilman Ross's ward. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, and I declare it open. Is the applicant present? I see the applicant in the back. I see no one from the public wishing to make a statement. Mr. Perigo or Mr. Rankin.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is really just a procedural item. In fact, this was approved as part of the action on the ordinance approving the development agreement earlier today, and you have seen the park agreement as part of the master plan when that was approved. Everything's in order. It meets all of the standards and exceeds the standards for park delivery for our citizens, and staff is recommending approval.
Thank you for that. Is there any comments or questions from the council? Hearing none, I would make a motion to approve agenda item 88 as recommended by staff. That's my motion. Voice count, Councilman Beers is a yes. Councilman Anthony is a yes. I am a yes. Councilwoman Tarkanian, Councilman Barlow, Councilman Coffin. Motion is unanimous. Yes. Motion passes. Moving on to agenda item 89. Madam Clerk, set the date of any appeals filed or required for public hearings. I would instruct the city clerk to set those public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements.
Thank you.
It is now time for agenda item 90, which is citizens' participation. Citizens' participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion of any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Mrs. Kramer? No, pass. Okay. Then, hearing none, we will move on. Thank you. I'll move on to agenda item 91. This is council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. I will begin with, it appears that Councilman Coffin has gone. And Councilman Barlow, have you got your announcements? None today. Okay. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Early announcement that Friday, July 24th, we're going to show a movie in Woofter Family Park, which is 1600 Rock Springs Drive. The movie's called Strange Magic, rated PG, about 99 minutes long. We'll have popcorn and drinks as long as the supply lasts. And I will tell you, the last movie we had, which about a month ago, was absolutely beautiful in the evening in the park. And we've been fortunate that our movies are hitting at a good time right now. So hope that many of you can come. And then I just wanted to note that with NDOT taking over for the Neon project, we had the Streetcar Poor Boys restaurant, sandwich shop, move into our district, and it's so popular. I saw Councilman Beers there, opening day, and all of us ate quite a bit. And it was excellent. So just wanted to let everybody know that, because it did have a lot of people who liked it when it was Okie closer to town. It's now at 5201 West Charleston Boulevard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman, and good for you. It's a perfect time for movies. Councilman Beers.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Anthony and I have got roped into serving on the board of a startup charter school. It's really an interesting experiment. We just got done with our first school year, and we've gotten some of our accountability results back, and I was rather shocked that the average reading level based on our utilization of the Riggs Phonics programs in grades 1, 2, and 3 is at or above grade level. And our 10th grade class took the high school science proficiency exam, and more than 90% passed. This is a public school, and any student in the Clark County School District can choose to go there. It's called Founders Academy. We have our curriculum developed and provided, and our teachers trained by Hillsdale College. It's really a very cool program. And it turns out, although it was an awful lot of work at the time, it's kind of fun to be involved in it.
Is the success of the students directly related to yours and
It is
Councilman
not. It has
Anthony's
nothing to
involvement?
do with my treasurership of the board. It
That's what I'd
has
ask.
everything to do with our teachers and our principal.
Could I ask, you're talking about a charter school?
Yes, ma'am.
Which is supported with the public monies?
It is absolutely
So
public
you're calling
money.
it a public school, I just had to
Public
differentiate.
school, outside the supervision of the Clark County School District. We answer to the Nevada
So
State
it's a
Charter School Authority.
Public non-CCSD school.
Correct. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
So with that, I also would like to show the slide, if you would. People won't believe this. It's rather incredible. That's Rampart.
There's no construction.
No construction visible. There's a few red cones, but as my mom always speculated, the city simply has no place to store red cones.
So
And so we put them wherever we can.
we move them around.
You're going to commend Jorge for
Yeah,
fixing it,
commend
or commend Jorge for
commend
causing all the
Jorge
traffic
and Dave Bowers and, uh-oh.
So Councilman, you know, they repaved Rampart from Canyon Run North, and it looks very good. Canyon Run down south to Alta now looks in pretty bad shape where the patch isn't. Where the patch is great. Where the patch isn't, the road is rough. So we met with the Suncoast and Tivoli and said, hey, guys, we don't like the end product, the way it looks from your property, so we'd like to bring that repaving all the way down to Alta if you guys support it.
We're going to do a redo.
It's going to be a mill and overlay, so it's going to be at nighttime. They said as long as you keep 2 lanes open today, we're in good shape in each direction, so we're going to do that. But we want to leave it as a good product at the end, not leave
Yep.
it the way it's looking
All
today.
right, so almost done.
It's almost done. It'll be minimal impact. We'll be done in about 30 days, but we're going to leave
They're
it
like
looking a whole lot better.
Doing short-term jackhammering sewer covers into place and stuff like that. But it is almost done. It's going to be like a brand-new road, and we will hopefully not catch us any assembly members anymore. Anyway, we're going to have Beers with Beers on Wednesday, July 22nd. That will be 1 week from today, 5:30 to 7:30 in the evening at The Pint. The Pint is in the Smith Shopping Center at Charleston and Wallapai, 9941 West Charleston Boulevard. Hope to see you there. If that's a little late or racy for you, why, we're having Coffee with Councilman, Friday, August 14th, 7:30 to 9 in the morning. That'll be at Rachel's Kitchen out on Trailwood near the Summerlin Library. And then on Saturday, August 15th, it'll be our next dive-in movie night at Pavilion Pool, where you can watch Monsters and Aliens. A little scary. It's rated PG. And do so in the nice, cool pool. Pavilion Pool is located halfway between Rogich Middle School and Palo Verde, up on the big pool building there. And that'll start at 7:30, and there is a $4 admission price, but it's well worth the opportunity. On this day in music history, 1978, Bob Dylan performed before the largest open-air concert audience for one single artist in history. About 200,000 people turned out at Blackbush Airport in England for the picnic at Blackbush. He included in his set list a cover of The Long and Winding Road, Beatles song, and the last song of his encore was The Times They Are A-Changin'.
Is that your ticket?
And as we saw from this afternoon's planning agenda, they still are. That's all I got, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilman. Were you at the concert?
Is that your ticket?
Is that Councilman?
Yeah, you can recognize me. I'm the guy with there in the hair.
Councilman Anthony, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The 2015 Patriot Tour will make a stop at Las Vegas City Hall, 495 South Main Street on Monday, July 20th at 9 a.m. as part of a national journey to raise funds for wounded veterans. As many as 50 motorcyclists will leave the Las Vegas Harley-Davidson shop on Las Vegas Boulevard South, led by me, as well as Steve Ritchie from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department traffic section. We will roar west on Clark Avenue under a huge American flag that will be hung above the street, between two Las Vegas Fire and Rescue fire engines. The Patriot Tour is a program put on by the Nation of Patriots, a nonprofit group of motorcyclists who travel around the country with an American flag, raising money for those injured While serving our country following the motorcyclist's arrival, there will be a short ceremony at City Hall where the Patriot Tour flag will be raised on the City Hall flagpole. So please come out and support that great cause and donate some money, because 100% goes to wounded military folks. Also, the first Tuesday in August, August 4th, is National Night Out. National Night Out will be all over the city of Las Vegas. If you're interested in finding out what's closest to you, go to the LVMPD website to find out which National Night Out celebration you can attend. In Ward 4, we will have one at the Desert Shores Clubhouse, located right in the middle of Desert Shores. It's going to be free and open to Desert Shores residents. I will be there. Mayor Goodman will be there. Will be lots of folks showing up. Bring your neighbors. We'll talk about crime prevention, meet your police officers and firefighters, and we will have raffles, music, and entertainment, and we will let the criminals know that we are in charge of our community. They are not. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And the mayor, even though she had to step out for some personal business to take care of this afternoon, would also like to encourage folks to come down and support you, Councilman Anthony, for the Patriot Tour. So please stop by City Hall on that on July 20th and between 8:30 and 9. It's going to be awesome. The mayor also wants you to mark your calendars, because the next Coffee with the Mayor will be held in Councilman Anthony's Ward 4 on Tuesday, August 18th at the fabulous Omelet House restaurant located at Lake Mead and Rampart. Councilman Anthony will be there with her from 8 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. To answer any of your questions and concerns, so she wants to see you there. Now we'll move to Ward 6 announcements, because there's a lot of stuff going on. I kind of feel like Councilman Barlow this afternoon. Sorry, everybody. I did have the opportunity to do a readathon at the Barnes & Noble in Councilman Barlow's ward up there on Rainbow Boulevard. That is me passing the book on to none other than the world-famous Oscar Goodman. He was the next to read. It's Harper Lee's book, Mockingbird, To Kill a Mockingbird. So, and I've read at least almost one chapter. Anyway, more fun coming out in the Northwest. I know, 30 minutes. More fun coming out in the Northwest. It is summertime, so it's time for the Summer Island Getaway Concert with the Volcano Island Steel Drum Band, featuring the Las Vegas Hula and Warrior Dancers. I understand there will be a guest appearance by Councilman Beers in a hula skirt. Saturday, July 18th, he's going to get me for that, 7 p.m. at the Centennial Hills Park Amphitheater at 7101 North Buffalo Drive at Deer Springs Way. It is a free event for your families. Come on out and experience a genuine island celebration in the otherwise sleepy summer months. Las Vegas Hula will present native island hula and Fijian warrior dances before visiting guest artist Volcano Island Steel Drum Band takes the stage with an hour-long concert. So come on down, bring your chairs, bring some blankets. It is a free event. Also coming out in the Northwest, however, in Councilman Barlow's ward, I will be throwing out the puck for the charity hockey game between the Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department and the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. It is a charity hockey event benefiting Injured Police Officers Fund, and I think that money stays right here in Southern Nevada. It is Saturday, August 1st, 2015, 5:45 p.m. It is in the Sobe Ice Arena at the Fiesta Rancho. Everyone knows where that is, 2400 North Rancho Road. Tickets are only $10. And like I said, this goes to the Injured Police Officers Fund. Tickets are available at the Fiesta Rancho box office. Come on down and watch me slip on the ice. Continuing our traditions of movies in the city of Las Vegas, we've got our next movie in the park, which is the original, Councilman Beers, Cinderella, the 1950s version of Cinderella, which should be a lot of fun. So come on out. Also, there's our back-to-school fair at Centennial Hills Park and Amphitheater. That is August 7th at 6:30 p.m., or when the sun goes down, we'll be cranking that movie up. Now, in our continued partnership with Nevada Child Seekers, we do have a missing young lady. Her name is Adriana Alice Shaneman. She's 14 years old, 5'8", 165 pounds. Her hair is blonde and brown. She's complexion is light brown. She is Caucasian and African American. Ariana was last seen in the area of Twain and Swenson around July 3rd. She was last seen wearing black shorts, long sleeve blue lightweight shirt, and bright orange bikini underneath. She may be carrying a backpack. If you have any information leading to the whereabouts of this young lady, please contact the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, 702-828-3111, or Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009. That concludes the Ward 6 exciting things going on in Ward 6. Our appreciation goes out to Ms. Fretwell, your staff, of course, and our city clerk and her staff, and everyone who's helped us throughout this day. With that, the city council meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.